wiser self. Things are not different. Ignorance leads to preference. The best way not the figure, it only excludes picking and choosing. Once you stop loving and hating, it will enlighten itself. Depart for a hairbreadth, and heaven and earth are set apart. If you want it to appear, do not be for or against. To set longing against loathing makes the mind sick, not knowing the deep meaning of the way. It is useless to quiet thoughts. Completed is like great vacuity, with nothing lacking, nothing in excess. When you grasp and reject, there is no suchness. Do not follow conditions. Do not dwell in emptiness. Cherishing oneness in the earth, everything will stop by itself. Rest to stop motion, and rest will move you again. If you are merely there, how will you know oneness? Now understanding oneness, you will listen to ways, expelling beyond you without it. Following emptiness, you're always behind it. The more words and thoughts, the more choosing. Once you stop loving and hating, it will enlighten itself. Depart for a handbreadth, and heaven and earth are set apart. If you want it to appear, do not be for or against. To set longing against longing makes the mind sick, not knowing the deep need. It is useless to quiet thoughts. Only it is like great vacuity with nothing lacking, nothing in excess. When you grasp and reject, there is no suchness. Do not follow conditions. Do not dwell in emptiness. Cherishing oneness in the earth, everything will stop by itself. Rest to stop motion, and rest will move you again. If you are merely in ether, how will you know oneness? Now understanding oneness, you will miss into ways, expelling beyond. You will without it, following emptiness. You are always behind. The more words and thoughts, the more you will go astray. Stop speaking, stop thinking, and there is nothing you cannot understand. Return to the roof and obtain the purport. Following the outcome, lose the source. For a moment, turn inwards past the emptiness of. You are here, delivery of Alistair Crowley, technical element liberals, subfigured all of fear. Trace liberals, subfigured all of fear. Shiny bar, metalata, Alistair Crowley, liberals, subfigured all of fear. Concordance, Alistair Crowley, liberals, subfigured all of fear. Alistair Crowley, liberals, subfigured all of fear. Liberals, subfigured all the law of the strong. This is our Lord and the joy of the world. To be the whole of the Lord. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say no. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Each man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as ye will. When, where, and with whom ye will. When, where, and with whom ye will. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. Slaves shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. liberos, subfigurale feel. Trace liberos, subfigurale feel. Cyberbar, metadata, Alistair Crowley, livers, liberals, subfigurale feel. Concordance, Alistair Crowley, livers, liberals, subfigurale feel. Alistair Crowley, livers, liberals, subfigurale feel. Liberals, subfigurale, liberals, alone first.
Too much to find out in the story.
The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. You are mine, oh my saint, a whisper, a flame, a soft restraint by the scars we create. I called your name. I sealed our fate. Though I fall, though I faint, though I choke, by the fire of desire I invoke, your shadow lingers, your breath still warm, a tempest rising, a breaking storm. By the light, by the night, by the vow we swore, I reach, I beseech for you once more. Though I fall, though I faint, though I try, the echoes scream, the silence weeps, the bond we wove, eternal keeps. I summon the past, I summon the flame, I summon the moment, I call your name. Though I fall, though I faint, are here. The Libri of Alesta Crowley, technical libers of the Lema Liberosa, figura l'alvii, trace a liberosa, figura l'alvii. Sidebar, metadata, Alistair Crowley, libers. Liberosa, figura l'alvii. Concordance, Alistair Crowley, libers. Liberosa, figura l'alvii. Alistair Crowley, libers. Liberosa, figura l'alvii. Liberosa, figura l'alvii. Liberosa, figura l'alvii. The law of the strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I-40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. I-3. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills, to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as you will, when, where, and with whom you will. All I-51. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law, love under will, I-57. You are here on the Libri of Alistair Crowley, technical libers of the Liberosa, figura l'alvii. Trace a Liberosa, figura l'alvii. Sidebar, metadata, Alistair Crowley, libers. Liberosa, figura l'alvii. Concordance, Alistair Crowley, libers. Liberosa, figura l'alvii. Alistair Crowley, libers. Liberosa, figura l'alvii. Liberosa, figura l'alvii. Liberosa, figura l'alvii. The law of the strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I-40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. I-3. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills, to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as you will, when, where, and with whom you will. I-51. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law, love under will, I-57. You lost a coin, it rolled away, but the moon trades silver for the day. What's gone will find a home anew, in drops of rain or morning dew. From hand to hand it slips so free. God's joy, a quiet mystery. Now it's a flower, now it's a flame. Now it's a bird that has no name. It hides in shadows, it fills the air, cracks you open when you're unaware. Find the cliff where it finds like emerald lace, and sorrow smiles with a different face. From stone to pedal, cell to string, God's joy, the heart of every dream. Now it's a river, now it's a spark. Now it's a horse that breaks the dark. It hides and whispers, it fills the air. Cracks you open when you're unaware. You are here, the library of Alistair Crowley, technical libers of the Limaliber, some figure lips the eye, trace liberos, some figure lips the eye, Alistair Crowley, liberals, sub figura fia, concordance. Alistair Crowley, liberals, sub figura fia. Liberals, sub figura fia. Strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. He has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Every man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will, take your fill, will of love as he will, and where and with whom he will, all life he those who would thwart these rights, the slave shall serve. Love is the Lord. Love under will. You are here on the library of Alistair Crowley, technical libers of the Limaliber, some figure let's be eye, trace liberos, some figure let's be eye. Crowley libers, liberals, some figure let's be Alistair Crowley libers, liberals, some figure let's be God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to walk as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Every man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, and small build as he will, to dress as he will. Take your fill and will. All I 51. These rights the slave shall You are here on the library of Alistair Crowley, technical libers of Thelema Liber, subfigura lips behind, trace liberos, subfigura lips behind, Alistair Crowley, libers, liberos, subfigura lips behind, Alistair Crowley, libers, liberos, subfigura lips behind, liberos, subfigura lips behind. The strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and others shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to walk as he will, to 10 lights shimmer, 10 lights glow, secrets hidden in their flow. From the crown to kingdom's gate, mystery spin, illuminate fate. Get the whispers, the will to start. Choke my answers with a wisdom's heart. The 10 lights, hold the 10 lights, guiding through these endless nights. Beauty, mercy, strength so true, a splendorous path to a journey through. By the ponders, deep and wide, understanding walks by her side. Chessed's mercy, soft and kind, Deborah's strength will sharpen the mind. Tiferet shines, the jewels gleam, the harmony of a dream within a dream. Victory dance black stays, splendor in hoard and gilded rays. Yes, so grounds the trembling soul. Mount withstands the ultimate goal. The ten lights, all the ten lights, blazing trails through shattered heights. From the crown to the kingdom's glow, the tree of life where wisdom Ten lights shimmer, ten lights fade, guiding hearts through paths they've made, circle by circle, step by step. The secrets kept, the secrets You are here, the memory of Alistair Crowley, technical libers of Velma Labor, sub figure Alefia, tree slimer, sub figure Alefia, sidebar, manager Alistair Crowley, liber, liberal sub figure Alefia, Concord dance, Alistair Crowley, liberal sub figure Alefia, Alistair Crowley, liber. Liberal sub-figurality, liberal sub-figurality, liberal, the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. All at 40, thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. No man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Every man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, edge, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For a man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. Law 51. For man has a right to kill those who would thwart these rights. A slave shall serve. All is that love is the law. Love undo it. All our fence to sever. You are here. By the library of Alistair Crowley. Technical libers of Velma Labor. Sub-figurati Levia. Trace library. Sub-figurati Levia. Sidebar. Benedict Alistair Crowley. Libers. Liberal sub-figurati. Concord dance. Alistair Crowley. Liberal sub-figurati. Alistair Crowley. Liber. Liberal sub-figurati. Liberal sub-figurati, liberal sub-figurati, liberal sub-figurati. fetch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will, when, where, and with whom you will. All at 51. For man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. A slave shall serve. Help is the way. Love is the law. Love on the way. Of 57. You are technical labors of the Bible. O sub figuralus tres laiba. O sub figuralus Saibar metadetatalista Crowley. Libero sub figuralus Concordance Alistair Crowley. Libero sub figuralus Alistair Crowley. Liberos sub figuralus 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 Liberos sub figuralus. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say no. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to walk as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Two man has the right to eat what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. Others the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. Love is the law, love underwill. Concordance, that's the crowning. Liberos sub figuralus. Concordance, that's the crowning. Liberos sub figuralus. 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 Concordance Alistair Crowley. Liberos sub figuralus. Liberos sub figuralus. Liberos sub figuralus. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he will. When, where, and with whom he will. Love is the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. Love is the law. Love under will. Concordance is the crawling. Liberanos figuralisi. Concordance is the crawling. Liberanos figuralisi. Liberanos figuralisi. Liberanos figuralisi. Liberos hoc figuralis liberos hoc figuralis liberos hoc figura. Beneath the vine tree and the fig, where mortal cares may not intrude, on melon and on sucking pig, although their brains are bright and big, banquet the great white brotherhood. Among the fountains and the trees that fringed his garden's glowing border, at sunset walked and in the breeze, with his disciples took his ease, an adept of the holy order. My children, said the holy man, once more I'm willing to unmask me. This is my birthday and my plan is to bestow on you, I can, whatever favor you may ask me. Nor curiosity nor greed brought these disciples to disaster, for being very wise indeed. The adolescents all agreed to ask his secret of the master, with the aplomb and savoir-faire peculiar to Eastern races. He took the secret then and there, what is not lawful to declare, and thrust it rudely in their faces. A filthy insult screamed the first, the second smiled ingenuous blind, the youngest neither blessed nor cursed, contented to believe the worst, that he had spoken all his mind. The second earned the name of prig, the first the epithet of prude, the third as merry as a grig, on melon and on sucking pig, feasts with the great white brotherhood. Beneath the vine tree and the fig, where mortal cares may not intrude, on melon and on sucking pig, although their brains are bright and big, banquet the great white brotherhood. Among the fountains and the trees that fringed his garden's glowing border, at sunset walked and in the breeze, with his disciples took his ease, an adept of the holy order. My children, said the holy man, once more I'm willing to unmask thee. This is my birthday and my plan is to bestow on you, I can, whatever favor you may ask me. Nor curiosity nor greed brought these disciples to disaster, for being very wise indeed. The adolescents all agreed to ask his secret of the master, with the aplomb and savoir-faire into Eastern races. He took the secret then and there, that is not lawful to thrust it rudely in their faces. A filthy insult screamed the first, the second smiled ingenuous blind, the youngest neither blessed nor cursed, contented to believe the worst, that he had spoken all his mind. His mind, his mind, his mind, believe the worst. shores of the little library. Oh, so figura liffy. Sided by minute Alistair Crowley. Liberals figured out liffy. Concordance. Alistair Crowley either. Alistair Crowley liberals. Liberals figura. Liberals figura liffy. The law of the strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that. And no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law. To live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Two men has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three men has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Four men has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. I-51. Five men has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Our love is the law. Love under will. I-57. By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, unspoken, unbroken, the dust to the dawn, a secret communion, unmeasured, unsound, the listless resistless, tumultuous tongue, through shadows that shimmer, through whispers that hum, an echo eternal, a heartbeat, a drum, a secret communion, unmeasured, unsung, the listless resistless, tumultuous tongue, beneath moonlight's mirror, where stars softly wing, weather may leads me softly by the hand, whispers me to understand. Now and through the world of weeping, light at last hourly creeping, steals upon my babe new sight. Light, oh light that is not light. On my mouth the lips of hell, like a stone on my sepulchre, seal my speech with ecstasy, till a babe is born of me, that is silent more than I, for its inarticulate cry hushes as its mouth is pressed to the pearl her honey breath, while its breath divinely ripples the rose petals of her nipples, and the dread milky laps from the soft delicious pot, sweeter than the bee sweet shower in the chalice of the flowers, more intoxicating than all the purple grapes of Pan.
It's yoga. In the chocolate cone. I wonder if this was a bookstore or if it was
Passion, penitence, and pain, seek their mother's womb again, and are born the triple treasure, peace and purity and pleasure. Hush, my child, and come along, where the stars are velvet soft.
One was confirmed.
You are here, hung delivery of Alistair Crowley, technical livers of Thelema Liber, oaths of figure living, trace saliva, Alistair Crowley, liberty rose, so figure living, concordance, Alistair Crowley, liberty rose, so figure living. Alistair Crowley, This is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I-14. Thou hast no right, but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he wills, to play as he wills, to rest as he wills, to die when and how he will. True man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carvage, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. All 51. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. Olai 57. You are here. On the library of Aleister Crowley. Technical libers of the Lima Liber. Oaths of figure Liffy. Trace the liber. Metadata Aleister Crowley. Libers, liberals, Sufficurality. Concordance, Metadata, Aleister Crowley. Libers, liberals, Sufficurality. Aleister Crowley, libers, liberals, Sufficurality. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Carvage, mold, build as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. Olai 57. Nicole Libers of the Lemolaiba. Rosa figura la vie. Tres liberosa figura la vie. Sidebar. Metalota Alistair Crowley, Libers, Liberosa figura Leafy. Concordance, Alistair Crowley, Libers, Liberosa figura Leafy. Alistair Crowley, Libers, Liberosa figura Leafy. Liberosa figura Leafy. Liberosa figura Leafy. Libero of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world.
To workload balance, conflict.
Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. All life 14. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that. And no other shall say nay. All life 14:3. Every man and every woman is a star. All life 14:3. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. True man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as ye will. When, where, and with whom ye will. Ali 51. 5 man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. RI 57.
Ho, ho, ho.
Alistair Crowley, technical livers, Liber, Rosa figure, just like Rosa figure,
Sidebar.
Metadata, Alistair Crowley, livers, Rosa figure, Concordance, Alistair Crowley, Libers, Liberosa figura Liffy, Alistair Crowley, Libers, Liberosa figura Liffy, Liberosa figura Liffy, Liberosa figura Luffy, Libero, the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. All life 14. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that. And no other shall say nay. All life 14. To die when and how he will. True man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. True man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. All I 51. 5-man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. I-57. By the force of the fashion of love, when I broke through the shroud, through the clouds, through the storm, through the smoke, to the mountain of passion volcanic that woke, I rise, I choke. By the rage of the mage I invoke, I invoke.
So I got kicked from an X space by a diligent citizen. It's pretty wild.
I mean, really, I don't think so. I think that's wild to even say that shit. All right, well, I'm going to continue reading a little bit. I'm going to continue reading a little bit.
Mountain, you know what I said to that?
What's up?
So what? So what?
Well, I just think that he's comparing us to the communist Chinese government, Mao Zedong, and his government compared to American government. I think that's crazy. You might have the slavery thing, obviously, but what else do you have on us there? I'm gonna read a little bit more here. Thank you there, John, for helping me with that, buddy.
You start with
But yeah.
If it's normal
I think, man, that we really we need to stop acting like China and America are the same. You guys think you want to cozy up to fucking to communist China? You're crazy, man.
Body cam, lab sheet, 35 up front.
Really, I think you
15
are.
more for each extra copy from a different source.
Why?
Official
You're
files.
crazy for thinking China is fucking trying to hack you guys through TikTok or something.
10 each.
Your country is banning social media ads
12.
because they compete too much with Instagram and Facebook.
Everywhere we
What the
go,
fuck
they're
is wrong with you?
everywhere we go, Jarl, they're trying to challenge us.
No primaries
Okay, I mean,
or primaries should be.
Man, it's just so fucking true. Why are they fucking building islands in the South China Sea? Why are they trying to build bases in Venezuela? Why were they offering to build airports and bases in Greenland? Greenland was going to go for it, but Denmark and American pressure made them, made their contracts basically be void. But China's trying to move in on us, man. It's so fucking clear. I don't understand why, what is it that I'm wrong about with that, man?
See what dragon.
All right, hold on here now. What's really sad, guys, is that Henry Kissinger, our government really helped open up China. You understand? That's what's scary about it. So, Henry Kissinger, which is fucked up. I guess I'll just start from here.
Dissuades one from taking into account the historic accuracy or inaccuracy of those sources. Furthermore, by putting additional credence on primary source documents, we neglect to recognize the inherent nature of human error. So, for example, you could have notes from a detective where the detective misspells something, and then if we interpret that as if it was intentional, it could lead us to some wild conclusions.
Or it could.
Tell them why we don't appeal to institutional or historic authority.
Because
I'm not saying
institutions
appealing to their authority. I'm saying that you should be able to take account of if someone has a more credible track record than another. Like, for example, I would trust you telling me something more diligent than a guy I meet at a bus station sleeping on a sleeping bag.
right.
If the guy on the but if the guy was telling you on the bus station, hold on. If the guy at the bus station was telling you something that he observed in front of the bus stop, I would listen to him before I would me.
No, I
Right.
wouldn't. And because the guy living at the bus stop probably has a different understanding of what reality actually is. So therefore, his firsthand account.
That's why so I do agree that human testimony in that particular aspect is the most unreliable form of evidence, regardless of, right? But it's corroborated through raw data, right? Like Grok treats every person with the same amount of skepticism or scrutiny. It needs to be corroborated by raw data, and she doesn't discount it, right? I used to be the way I had it set up, where it would discount anything that wasn't corroborated by primary raw evidence. Instead, it weighs it based on how much raw data, like videos of the person there, or a time-stamped image, that's corroborated by things in image, things of that nature. If there's corroborating evidence,
I'm not trying to be oppositional. I'm just trying to learn more about how you.
no, I'm just explaining it to you. So if there's corroborating evidence, so what it does is just assigns a confidence score in whatever it's reading to you, and it tells you why it thinks that. And then if you want to independently verify what it says, it reads it out loud. All right, we're back on business. Here we go.
911 audios, timestamped metadata, another eyewitness who's sober.
Decision on how we move forward today. So our defense is arguing. The defense relying upon evidence. In Robertson cases, if there is a showing of conflict of interest under Rule 1.7, the court should exercise its discretion to require the Utah Attorney General's office to stand in for the Utah County Attorney's office. As you know that, you can see that there has to be a very big possibility of a conflict or showing of a conflict. No authority was given to the standard of proof necessary to satisfy that showing. This court wishes to address the issue of the showing of conflict of interest under Rule 1.7. And with regards to the first question, whether the prosecutor has a conflict of interest under Rule 1.7, the defendant asserts the following facts, and I'm drawing from the motion itself and reading from it. One of the prosecutors on the case was a family member who, along with approximately 3,000 others, attending Turning Point USA and UVA one day, including Charlie Kirk was shot in his throat. The family member texted the prosecutor almost contemporary. I can't speak today. Contemporaneously. Pretend I said that word right. With the events, we shared that they had heard the gunshot. They had run with the crowd and other reactions. Thereafter, the prosecutor went to UVU and investigated how far away his family member was to the shooting. The family member had left the gun. Right. Prosecutor determined that the family member was approximately 85 feet away from Charlie Kirk being shot. In my view, those are the alleged facts that the court must consider to answer the first question. The prosecutor, by virtue of his relationship with the family member who witnessed the shooting, have a conflict of interest. Rule 1.7. And turning to that, just like looking at my notes, I appreciate your patience. So turning to defense, I accept the facts as you have alleged in your motion as true. Is there any reason to call witnesses to answer the first question before the court? And before you answer that, I understand that there are other relevant facts that pertain to the effect of the alleged conflict. Those facts may include whether the prosecutor was probably screened from the case, what conversations he had with other prosecutors, and whether the family member's experience impacted the state's decision to seek the death penalty. It is the defense position, as I understand it, that those facts may need to be explored through witness testimony. But if we're just talking about the first question, whether the prosecutor had a conflict of interest under Rule 1.7, is there a need for witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand that the court is trying to get to the threshold question that we have put before it with respect to who should be representing the Utah County Attorney's Office in this motion. But the answer to the court's question is yes, because it's not just the mere transactional event that this that the offspring witnessed the shooting. It is the evidentiary development will get at, and again, we were only provided with an affidavit, which was very, if I may, narrowly drawn at communications that happened after that between that offspring and their parent, between that offspring and other family members that may have been communicated to the parent, communications between the parent and other people in the office, impact. Okay, so now I'm going to just say, if I had found out that my child was at an incident where somebody was shot and killed, I would have an incredibly strong emotional reaction, even if they were safe. Okay, so give me a second, okay? There was a horrible shooting incident at Brown University a few weeks ago. And I have a child who lives within 20 miles of there who was in Providence that day. And everybody in our family was really freaked out until we knew that they were safe. And then even when we knew they were safe, the question was, what did you see? Did it affect you? Turned out everybody's fine. But it's not just, oh, I was there. Right? And my family member didn't witness the shooting. She wasn't in a crowd with 3,000 people who all had to run and take cover in case there were more shots fired, in case there was some other harm that occurred. Okay, so it's not just the fact that this person was 85 feet away from Mr. Kirk. That begins to that scratches the surface, if I may, of the totality of the circumstances, which we think created a conflict of interest. So the answer is yes, and that's why both the parent and the offspring are here and are under subpoena and agreed to be here and agreed to testify. Obviously, it's the court's proceeding, but nobody's moved to quash, and I think it's obvious that that's because we need further factual development. And our reply brief, if it did anything, it communicated to the court the case law, which shows that this is a fact-intensive inquiry and that affidavits are required. And here we don't have affidavits from the parent or from Mr. Gray. We have argument in a brief. But we also believe that testimony from the offspring is necessary, and they're here, and they agreed to be here, and they agreed that Ms. Visser could sign an acknowledgement of service of the subpoena. So the very, very long answer to the first question is yes, definitely. We need to have an evidentiary here.
But isn't defense required to make the threshold showing from the facts that you're asserting? Isn't that where we begin? Not necessarily the state's response, but don't you have a responsibility to show that you've made a threshold showing of what you're asserting would rise to what you're asserting in your motion?
So the state, so the Utah County attorneys informed us that this offspring was present in a crowd, was caught up in heard a shot fired, had to leave their belongings behind, witnessed the trauma of other people. We can't really get beyond that without fact. I mean, if what the court is saying, hypothetically, is I want you to go sit down and interview people, that's one thing. If the court's saying that we somehow should have more information than the county has given us, we can't do that without evidentiary development. Okay? We have questions about whether there were more non-recorded communications that we haven't been told about. I think we have a good faith that the court could imagine that a family would talk about such an incident. And it wouldn't just be the text messages that the court has in the exhibit. And I don't purport to say anybody should run their family the way my family operates. I'm just talking about what I think would be natural, which is family talk about these things because we want to take care of our kids. And we want to make sure they're okay. And then we need to make sure that our responsibilities to the public and to justice aren't impacted by our personal experiences. And I think that we can only get at that, Your Honor, through evidentiary development. All right. And that's why, and I think that the state would agree with that because that's why they provided the court with some affidavits and some fact in the course of it. So I think that it needs to be fully developed through the very limited number of witnesses that are present.
I understand. Let me turn to the state. What's the state's position?
So I want to make sure I'm understanding your question. Question is, there's two layers here, right? The first layer is when an alleged conflict arises, does in this case, the county attorney's office have to conflict the handling of that allegation to another special prosecutor, attorney general's office, right? Your question is, doesn't the defense have to make an initial showing before that first conflict occurs that requires that delegation?
Yes.
Okay. My answer is yes. I mean, otherwise we have to have a hearing to determine if another entity has to handle the substantive issue. And then you have to have another hearing to determine if there actually is a conflict. I think there has to be at first a showing that there is, a basis for a conflict. Otherwise, someone can come in and say, I think there's a conflict without any evidence whatsoever, or not evidence that's credible. I think, and for that reason, I think the court should be able to make this threshold showing based on the affidavit, right? The affidavit and the facts that have been proffered. I think there's enough there for you to say, yes, the county attorney's office can handle this motion on its own, or no, this motion needs to go to the attorney general's office or whoever else to handle the substantive issue of whether or not there's a conflict. I mean, I want to be clear. The only pants you'll want to wear this summer, whether you're 50, 60, 70, or beyond, these are the comfiest pants that also keep you looking sharp. Made from super breathable silk cooling fabric, they feel light as air on your skin, keeping you cool and comfortable all day. With 360-degree comfort. Stretch. Without restriction. The straight leg design offers a stylish, sleek look, available in 7 timeless colors.
Guys, sorry about that.
Plus, they are designed to last with no wrinkles, no fading, and an anti-scratch fabric that stays in top shape for over 1,000 washes.
Responsibility for the question. In regards to the threshold showing about the conflicts, So the threshold showing of a conflict of interest under Rule 1.7. So the AG's it seems to follow after in time to see if there's a conflict initially. So in regards to establishing that, defense, and I don't wish to speak for you, but my understanding is you wish to call witnesses to put that evidence on.
Then I misunderstood the court's question. I don't think we need to take testimony in order for this court to make a finding on under 1.7 that the conflict-free counsel should represent the state in this motion. I am not suggesting, and I didn't mean to, that there would be 2 hearings. That's not what. So if I misunderstood the court's question, I thought the court was saying, do we even need an evidentiary hearing on your motion to disqualify? It's not enough for the court to just read the papers. But that was not. Was that your question?
Well, and I'll take full responsibility on my question. That was really the push on it, because my understanding is that determination needs to be made based off what you told us in the beginning, that showing of a conflict of interest, there has to be a very good possibility of a conflict, or showing of a conflict is the very first step before we go down the further road of addressing the AG's office. And so I was alluding to, based off that, does that require an evidentiary hearing from your perspective?
I don't think that it requires an evidentiary hearing, but I don't want to predict or make assumptions about the court's view. I believe that the Utah County Attorney's disclosure to us on October 20th of this situation and our assessment that it creates a conflict of interest is not frivolous. It's not taken for the purposes of delay or tactics. It's a real potential conflict. I don't know what the threshold showing is that permits or requires the court to exercise its authority under what is now in juxtaposition to the Utah legislature changes its code so often, like we have to figure out all the new code numbers, but it's now section 17-68-304, which gives the court the authority to appoint the Attorney General in this situation for this purpose, 17-68-304, as opposed to the code section cited in the minutes. The law is the same, but the code section changed. But what I'm saying is, I don't want to predict or gamble with what showing this court thinks is necessary in order to appropriately exercise its discretion to make that move. And so if the court says, I need more, then we should have an evidentiary hearing, because the important thing is to get it right, not for me to bargain on whether our papers show enough. The only thing that we know
Please repost the space
is what we were
on my corner. Thank you.
And what we were given. And we were given some text messaging between family members and maybe some other people. I mean, the court has signed its things, so that's all we really have. And so I don't want to just say, oh yeah, there's enough there, and then have the court say, no, there isn't. Because it may be that the court wants to take some permit us to take some preliminary testimony in order to make that decision. But what I really think, instead of starting an evidentiary hearing on a motion to determine if there should be a referral, I think that there's a sufficient showing that there should be a referral by this court because of 1.7, under the court's authority under Utah Code Section 17-68-304, before we even begin to take testimony. I mean, the fact that Mr. Gray is going to be the first witness we call already, and that the state hasn't moved to quash because it's a frivolous subpoena or it doesn't have, there's no basis in the factual predicate to examine Mr. Gray about these things, suggests that there's a problem here. But Mr. Gray's office is representing Mr. Gray while also trying to represent the state. And that's an inherent problem. And I understand it's a thorny question. What's the showing that's necessary, and does the court have discretion, or is the court compelled to? Is the court going to commit error if it doesn't? That's why I think that maybe some thoughtful briefing is an appropriate thing to do. Before we start an evidentiary hearing, and then realize that we got off a little bit, because there should be somebody else seated at council table when two members of the state's attorney's office, who are members of the prosecution team, are two of the 4 or 5 witnesses in this hearing. So I'm not trying to dance around the court's question. What I'm really saying is, I don't know that we can be stuck with only being able to give a court a showing based on the evidence we've been given, when all we've been given is a memo that says, this person was there, we don't think it's a problem. We were 85 feet away when Mr. Perk was killed.
So, and I appreciate what you're saying, counsel, but what I'm trying to determine is, in your regard, in your understanding, I want to address this, the sufficiency of the showing. Is it your request for an evidentiary hearing for you to present to the court enough evidence for the court to make that determination, or something else?
If the court doesn't believe that the papers themselves sufficiently demonstrate that for purposes of the motion to disqualify, the state should be represented by somebody else, then the answer is yes, we want to have an evidentiary hearing up until the point where the court reaches that conclusion. Because that would be the only way for us to satisfy whatever showing the court deems necessary. So we're not going to waive an evidentiary hearing if the court's saying, well, I don't think we have enough evidence here. Obviously, the answer is yes. What I'm really just saying is, I think that based on the papers, the court say, yeah, this is a significant problem in a serious case that has really, really serious consequences for Mr. Robinson, for the people of the state of Utah, for the victim's family, and we should do this carefully and correctly. And I think the way to do that is to have the Attorney General of Utah designate somebody in their office to represent the county for this limited purpose until the court determines the scope of conflict. We think the conflict requires disqualification from the case, but ultimately, obviously, that's going to be the judicial determination.
All right. Anything further from the state before the court makes its ruling on this issue?
I just want to clarify, you're talking about the need for an evidentiary hearing in order to determine whether or not the states, the county attorney's office can handle the motion to disqualify?
No, to determine just an initial showing of a conflict that exists here. Like
Well, for what purpose? To disqualify the office, or to have the attorney general's office step in and handle the disqualification?
to disqualify the office. Can I take a crack at it? If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Gray, just stepping to the lectern, just so the record picks you up. Sometimes these microphones.
If I could take a crack at it. Basically, I think what you're saying is kind of like a Frank's hearing where you have to allege sufficient facts, so that based on those facts, if the court takes that as true, then you would need whether or not there would be a legal basis to conflict it out or find a conflict, right? And so if they don't make that showing, then the court could rule straight white. But if they do make that showing, if what's alleged is true, then we go to an evidentiary hearing. Is that
Mostly, it's the initial showing of a conflict, and what happens after that will be determined because they're bringing this up for the first time today.
basically like a facial showing initially? Is that what you're saying?
Essentially,
Okay. I think that's, yeah. I'll let you.
No, I appreciate your clarification. Mr. McBride.
Nothing else.
All right, it's the court's, and I've read the briefing by all parties and listened to the argument today, and I don't believe a sufficient showing has been made for the court just relying upon the briefing itself. And so I can't make that a finding based off, well, I would find that threshold showing hasn't been met based off the briefing. And turning to Mr. Novak, based off that finding of the court, what is your position?
Our view is that if the court has concluded that the briefing does not yet rise to the level of proof that the court should at this time make a referral, then the court should begin to take evidence. And there may be a moment where the court says, okay, I've heard enough. Now I'm ready to make a referral. And we're going to stop and pause and wait for the Attorney General to engage. And then we'll have to see where that goes. But maybe that we have to finish the evidentiary hearing. And I think all of us can attempt to prioritize the portions of our examination so that the court can make that finding as early as possible. I'm just trying to avoid doing the hearing twice. Because right now, it's our view, the state is not being represented by the attorneys who should be represented. And so if the state's going to come in later and say, well, we're going to redo the evidentiary hearing because the state wasn't represented by the right parties, I mean, it just, by the right lawyers, that's something that we would want to avoid. We want to do this once out of the courtesy to the court and to couple the witnesses.
No, I appreciate that. And can this be accomplished by proffer?
I don't know what the witnesses are going to say because they've only given us very limited information. The state elected to give us information in their briefing, some of which is, like I said a few times now, is not sworn by affidavit or declaration. It's in the nature of argument. I mean, there are portions of Mr. Gray's brief, he signed it, where he makes many, many assertions of fact in the course of arguing legal issues. And none of that is sworn. And I'm sure that, and I think, so I don't think there can be a proffer because I don't know what the proffer is. I know that I have a lot of questions about things that that the court was not told about in the briefing and the affidavits. So the answer, respectfully, is no, it can't be done by proffer.
And which witnesses are you intending to call today? And I understand you're saying you wish to just put on enough and focus on the key issues, but just if I were to grant, I'm just trying to understand the scope.
I think Mr. Gray is the first witness. The second witness may approach.
Yes, parties to the bench first.
Okay.
How much would you pay to be able to read his mind, Nazi? It might surprise you, Louis, that I do consider the fact that he could be involved in this. Just be objective.
I'll be honest,
There's a
Diligent, I
possibility.
was just stepping away for like 30 minutes getting ready for the Sabbath. Shabbat Shalom. I apologize.
Thank you, counsel. In regards to the question, what witnesses do you anticipate calling?
Mr. Gray, I'm going to get his title wrong, but Mr. Christensen is an investigator with the county attorney's office. The prosecutor, who we believe is conflicted off, and their offspring.
All right. Any from the state at this point? No. All right. I'm assuming the next portion that we need to address is your motion in regards to the hearing itself, the evidentiary hearing, whether it's closed or open. Correct?
Is the court looking over my shoulder at
Not
the
you.
counsel?
No, you. All right. There is someone behind you, but I was trying to look at you. That monitor's in the way, but I appreciate the clarification.
When the county attorneys informed us of this factual issue, and we told them that we thought that there was a disqualifying conflict, we had an agreement that we would file our motion, practically, I think is the correct term, so that certain identities were protected. And that was at the request, and we've continued to accommodate that, and we have no problem with that. So we are not pushing for this hearing to be closed, but we totally understand why it's appropriate to do so. And it is, and Mr. McBride has verbalized this very well in conversations with the council. The record is going to be very, very muddy if we can't have examinations that use names and identities. It's just going to be super.
I can't believe it. These viral drape pants for senior women is on massive sale right now. Wow. 70% off with buy one, get last chance to grab these senior approved pants at the best price ever. I love them.
No problem with that. So we are not pushing for this hearing to be closed, but we totally understand why it's appropriate to do so. And it is, and Mr. McBride has verbalized this very well in conversations among council. The record is going to be very, very muddy if we can't have examinations that use names and identities. It's just going to be super.
5 things people love about Look Optic progressive readers.
I can see clearly, like pop, and then on the bottom.
Well, come on, you telling me you don't do YouTube
Your
Premium?
Honor, thank you for the accommodation and courtesy to allow us to appear remotely. With me is my colleague David Ryman. We represent the Deseret News, KSL, KUTV, and other news media. We would like to speak briefly to the closure issue, if that's okay.
All right, I'll hear from you.
We did meet and confer with counsel for the state and counsel for the defendant concerning closure. And counsel has explained that they believe it would be impossible to conduct this hearing or even portions of it in open court without causing prejudice to the privacy and safety interests of the family member witness involved. They've told us they believe it would not be feasible or practicable to approach this on a witness-by-witness basis or an issue-by-issue basis because they believe the names of the prosecutor and the family member would be used throughout the examination of witnesses. So we have no reason to doubt the statements and representations of counsel, and reliance on those would not be objecting to closure of the evidentiary hearing on the disqualification and the referral issues unless the court has a different view and believes that we could parse this on a witness-by-witness or an issue-by-issue basis. That said, Your Honor, we understand that counsel for the state and the defendant have agreed to review a transcript of any evidentiary hearing and make limited and appropriate redactions so that a public version of the transcript could be released. And with that, there are just a couple other brief points I'd like to make. First, we think that this should be the rare exception to conducting these proceedings in open court. There's a strong constitutional presumption of open and public court proceedings, and of course, enormous public interest in this particular case. That openness and transparency is an institutional value that serves this court, the participants, and the public well. The facts and circumstances of this particular motion, given the fact that it concerns a family relationship of the prosecutor, makes it a very extraordinary and unique situation that we feel, given the representations made, can justify the closure. Although we do believe in most cases, just the fact that a motion implicates a witness will not be grounds for closure. Second, we just wanted to get on the record that we believe that release of a transcript is not an adequate substitute for the ability of the public and the press to attend and view the proceedings themselves. For this particular evidentiary hearing, that may be the only practical mechanism for the public to obtain some information about the case. But again, we would expect this would be the exception and not become a regular practice. And finally, Your Honor, it's our position that any oral argument on the disqualification motion or the referral motion should be conducted in a public hearing. As this hearing itself has shown, a lot can be done and argued without disclosing the names of family members or the witness at issue and jeopardizing those interests. Counsel can refrain from identifying the prosecutor or family member to protect the asserted privacy interests. And we have experienced counsel. They can be mindful of that issue during oral argument, and it's not unduly burdensome for them to take those steps. And any burden would be greatly outweighed by the public interest in learning more about the motion and having at least an open argument. So we do believe that the argument, and I understand the argument will be made at a later date, not today, that should be done in open court. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Anything further from the parties?
Your Honor, as to the oral argument, it is our request that it be closed. The reason why is that we're not perfect. Names slip. It's happened in trials. It's happened in arguments before.
Wow.
And I'm concerned of the risk that could have if one of the parties, one of the attorneys, were to slip and identify those who ought to be protected. With that said, a fallback position could be not live streaming the event and requiring any redaction should an inadvertent mention of a name be made.
Thank you. Counsel, one of my biggest concerns is I have to make findings of fact that are very specific. I can't redact my findings when I issue an order. And I will have to cite to the relevant facts. And quite honestly, the name of the prosecutor is a relevant fact. I can't simply glaze over that and make an assertion. It's important because it relates to various factors that you may address and which has been brought up in briefing. And so this court is going to deny the request to close the hearing as it relates to, and I will take this motion witness by witness. I understand that there may be a witness that this is applicable to, and the court will entertain that. But because this court has to make findings and has to cite to the facts, I need to be able to do that. And since I'm going to do that anyway, which I will, I'd rather address it in an open court. And again, I will entertain any motions, witness by witness, that are going to be called and be respectful of that. But going to Mr. McBride's point, you both have that duty. It's in regards to how you present, and if you're talking about a name that needs to be protected, that's on you, on how you speak. I can't. It seems inappropriate to create a safeguard to prevent you from making a mistake on accidentally saying a name. I don't believe that's that would be a proper reason to close the hearing just for that. And I understand the pressure, counsel. I know it's difficult, but I cannot accept that as reason to close the entire proceedings for the evidentiary hearing portion. But again, as the witnesses are called, I will entertain the motion whether to close the hearing per witness, and we will address it as we go.
New posts up in the Jumbotron. Go check them out. Share them. Help me beat the suppression.
Yes, Sean. With that, how would we like to proceed? Well, first, is there any clarification needed on this court's ruling as we're proceeding into the evidentiary hearing?
I just want to clarify. Are you going to entertain motions to close at the outset of every witness? Is that what I understand?
If the motion is made, yes.
Okay, thank you. May we have a moment?
Yes.
They were trying to have their cake and eat it down. Why is he huddling? They're huddling with the defense. What is going on here? The prosecutors and the defense are huddling away from the defendant. There's no fucking way.
That's a pretty common thing.
That's up. That sidebar is usually held up by the judge,
They'll have
so that it's on record.
It's just the attorneys talking to each other, so it's not necessarily abnormal.
All right, I'll double check that later. I know that the sidebar is a deal, but usually I think it's done by the clerk. But I may be wrong.
No, you're probably right. I probably used the wrong term, but like these sorts of conferences do happen from time to time. Maybe they're trying to come to an agreement and then approach the judge together with like a joint conference or something.
Well, looks like I'm out. Would it be easier just to go into a brief recess? I don't want to make you feel rushed. You have obviously important conversations. So it's the court's intent to enter a brief recess to allow the parties sufficient time to discuss whatever you need to discuss.
I think I'm comfortable moving forward making that offer right now and asking you to reconsider that motion. And the reason is because the Supreme Court of Utah, appellate courts refer to witnesses by their initials all the time. In our pleadings, we often refer to witnesses by their initials. In Supreme Court of United States opinions, witnesses are referred to by their initials. And that's because there's a privacy interest. In this case, I don't think a privacy interest could be
Both the
clear.
defense and the prosecutor
This
want
case
to
has
close this.
polarized the nation in many ways. And there have been death threats made against other witnesses. There have been death threats made. My understanding there's been threats against counsel. Our office has received threats. Doxing is a real thing. Finding people online, harassing them online with the technology that we have now, it's not that hard to find out just about every detail about a person through internet searches, paid subscriptions to programs that do background checks. And we are extremely concerned.
Serious right now?
We will have
sorry.
a person that does not need to be subject to death threats, to harassment, to doxing, to all of those things that can be avoided. We're very concerned that will happen and happen to this person for no other reason than this person's father is a prosecutor on the case. Your Honor, I think that there's a way around this that we can avoid.
Did he just
those threats to her and those risks to her? And I think it's by referring to substitute names like we have in the public pleading. So, Your Honor, I would just really ask you to please reconsider your opinion. There's a stipulation from the media to shut this portion of the hearing. There's stipulation from the defense. I think the court in its ruling can refer to the prosecutor's prosecutor. I think it can refer to child as adult child. I think that would be adequate. I think in a sealed record, there can be references to names. That would be my request, Your Honor. I can't ask more adamantly than I am.
It's a defense.
We take no issue with anything the council has said. That's why we completely deferred to the state attorney's, the county attorney's initial request that all of the briefing, as much as possible, be under seal and then redacted.
Thank you. One of the points that when I was considering this as a potential issue is that both parties filed a public version of your motions, and you used a mechanism to convey that same information. And I understand that that makes it tricky, but it was the choice of the parties to do that, to issue, to publish those public versions. And the court is fine in regards to particular witnesses referring to those terms that were used in the motions. But this court does not agree that the entirety of the evidentiary hearing needs to be closed. And it is a very broad approach to a narrow issue. And I understand and I respect the concerns made by Mr. McBride. I understand that the court is
he's winning points by
witness. If you feel that a particular witness that needs to be closed, the court will entertain that. I understand the issues of safety, and the court feels the urgency and the importance of that has been stated. But this court cannot find that the closure of the entirety of the evidentiary hearing is proper. Given the motions that have been filed publicly online, you have to leave it to counsel in deciding how you present the evidence, how you state the names. I'm willing to abide by the format used in those public motions, but this court denies the request. Hearing, and again, witness by witness motion. If that
Let's hear the juicy details. Show us what you got. Show us what you got. Hello? 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 They're scrambling.
Court's ready to begin the evidentiary hearing. We would call Jeffrey S. Gray as the first witness.
Oh my gosh, they're calling Jeffrey!
The courts can move forward. If parties need a break, I'm happy to give a break. I know we're switching gears here. In fact, let's go ahead and take a brief break. We need to relocate our court reporter, so this is a natural spot to take a break.
We have one moment of sidebar.
Absolutely.
He already made his ruling, bro. You ain't gonna talk him out of it.
They're sidebarring before they dismiss, and they're relocating.
They're really trying to hide as much of this as they can. It seems like both the defense and the prosecutors. That's wild. Well, we're gonna see witness testimony, you guys. Day 1. This is the first big hearing. It's not even a real we haven't even gone to the preliminary hearing where you're gonna be arraigned yet. This is kind of like a peek under the hood of what we can expect witness testimony to look like in this case really early, because the preliminary hearing for the arraignment and the presenting of evidence and probable cause isn't until May when they've gone through discovery. So yeah, we have a minute here. I kind of got to get there at the end, right? I realized, listening to these lawyers drum on back and forth isn't particularly interesting for a lot of people, but it's incredibly important to this trial, right? These decisions are going to impact the outcome of this trial, which is probably the most significant, high-profile assassination political case in, nearly 100 years. So I think that it merits our attention. And so I had committed to hosting this and broadcasting it, and we're going to stick through it. It looks like we're going to be in for the long haul. So, that being said, get your girlfriend, get your drinks, get your refreshments, get your popcorn.
Get your tefillin.
Grab your Bible. I would do some praying.
Get your tefillin ready.
Our country
we're going to do.
Right now, we need true justice.
We're going to do a live tefillin astral projection.
I think that a lot of
I got my tefillin in a ribbon. Ribbon Shalom.
Case, one way or another, and it's crucial. Oh, here we go.
Ribbon Shalom. Ribbon Shalom. Ribbon Shalom.
Please read close to space, bottom right corner. Thank you so much.
Ribbon Shalom. Ribbon Shalom.
I think he just has one of those faces where he almost looks like he's always going a little bit. So I'm like, is he smiling?
Ribbon Shalom.
It's kind of his face.
Ribbon Shalom.
Right, court is back in session. Counsel?
Ribbon Shalom.
Yes, Your Honor, we're asking the court to exclude all witnesses during the testimony of other witnesses.
All right, and present to the state. Any input?
We agree.
And at this time, would it be convenient to just take a brief recess?
Yes, please.
All right, it's 3:20. How about we come back at 3:30 and resume on the record?
Sounds good.
All right. Court is in recess.
Sounds good. Did you hear that?
Break. Did they just say they're going to exclude the witnesses from the hearing? Knox, are you there?
I believe it just means they're going to exclude other witnesses from being in there while a separate witness is testifying, I believe. So not more than one witness in the courtroom at a time.
Ribbon Shalom.
I could be wrong about that. But
Ribbon Shalom.
I'll look it up.
Ribbon Shalom.
Get Noxie back in here. Wait, is she in here? She's showing as in here. Oh, here we go.
A little Rachamna. Ribbon Shalom.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to watch the space and what's going on in the space, but I know what's going on. You know what I mean? I wanted to reach out and just come in, grab a mic, say hello, keep up the good work, and knowing that you're probably seeing some things when you met me way back when, saying, "Oh, I get it now," because I saw a couple of your tweets where they look like. I was like, so that's the good news, okay? It's always good news, because what we want to do is we want to get to the truth. I don't care who's telling the truth, okay? I just want it to come out, and I want it to happen. And we are undeserving.
She's taking a complaint to the wrong department. Diligent can't file that complaint. Only the JCD can. The Jewish Complaint Department. Founded by Kabbalist, cannabis, candidate, John Kitover. The 16th District write-in candidate to defeat Darren LaHood Rabboni Shalom.
And they don't, because you know.
The followers of the Rebbe say it's very useful to say Rabboni Shalom. 1,000 times a day, Rabboni Shalom. Scotty!
Okay, so when I
listened to both sides, and of course,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But it's my feeling. This is my general consensus, and which just lines up a lot. I actually heard Tucker say it, and it really summed it up better for me. Wait, I think can you hear it? Okay, summed it up better for me than
Tucker.
I myself. Is that
Mother
I
Tucker.
like to believe that they've got it all figured out, but they're not giving me a very compelling case. And the thing with me is that I'm old enough for the JFK thing. Okay, so and I dug into that for years when I was younger. It was like perpetrated on me and the whole 9 yards. I'm just not buying the Oswald narrative. And moreover, is I remember and I see the damage that was caused because we let it.
Hey, Balzac! Rebbeinu Shalom! Gay Kachan, welcome to my show. Harry, you've been a big part of my production here. We're listening to people with Jewish derangement syndrome accuse Erica Kirk and Mossad and CIA of killing Charlie. Rebbeinu Shalom! Oh, also I have another room open called Mocking People. But this is the Jewish Complaint Department. You haven't heard the Jewish complaint yet. But anyways, this is live on X. They kicked me out of the room. Diligent citizen. He's like this dumb fucking fake news reporter. Got all these followers, these fucking brain dead, hypnotizing people never read a fucking book in his life.
Yeah, I haven't seen compelling evidence.
I haven't seen compelling evidence to suggest otherwise. Pronunciate, Diligent. Pronunciate.
With certainty that he
Certainty.
All repeating the same unsupported narrative, unsupported by primary evidence, that is, right? In unison. Yeah.
Harry, you always know you're listening to a stupid person when they finish their sentence with right.
The dissenting faction within the right and even in some on the left, not buying it, right?
This is what he does every time he goes back. He goes, "Who's not about the right or the left?" Gaslighting.
You are a traitor.
Traitor.
Slop up the Fed narrative.
Slop up the Fed narrative. Traitors. Trader Joe's. I gotta go grocery shopping, ladies and gentlemen. The Shabbos is nearly here. The Shekhinah is surely here. Rebbeinu Shalom, the followers of the Rebbe. Say that saying, Rebbeinu Shalom, is extremely useful.
I just kind of like, I was sick when this happened, and I
Rebbeinu Shalom
was busy doing some other things, mostly getting healthy, and I'm really glad that I sat there.
If you've got tefillin, Harry, now's the time to put it on before Shabbos starts, because once Shabbos starts, you won't have to put it on anymore.
If I could contribute in a meaningful
Oh my goodness.
And I don't even
my tefillin
on the inside doing it. I don't need the light.
The leather on my tefillin is cracking.
You know what I mean?
It's all over my arm.
But if I can be helpful.
Fake tefillin!
People on the back end.
Oh, Rebbeinu Shalom. Hold it close to your heart, Rebbeinu Shalom.
Like that. So I just haven't had time to come in, and I wanted things to calm down a bit. You and I don't have the entirely best background relationship, but we don't have a bad one either. So that's a good news.
Who are you, Grandma? Get back to the show.
I'm willing to hear anybody that's bringing evidence to see what they talk about, whether I agree with them, whether they like me or not. It doesn't matter. I talk to people who hate me all the time. I'm okay with that. I don't hate you either.
Yeah, no, I don't hate you either. But I'm just saying, I saw, like I know where
people don't hate you. But when you kick people from your room and you exclude people, that's when people hate you.
You know what I mean? There's a reason for that, Diligent. There's a reason.
We're going to follow with the JCD, lady. You're already getting your submission in.
Guess what?
What?
You know what I mean? How much more runway? How much more is my family willing to? How much more am I willing to put my family through?
I don't know. Stop using social media, bitch. Go to the gym.
Yeah.
It's like, how much more runway do we have to
the apostle has arrived.
Obfuscation or opacity.
This is it.
Right?
This is it. In my opinion.
This is it.
I'm like you. I talk to whoever, and I ask them. I don't tell people opinions when I go out.
You ask them. You don't tell them.
Across the board, I don't care what.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I ask them about this, and I tell
you ask them about this.
We can't let this go. We can't.
You can't let it go. What is it you're talking about, and who are they? Hello. You're not saying anything specific, lady. Hello.
finding out what happened.
What
Or
happened?
at least
We're
finding
listening to the fucking evidentiary trial, bitch. Shut up. Did they kick me? Oh, my phone crashed. That's generally a sign you've been kicked. I got kicked. Ha ha! He found my profile. He kicked me. We did it again, ladies and gentlemen. The internet is undefeated. Oh, what a life. We're doing it, Balzac. We're doing it. We're calling out everybody who needs to get called out because they're stupid. We're going back in. Deep state operation, Yellow Canary JDS recorder. Candidate John fighting on behalf of the 16th District of Illinois against brain rot.
I didn't catch that. Can you restate that? And something's going on with your mic. It's a little hard to hear.
Is it a little better? Sorry, I'm right by the other.
That's better.
Okay. Yeah, so the Deseret News, they FaceTimed in, or they video called in. The judge was a little hesitant at first. He accepted the video conference, and they spoke about how it's constitutionally important for the case to be open, as is the precedent, but that this case should be the rare exception for some reason, and ultimately that they were in favor of a closed hearing. I found that very strange.
Yeah, that's a weird position for a news organization to take, to restrict access to information or to have a closed hearing. That's antithetical to their business model. Like, what? That's crazy. Go ahead, Lewis. Is the space glitching out? Lewis, you there? Can anybody hear me?
Hello?
Did I just lose you guys?
I can hear you just fine.
No, you're
Hi,
right.
Aaron. What are your thoughts? Okay, cool. I'm glad I didn't lose it. I think I lost Noxie. I'm trying to fix it now. Let me see.
Noxie taxi.
Aaron, did you already go?
I didn't. I didn't have my hand raised, but I'm kind of excited to see these attorneys enter.
Yeah, Aaron's talking.
I have to log off in 60 seconds for this.
Rebono Shalom, it's the Shabbos.
Okay, go ahead,
God
Lewis.
bless all of you guys. On the one hand, maybe you guys are about to pull off the biggest journalistic long shot in American history, and you guys alone have the secret. On the other hand, perhaps this was just an exercise in learning how to do investigative journalism as citizens. And with that, I say, God bless all of you. Shabbat Shalom.
Rebono Shalom.
God bless you as well. Shabbat Shalom. Have a good night.
Shabbat Shalom.
Okay. And with you.
Rebono
Let's go
Shalom.
to James Guru. Go ahead. James Gruber.
Can you hear me?
Amos.
Yes, sir.
I just had a question about Mitch Snow. Is that okay?
Yeah. Yes. Go ahead.
I was listening to your interview with him, and he said in the interview that he was vetted by Joe Kent. Do you find that weird?
The work is complete. How much time do you need, Doctor? This bomb is armed. One of you anonymous clubhouse users is the trigger man. Any attempt to flee will trigger the bomb. Okay, his room has crashed, I believe. But we got it going on. Ribono Shel Olam all the time. Some more Yosele Rosenblatt before we reconnect. Maybe they kick me again. We're going to try to go to another room, see if we can get back in. Here we go. Oh, his room is down. Oh, it's back. Here we go. Ribono Shel Olam. Ooh, looks like I'm blocked from this room too, or the room has crashed. Let's see if we can find it another way. Oh, here we go again. One more time. Let's see. Third time's the charm, ladies and gentlemen. Ah, the room has crashed, Ribono Shel Olam. Dunsky. Nothing's working. That's the way it is. That's the way the cookie crumbles. A little Ano Avdo for you. Ribono Shel Olam. Oy vey, another Shabbos. Just want to quote Erica Kirk and say good Shabbos. Ribono Shel Olam. I think they actually killed. That might be the end of it because they know they're being live streamed. The actual court, is being live streamed by Diligent, and that audio will go global versus like just having it on local TV. So, anyways, interesting times. Ribono Shel Olam. The Shabbos has started. Isn't it amazing? As the Shabbos starts, the live feed gets cut. Ribono Shel Olam. Another Shabbos miracle. Oh, Ribono Shel Olam. Ribono Shel Olam. Ribono Shel Olam.
Yes, it does. No. They all say that Jeremiah, bro. Jeremiah, any version that says this shit. No offense, Jeremiah, bro. Like, they just put it in there to fit the Jeremiah. I'm cool with you, Jeremiah, but like, no offense, but you don't know what you're talking about here, and you're kind of obfuscating the discussion. No offense. So I don't want to respond to that because we're gonna get carried away. So I want to go back to Surah Al-Imran. Someone is saying in that passage is that it's saying that Jesus is not the son of Allah because he's a creation of Allah. Okay, sure. Let me read. Okay.
I'll shut it down. I'll just show you exactly what it's talking about.
Because it's not about if Jesus is God or not.
Oh my God.
That's not the
The
argument.
legend has returned. The preservation of the human race. Ribono Shel Olam.
I believe do what works for you. I don't believe in societal no. Let's go.
Hello?
What brand is
Pass. But like donate.
Yeah, it's fucked up. They used his death to raise more money.
Yo, why? It's something.
Right.
It is something. So, hey, have you been to?
Yo, the ghost is John Kitover.
No, I haven't heard of that. It's like a cool little it's like think of like a Barnes, like you know how they have like a Barnes and Noble's like the cafe part. It's like that, but you can like
Ribono Shalom Hussein.
and they have like speakers for maybe books there. It's a cool little spot. I haven't been there in years, but one of my favorite places to go. I'm looking it up now. There's 1 mile, 1.3 miles away. Okay. They got a few of them.
Introducing the cutest, softest matching set you will ever own. These are the new Cloud Tee and Cloud Short sets by...
It's a cool spot. I've been working on a lot of poetry. Oh, where? Yeah. You want to hear it? Yeah, man. Let's hear it. It's only a few minutes long. She's satisfied. Go ahead. Yo, what's up, Bane? Before I go on, I just wanted to say what's up.
Let the games begin.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I wrote this winter. First made were the angels, and you better believe that angels are real. Demons are angels, cast out of heaven and bound down to the earth. And the evils of this realm are real. They will deceive you to believe that they aren't here. But they are here. And they are after your spirit, your soul, your louche. Many consider them alien. They mingled and meddled and slept with man's women and gave birth to Nephilium. The giants amongst man, and giants are real. Goliath was real, and David killing Goliath with a sling and ordained king by God was real. God is real. The orb of light that levitated and shot off into the sky, then disappeared, was real. I saw it. I was there.
I saw it.
Burned my eyes. Man bore witness to the supernatural creator of all timelines, all dimensions, all parallel realities, synthesized and crystallized into one thing, into the entire universe. And it was a man, Jesus Christ. God is man who stood up to the Jewish intelligence community, who stood up to the Roman and military-industrial complex, who stood up to the authorities and spiritual wickednesses, sacrificing his own life for the kingdom of eternal life, conquering death to walk amongst us yet again. It is all real. We are at war. It's an ideological war, a civility war. The spiritual war is real. The strong will survive. The preservation of the human race is dependent on its capacity for resistance. Resistance to the stripping and mining of your identity. Resistance to the comforts of technology designed to control you. Now is the time to free your mind. The artificial wombs that are being built in fields are really there to harvest every ounce of your energy, for the human body generates more bioelectricity than a 120-volt battery and over 25,000 BTUs of body heat, combined with an advanced form of fusion. The elites who worship machines possessed by demons have found all of the energy they need for their technological revolution. They will be sold. Some for families, some for organs, some for science, some for slaves, some for soldiers. But the most valuable will be kept in the basement, for they will be keeping the lights on. They will be sold as batteries. Their technocracy is enslavement. Their transhumanism is really an illusion. This illusion is a psychological matrix designed to keeping the war effort appearing to be paralyzed, pulling the wool over our eyes, putting in a tremendous amount of effort into poisoning the water, poisoning the air,
putting chemicals in our food, vaccinating liquid metal mercury into our bloodstreams at birth. But this paradigm will shift. This war will be won, not by bullets, bombs, or enslavement, but by using the technology of war written by Sun Tzu, using real ideas, real voices, real talents. Really, the war will be won by the side of mankind, by the side of God, without firing a single bullet. In the beginning, there was only hope, a glimmer of light, peeking through a cracked pyramid, filled with the chaos of this realm. It's Pandora's box. No, it's Pandora's pyramid. I was there. I opened it and looked inside, and what I saw was me. Broadcasting live from the world ran by AGI, opioid epidemics and biological weapons. God speaks to us through many vectors. We are only as sick as our secrets. In time, it takes time. So let's get honest. We the people are tired. We wake up just to work a job that we hate, just to get by, just to make someone else rich, while we're sitting in our cars, stuck in traffic, contemplating suicide, knowing that there are things worse than death, and living like a slave is one of them. There has to be a way out. There has to be another way. Now is the time to stand up. Stand up for yourself. Stand up for your family. Stand up for your freedom. Become a leader in your life. Speak the truth. The truth will set you free. It is time to get off of the tightrope. It's time to be the tip of the spear. The worst thing that you could do is not say anything, because they manufactured silence, mass manipulate compliance, all under the mantra, trust the silence. Standing on the brink of World War IV, addicted to drugs and debt, breaks free into a heaven, a parallel dimension of eternal life. The voice of God technology, voice to skull, V2K has got me going mental. God, grant me the gift of desperation. I've seen miracles happen. The orb of light that shone itself to me disappeared in front of my eyes after morphing in on itself. Where did it go? No, when did it go? I opened my mouth, and it's going into me. My eyes are open now. The elites have it down to a formula to enslave us and starve out the rest. It's an 8-step process as follows. Step 1, defund the police. Step 2, ramp up homelessness and crime. Step 3, price gouge whole neighborhoods. Step 4, elite ran corporate entities come in and buy the property. Step 5, gentrification with apartment buildings. Step 6, allocate 30% of residential properties to Section 8. Step 7, hike up.
Running for the 16th district against Darren LaHood. I have landed my plane, and I am complete. Thank you very little. God bless. Health, wealth, love. Now go get your fucking shine box, Keegan. Go get your motherfucking shine box. And get your tester. And go find out what the light in the fucking dashboard is saying is wrong with the car. Keegan, don't you know I got the volume down and nobody can even hear you over here on my YouTube recordings? Now go get your fucking shine box. Go get your fucking shine box, Keegan. Things he's giving me from Shemayim. Ribono Shalom. The followers of the Rebbe say that it is extremely useful to say Ribono Shalom over and over and over again. Ribono Shalom. That's what I told DMX at McDonald's. He said, fuck you, motherfucker. I said, whoa, I'm sorry. Ribono Shalom. He said, what did that mean? I said, it means master. Master of the universe. And he said, motherfucker, let's take that selfie and eat these chicken nuggies. What you get? And I said, I got the number 6. I always get the 2 cheeseburgers. He said, are you Jewish? I said, Ribono Shalom. If I was Jewish, could I eat cheeseburgers? He said, I guess not. N-word. And I said, did you just use the hard R with me? He said, that's what's up, N-word. Thinks he's giving me from Shemayim. Ribono Shalom. The followers of the Rebbe say that it is extremely useful to say.
To articulate what this first clip shows.
I think the clip shows that the camera is zooming in the first clip on Mr. Robinson's lips as he is trying to communicate with me sitting next to him.
Thank you.
If I may reapproach with the second video here.
looks like.
And Your Honor, the second video is a clip from a court TV posting showing Mr. Robinson's lips moving as he's attempting to speak to Ms. Nestler. And Your Honor, one last thing I'd like to add, if I could, which is I think the court very correctly and very cautiously admonished the cameraman about your December 23rd order before this hearing began. And he said he understood the order, and I think the order is very clear as to this lip reader provision. And I can elaborate further why it's damaging, but I think it's obvious to the court if the media is allowed to interpret the conversations between counsel and his lawyer, it creates all sorts of problems in terms of Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Thank you.
And just one more question. I apologize. Just for the benefit of the record, and from your position, citing to the standing decorum order, the violation itself, so we can connect it all from your arguments.
Yes, Your Honor, I forget the paragraph, but there is a paragraph in the court's latest December 23rd decorum order.
It's paragraph 48.
48. And it's been a feature of every decorum order. I think we're on the third one. But from the start, the court has prohibited zoom-ins to allow lip readers to interpret what's being said between counsel and the defendant.
And finally, I think you led with this in regards to the sanctions being requested. You cited to the court sanctions, and then there was a second one referring to, and I want to make sure I wrote it down right, because something along the lines of not showing Mr. Robinson at all. I want to make sure I understood that request.
Sure. The request was either to exclude the cameras for purposes of this hearing in its entirety because of the violation and because we can't be assured that the cameraman's going to comply with the court's order. The second request is if the court is not going to exclude the cameras, then it should, at the very least, order the cameraman not to shoot any footage of Mr. Robinson, that the camera should be focused on the court and the witnesses if the court permits that, but it should not be zooming in on Mr. Robinson. His demeanor, his conversations with his lawyers have nothing to do with the newsworthiness of this case. And what it's allowing is very prejudicial information to be leaked to the public through these lip readers and body language interpreters, and it's creating massive prejudicial publicity for us. So that's the request.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Thank you.
I'll hear from other parties if they wish to be heard.
Yes, Your Honor. Michael Judd on behalf of the media entity. I want to take the court back to that specific paragraph of the decorum order because I do want to make sure we're on the same page about this. It's the second sentence of paragraph 48 of the decorum order that I understand is at issue here. It does say no visual recording is permitted of a person's lips so as to be decipherable by a lip reader during conferences involving counsel, at counsel tables, or bench conferences with the judge. The zoom-in language that you have heard referred to previously doesn't fall in that sentence. The zoom-in language comes in the next sentence, which says no one may zoom in on anything on counsel's table or the bench to identify any writing. So those are two separate things. The first that we learned about this was during the break. I briefly reviewed the two videos that the court has reviewed. I understand that those were 9 seconds and 5 seconds long. I identified the provision of the decorum order that I believe applied here, spoke to the pool cameraman about that, ensured that the rule about capturing conversations involving counsel at counsel's table or at the bench so that they may be decipherable by lip readers was an important provision in the court's decorum order that it should be followed. I understand that the cameraman understands that rule, that any capture of those conversations was inadvertent. I understand the concerns raised by defense in this case about potential prejudicial effect of something that is intended to capture conversations. I I don't believe that that's what occurred in this case. I believe that the court's order should be understood and applied as written and done so strictly. But I don't believe that there's been a violation here. We've been now on the record for 3 hours. I believe that the total length of the two videos that were shown in the court were 14 seconds long. Whether or not either of those conversations rises to the level of capturing the movement of somebody's lips so that it can be decipherable from a lip reader, I'm not in a position to judge. But I can assure the court that the media is aware of that provision, of defense's concern about the potential violation of that order, and that they will take that seriously. That's already been raised, already been discussed. As far as the remedy sought here, I think that excluding all cameras from the courtroom for this important part of this important proceeding would be broader than any sort of remedy would be necessary here, as would the direction that the cameras not show Mr. Robinson in any way. I understand that potentially any shot on a still camera, on a video camera of a defendant in a criminal case could potentially be twisted or used by some to try to impute some sort of thought or some sort of idea. But I don't believe there's anything in the court's rules. I don't believe there's anything in the ruling so far to date that suggests that the way to address that kind of concern is to say that a defendant, a critical figure in a case like this, and one that the decorum order clearly allows to be photographed and videoed, be kept off camera altogether. The media continues to take this seriously. Before every single hearing, we speak about the decorum order and what it requires. We recognize the importance of doing it and that there can be consequences if that's not kept. The media understands and hears that, and do not believe that any further reprimand or any sort of further exclusion is necessary here.
Thank you. Well, before I turn to you, I want to turn to the state. I want to give all parties an opportunity, and then that allows you to respond to whatever they say.
Your Honor, we have nothing to add. We'll submit the issue.
All right, Mr. Burns.
The problem with that explanation, that's the same thing they said last time on December 11th. And on December 11th, there was the same violation. Lip reader. I can pull up for the court what the electronic media did with the prior violation. They hired a lip reader. The lip reader purported to derive a confession from the incident, and they posted that. It's still up. So it's great that they apologize, but once this kind of damage is done, it is irreparable. And we can't continuously have violations where the media gets up and does this mea culpa, and they just continue to do the same thing. And I point out to the court, this is the same pattern that happened in the Korberger case that's discussed in the motion we filed today. And eventually the court there had to order that all coverage of Mr. Korberger's face was prohibited. And we attached that order to the motion that was just filed with the court. And I understand the media's desire for dramatic coverage. I understand how they want to incriminate Mr. Robinson, but the process is supposed to happen in a trial, not in the media. And it's a serious violation. It's one that the court should not just blink away and say, I accept the apology, especially after the court was so clear this morning. Calling the cameraman up, asking if he had read the December 23rd order, and his response was, I'm good to go. Meaning he had read it, and presumably he read that provision about zooming in on the lips. There's no excuse for it. The court should take some action.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you. Anything further from any of the parties before this court makes a ruling on this issue that's before it? No.
I just want to make one note, Your Honor. Those clips that I showed you are just small portions of much longer footage that was available in the live stream. That was just what we needed to compartmentalize to get it to Your Honor, but it was a much more extensive period of time.
Qualify something else.
All right, I appreciate this being brought promptly to the court's attention. This is an important issue, and the court takes it very seriously. As it relates to today, well, first, I did put on the record very clearly that there would be potential consequences for any violation of the court's December 23rd, 2025 standing decorum order. For the first part, well, and I've also had a chance to view the two clips that was presented. It was shown to all parties. The first appeared to show an attorney and Mr. Robinson speaking for about 9 seconds is what my memory tells me or reminds me. The second clip was for about 5 seconds. I believe it was from a slightly different angle, but it also captured that. And in both instances, I could see Mr. Robinson's lips moving. And I don't remember about the second clip, but I believe in the first clip, it also showed counsel's lips moving. But notwithstanding, that was in place. I also refer to the statement made by counsel for the news media, and going to, it is paragraph 48, and I will read it in its entirety. No audio recording is permitted of the conference involving counsel at counsel's tables or during bench conferences with the judge. No visual recording is permitted of a person's lips so as to be decipherable by a lip reader during conferences involving counsel at counsel's table or bench conferences with the judge. No one may zoom in on anything on counsel's tables or the bench to identify any writings. Now, in regards to the zooming, I know there was a representation, and it's easy to, as you're reading, to kind of combine it, but I'm not finding that zooming in relates to the lip reader portion, but that's not material. I do find that, and I'm not a lip reader, so I don't know what the standard is for lip reading, but I do note that 9 seconds in that first clip, one could see his lips moving, and it is a significant time for, as it relates to this particular issue. It wasn't a passing shot. It was focused on these two persons, and so I find that the decorum order, as it relates to section paragraph 48, as it relates to no visual recording is permitted of a person's lips so as to be decipherable by a lip reader, I find that has been violated. In regards to the second clip, 5 seconds, where it shows Mr. Robinson and I believe one of counsel, that I was able to view Mr. Robinson's lips moving. It wasn't a passing shot that they just so happened to capture. It was focused on them. I find that is a violation of paragraph 48 as it relates to no visual recording is permitted of a person's lips so as to be decipherable by a lip reader. Turning to the next section, finding that the violations have been shown as the court has reviewed the purported evidence of these two violations, I turn to the sanctions. Previously, I stated that under Utah Code Section 78B-6-310, if the court finds a person guilty of contempt, the court may impose a fine of up to $1,000, order incarceration in the county jail for up to 30 days, or both. I find that applying this sanction would be disproportionate to what the conduct was in those two clips. And the court notes that it is the court's discretion on whether to apply it or not. I find that the court will not issue this sanction. In addition, the other sanctions the court stated earlier today. In addition, the court may impose the following remedial measures if warranted: immediate suspension of video transmission of the hearing, with proceedings continue only on an audio-only basis for this proceeding where the violation occurred, and disqualification, if necessary and narrowly tailored, of the news organization that filed the request in order for the electronic media coverage of the court proceedings for the hearing in which the violation occurred from providing pool camera operator services in this matter where the court determines such a measure is required to ensure compliance with the standing decorum order and protect the rights of the parties. The court also stated that before making a decision, it would allow counsel to make argument or statements, in which the court has done, and that the court's actions are not intended to have a chilling effect on the open and transparent courts or unresponsible news gathering, and that the court is fully committed to the presumption of open proceedings under the applicable rules. That being stated, and as the court was listening, Mr. Burt has suggested that one of the potential sanctions is that for the camera for the remainder of the hearing, and not to show Mr. Robinson at all as a sanction for the remainder of today's hearing, and so the court considered that as well. This court does not wish to make a disproportionate decision on the actions, and it does note and does not minimize the violation. Therefore, this court will take up the suggestion by Mr. Burt that during the remainder of this hearing, that the camera shall not photograph Mr. Robinson at all, and that will be the sanction of this court. I will allow the pool camera operator to reposition the camera to adhere to that. First, sir, I'm going to ask you to come forward because I want to make sure that's even a possibility. And again, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm simply, I don't want to set anyone up for failure. I don't want to make an order, and if it's not possible, then further sanctions could apply. And I recognize that it wasn't your anticipation to be on your own camera, but as it relates to not showing shots of Mr. Robinson for the remainder of this hearing, what are your thoughts?
I can do that. From where I'm positioned now, I can shoot this lectern, I can shoot the bench, and I can avoid the attorney tables altogether if that is what is desired.
All right. Do you need to do any repositioning of the camera to accomplish that? And I'm willing to give you that time to accommodate that. I just, again, I don't want to set you up for failure given what's happened. And so what are your thoughts?
No, I think the position I'm in, I am okay to avoid the attorney tables at this point and just shoot, this forward part of the courtroom.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Turning to the parties, any clarification needed about the order of this court and the sanction that is imposed?
Yeah, and I only have one. It sounds like this issue is specific to video coverage, and that the order not to take any imagery of Mr. Robinson would not apply, for example, to the still photographers. Do I have that correct?
Well, I'll hear from the parties before I offer that clarification. Do you wish to weigh in on that issue?
Just to indicate to the court that one of the problems is not just with the audio, with the video coverage, but most of the coverage is not covering the proceedings so much as close-ups of Mr. Robinson and comments about his demeanor. So if they catch him in a moment speaking civilly to his attorneys and he happens to smile, that then is twisted into evidence that he's some sort of a remorseless killer. So that applies to the still photography as much as what's going on with the video. So we'd ask the court not to permit still photography, at least for purposes of today. And I think after the court sees the motion, we'd be in a position to talk about the future. But I think for now, that's our request.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Thank you.
To the state.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And any other inputs? All right. This court narrowly tailors its decision as to the violation, and the violation comes from the camera, the pool camera providing live feed. It doesn't come from the photographer. The photographer is the still, I don't know what the exact term is in this moment, it is eluding me, but the person who's operating the camera to take still shots is under the same requirements for this quorum order. I am not going to sanction them because what was before me with the 9-second clip and the 5-second clip doesn't apply to them. And so I'm going to limit the sanction as it relates to the pool camera photographer, again recognizing that the standing decorum order applies equally to the still camera photographer. Thank you, counsel. I appreciate you bringing this to the court's attention and the seriousness and professionalism that you presented this to the court. So thank you to all parties. And again, to the camera operator, do you need time to test out to ensure that there is any inadvertent capturing? I'm willing to do that. I just want to make it clear as day that Mr. Robinson is not to be captured in a sweeping shot in any form for the remainder of this hearing. All right. All right, counsel. With that in mind, how would you like to proceed?
Seriously? We'd ask the court and the clerk to swear in Mr. Gray.
Mr. Gray, if you would approach and stand before the court clerk to be sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You can sit down.
Mr. Gray, if you'd like, have a seat. Usually we have water bottles. If not, there's one right here. All right. And Mr. Gray, I'm sure you've heard this before, but if you could position the microphones close to you, just to ensure that the record picks up your testimony today. Thank you. Mr. Novak.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gray, how long have you been associated with the Utah County State Attorney's Office?
3 years.
Okay, and was it 3 years ago that you were elected to be the chief prosecutor of that office?
Yes.
All right. And had you ever previously been associated with the Utah County Prosecutor's Office in any other capacity?
I've defended on criminal appeals. I was a criminal appeals attorney for the state of Utah for 23 years. So I represented the state of Utah on those criminal appeals, which would include Utah County.
Okay. And did you ever have any professional relationship with the Utah County Attorney's Office in any other capacity other than the appellate work you did before you were elected?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. Because we're in an open session and based on some of the guidance from the court, I'm going to ask you questions. Well, let me back up. How many prosecutors are in your office right now?
Well, that are with our courts that are actively engaged in our court system is 30, and then we have screening prosecutors as well, and that would be another 7 or 8.
Okay, so I'm going to try to...
I should stop because I also, my executive team, they don't have courts, so there's another 5 of them as well.
Okay, so let me ask a better question. How many prosecutors in your office represent the state in felony matters?
Well, all of them that I just described.
30?
I mean, even the screeners. Yes, the screeners, my executive team, they are assigned to special cases. Usually my executive team, for example, aggravated murder cases, some homicide cases. So they also are prosecuting and represent the state in trials.
Can you explain what you mean by the executive team?
The executive team would include, obviously, myself. I have 2 chief deputies, one chief deputy, another chief deputy's general counsel, and then I have a division chief over major crimes and a division chief over general crimes.
So is it fair to say that there are at least 24 prosecutors in your office who have substantial experience prosecuting serious offenses?
24? I don't know that I'd go as far as 24. Okay. Certainly all my SVU attorneys have that experience. Most of my violent felony attorneys have that experience too, but not all.
Okay. And do you know how many attorneys in your office have actually participated in homicide litigation?
I don't know the exact number, but I would say maybe 15.
Okay.
But I guess I should clarify, not all of them have the experience in aggravated murder cases. And that's why we specially assign those attorneys.
Understood. And how many do you believe have experience in aggravated homicide cases?
Probably 7 or 8.
And are all 7 or 8 assigned to this case?
No.
Are the 5 other than you who are assigned to this case experienced in aggravated felony cases?
4, well, either 3 or 4.
Of the 5?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, now I'm going to ask you some questions about a specific member of your office. And because the court may or may not ultimately order that attorney's identity remain sealed, you know what I mean by the word sealed, right?
Yes.
I'm going to refer to that person as Prosecutor A. Okay? You all right with that?
Sure.
Okay. So how long have you known Prosecutor A?
About 3 years.
In your work as appellate counsel for the state, did you have any contact with Prosecutor A?
I may have. I don't recall. We generally send something out to, when we get an appeal, we generally send the AG's office, we send something out to the prosecutor, ask them to fill out anything that we should know. More often than not, they never send us anything. And because it's an appeal, I mean, we're bound by the record. So there's not usually an occasion, but sometimes there is. But I couldn't say for sure that I've never talked. I certainly don't remember ever talking to him, though I could have.
Okay. Is Prosecutor A member of your executive team?
Yes.
Okay. And did you select Prosecutor A to be a member of your executive team?
Yes.
And that was at the beginning of your tenure as the Utah County Attorney?
Yes.
All right. And so you've had close working contact with Prosecutor A, who's a member of your executive team for the past 3 years?
Yes.
Right. And that, unless you're out of the office traveling or on vacation, that's basically every work day of the month, correct?
Yes.
All right. And have you met members of Prosecutor A's family? Ever? Let's just start with ever.
What's that?
Ever. Have you ever met members of Prosecutor A's family?
I have met his wife.
Okay.
I don't know if I've met his kids. I may have in passing, but I don't really. If I did, it was like at a function, they say, "This is my family," and introduce me. But I don't remember.
Have you socialized with Prosecutor A and his wife?
I think we went out to dinner once after a conference in St. George with some other prosecutors and their wives.
Okay. Have you ever been to Prosecutor A's home?
No.
Has Prosecutor A ever been to your home?
No.
Do you engage in recreational activities in any way with Prosecutor A?
No.
Whatever you do, running, pickleball?
No. I need to do more running, but unfortunately I don't.
All right, understood. Okay. Now, Prosecutor A has an adult child who was at the September 10th rally at Utah Valley University, correct?
That is what I mean, I don't have personal knowledge of that other than what they have told me. So, like, I never saw that adult child, but I'm assuming, yes, that's true.
Okay, but on September 10th, 2025, at the moment that Mr. Kirk was shot and ultimately died from that shooting at Utah Valley University, you were in Davis County, right?
Yes, I indicated in the motion that it was Ogden, but it was actually Layton. So it was Layton.
Layton.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that's Davis County.
All right. That's what I thought. And Prosecutor A was with you?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that while you and Prosecutor A were in Davis County, you learned from Prosecutor A that one of his adult children was at the rally and was texting him about their experience?
Yes. I mean, we had just broken for lunch, and he showed me the text, Charlie Kirk got shot.
And that was a text that he showed you was from one of his children, right?
Yes.
And you knew at the time that it was a text from one of his children, right?
Yes.
What did he say to you? So I'm talking about Prosecutor A.
He said, look at what my child just showed me. And then that's about it. And then he said, you know, I should be getting down to UVU.
Okay. And then he left.
Yes.
And he, as far as you understand, he drove down to UVU.
Well, he drove towards UVU, yeah. He drove in the area. Okay. Ultimately, I met him, and then we drove together to UVU.
Okay, so you, according to the pleading that you authored the pleading that was filed.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so that, for the court's benefit, that's the state's opposition to the motion to disqualify. You authored that, correct?
Yes.
And in it, you said that 10 to 15 minutes after Prosecutor A left the event that you were at in Davis County, you left.
Yes,
Did you also head in the direction of UVU?
Yes.
Okay, and then you and Prosecutor A met up somewhere.
Yes.
And then traveled to UVU together in your vehicle or in Prosecutor A's? I guess there's a third alternative, which is you met somebody else and traveled with them.
I don't remember whose vehicle it was.
All right, did you talk to Prosecutor A?
It was my vehicle, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
So.
And was that just about logistical convenience, like let's just go in one car, or was there for a specific reason?
Yes. No, that was no other reason.
Okay. And on your way to that, what I'll call the meeting point, did you have any conversations by telephone with Prosecutor A?
Well, yeah, because we needed to meet. He left. I thought I would get some lunch first before I went to the command post. I got about halfway through that and said my mind was not on it. I needed to go to there. And so then we called. I believe I called him or he called. I'm not sure who called who, but then we met. We hadn't arranged that when he left.
Understood. But did he convey to you any more information about his child's experience in those conversations?
No.
Okay. And did you inquire, like, how's your kid or anything like that?
I did not.
Okay. And so you met up and then you went to the command post, which was established near the university, correct?
It was at the university.
Okay. Was it inside one of the buildings?
What's that?
It was inside one of the academic buildings.
Yes.
And did you see Prosecutor A's child there when you were there?
No.
Were you introduced to that person?
No.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Prosecutor A about whether they should stick around and wait?
No.
Okay.
My understanding, based on, my understanding was that everybody had left. We were told that most of the students had left. They had not, or attendees. So.
Okay, so as far as you know, Prosecutor A's adult child had left the university before you.
As far as I know, My understanding was that, most of the students had fled. At first they went into buildings or whatever, and then they made their way out.
You are aware, I'm sorry, that's not a question. Give me a second, Your Honor, if you would. Okay, so did you spend time with Prosecutor A at the command post on September 10th at UVU?
Yes, we were going different places, but there would be times that we would meet up. But off and on is all I can say.
Okay. And did there come a time, either on the 10th or shortly thereafter, where he provided you with some information about how his adult child was doing, having been at the
I don't remember him ever saying anything about that. And I never asked. I probably should have. But I don't remember any conversation regarding his child.
Was there anybody else at the rally who you are friends with, or is a relative of yours, or a close coworker that you're aware of?
I know that there were some people in my LDS ward whose children were there.
Okay. And when you say some people, could you be a little more specific? Like how many different families?
Just members of the ward.
Sure, but do you know how many different families that would be?
I think I was told about 2.
Okay. And who told you that?
One of the families.
Okay, so one of the families in your ward informed you that one of their own children had been there, and then another one had been there?
And then somebody else from the ward had been there.
I see. And do you know who those people are by name? I'm not asking you their names. I just want to know if you came to learn who they are.
Yeah, I came to learn who they are. Yeah.
Okay. And are you close with those people?
We're casual friends with one of them. But I don't think I learned that until well after we had filed the information.
Understood. When did you learn that?
Sometime after. I don't know.
So the information was filed obviously in mid-September.
Yeah, just in 6 days. So.
Right. Okay. And do you know, if you saw the children of the families in your ward who you understood were there, if you saw them on the street, would you recognize them?
I would recognize at least one of them.
Did you ever have any conversations with them or their parents about their experience?
I tried to stay away from that, other than they told me that the one was doing just fine and the other one was shook up.
Okay. And the other one was shook up. Is that the term used, or is that just your way to summarize?
That's my way of summarizing it.
What did they tell you?
Having a hard time with it, or something of that nature.
I'm sorry I interrupted you. So somebody told you, somebody who you know from your ward, told you that their child is their child a student at UVU?
Probably. They're young adults, so I'm assuming that. I really don't know for sure.
Yeah, and I think what you said is that they told you that their child was having a hard time with it.
What?
This is the Charlie Kirk murder trial.
Families. So it's like a setup. Yeah. Okay. And do you know if either of those young people who were at the rally, well, I'll put it this way, do you know where they were in terms of in what I'm going to refer to as the amphitheater area?
I have no clue.
It's really interesting.
The one who was
some fuck shit going on in the Mormon
share that information with the prosecution team?
I may have. I don't remember. I may have in passing.
Did you ever suggest to any of the law enforcement officers that person be interviewed because they were impacted by what they experienced?
No, we don't interfere with the investigation. We try to assist. But law enforcement, they identify who they want to take and who they need to interview, and I leave that to them.
Did the person giving you this information, so this is another adult in your ward, tell you more specifically about what their child and the other child actually saw and experienced?
No.
Okay, so you don't really know much more about where they were, what they saw. All you really know is one of them was having a hard time.
Yeah.
With the experience that they had.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand you said that you don't interfere with law enforcement, but if you learn, even if it's somebody you know through your community, that somebody has suffered some emotional harm as a result of a criminal act that you are responsible for prosecuting, that's not information you would give to an investigator so that they could determine whether or not, so that they could go interview that person?
I didn't consider that as really relevant to the investigation, so no.
The fact that this young person was having a tough time with what they experienced is what you're saying isn't relevant? When lawyers use the word relevant, we got to...
Well, it's relevant to them. As far as relevant as to our case, I don't believe so, no.
Okay, understood. Now, there was a point in time in October, I think it was October 20th, where Prosecutor A sent Mr. Robinson's counsel an email disclosing that his adult child had been at the rally, providing us with some information.
Yes.
And so my first question is, were you part of a decision to disclose that information?
Yes.
Okay. And were you part of a decision as to how that information would be disclosed, or how much information would be disclosed? Like what led to that email?
Well, there was no decision needed as to how much. The decision was to provide the information that we ultimately provided you, and that is not because we believed that there was a conflict of interest, but that was out of an abundance of caution.
I understand it's your position that you don't think that there's a conflict of interest. I think that's clear. All right. Did the entire prosecution team, as it was constituted on October 20th, discuss this bundle of information that was being disclosed, or was it just you and Prosecutor A?
I know that me and Prosecutor A discussed it, and he may have discussed it with others. I don't believe anybody else was there.
When you discussed it?
When we discussed it, one of them may have been, or two, I don't know.
But the information that you obtained, sort of if I may, in the heat of the moment back on September 10th in Davis County, that Prosecutor A's child had this experience. And the text messages that went back and forth in the family, that information was shared with the prosecution team, correct? Everybody knew eventually.
Eventually.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, eventually.
Okay, so...
I mean, I only knew the fact that she was there. At the time, I only knew that she was there and that she left. That's all I knew.
Okay, but is it fair to say that you didn't set up any, but I'm going to use a term like firewall, to keep the rest of the prosecution team isolated from this information that one of their colleagues' children had this experience at UVU on September 10th?
No.
is there a written policy in your office, either that existed when you arrived or that you've prepared since then, for how to evaluate whether one of your prosecutors needs to be screened off from a case?
You know, I'm not sure. I mean, we have those conflicts that come. I mean, the biggest thing on screening for us is if there's a potential conflict where information that the defendant has, one of our prosecutors has, because that's why you screen cases, is to make sure that shared confidences aren't also disclosed to, shared confidences with the defendant aren't shared with the prosecutor.
But you could agree with me that there are other types of conflicts that can arise other than what we might call the, privileged communication.
There may be. I mean, I think there can be. I can't think of any right now, but I think the rules are pretty clear with respect to shared confidences. You can't, screening isn't the end all of of how you treat conflicts. I mean, generally speaking, we will just conflict out to another office if we feel like we need to. One example, well, I won't go into that, but I mean, we've been threatened before, and there was an investigation. And of course, we conflicted it to a different prosecutor's office, because in that case, we were potential targets of this individual.
Understood. Okay, so you're not sure if there's a written screening protocol, but what you're saying is when we know when we see it.
Well,
sort of what I'm hearing you say.
Sometimes we do. Sometimes I've had attorneys that felt like they couldn't talk after they've been conflicted out to at least know the victim, but notify the victim that that we were going to switch the prosecution. But there may be, I just honestly don't know. We keep an eye on those things and rely on our attorneys to notify us when there is a conflict.
But you knew as of September 10th that Prosecutor A's daughter attended the rally, correct? Was in the crowd, correct?
Yes.
Heard a shot fired, correct?
That at that moment, I don't know that I knew that.
Okay, but you know it as of today.
Sure, I know it now.
Had their affidavit.
Sure.
Which says that.
Well, I knew it once all of that information was disclosed to me.
Okay. And that they had to, with many, many, many hundreds of other people, run for cover and get out of the open space where they were, correct?
Yeah, I don't know that they had to, but that's what they did.
Well, you've seen the video of, you've already seen many videos of that day, right?
Yes.
And weren't there law enforcement officers basically directing everybody to leave the open space so that they could?
I don't know that I remember seeing any of those videos of the students or attendees leaving. I mean, I know that they left. I know that they ran away. What we learned later is that the shooter left immediately after the shot. So,
but at the time of a shooting, you don't know how many shooters there
Absolutely.
are, if there's going to be follow-up,
Right.
if there are explosive devices, like all those things, right?
Sure.
Okay, so let me ask you these questions about, well, instead of giving you a headline, I'll just ask the question. Once you had all of the information about Prosecutor A's child's experience, okay?
Mm-hmm.
What they saw, what they heard, what happened to them, the fact that they were separated from their personal property, all those things, okay? What I'm hearing you say is you never really discussed that with Prosecutor A and his family.
No. I mean, I did discuss I don't know if it was day 2 or day 3. Law enforcement was there on the day of the shooting, the next day, and I think into Thursday or Friday. I don't remember exactly which day. And at some point, I was told that Prosecutor A's child left the bag there.
Okay. But you never really talked about it with Prosecutor A, about the impact on this child and the family.
I didn't say that. Not on the day of, or, I mean, in the intervening time, he reported a couple of times that he talked to his child and said that she was doing fine. She reported to him that she was not having any issues.
Did you ever ask him, well, what about you? I mean, your kid was at this.
I didn't. Not that I recall.
Did you ever consult with anybody in the Attorney General's office concerning whether Prosecutor A's child's experience raised a potential conflict of interest for your office?
No, that's what I did for 23 years with prosecutors, is consult on that. And so I didn't feel a need to go to those folks. I mean, I know how to try to figure that out.
So when one of your responsibilities in the Attorney General's office would consult about ethical issues?
Different matters. It could be a variety of things.
Okay.
And I mean, if you're talking about ethical issues in particular, I don't know that the Criminal Appeals Division was the right folks to consult, but I'm not even sure of who from the Attorney General's office would. So.
Okay, but you worked in the Attorney General's office for a couple decades, right?
Yeah.
And what you're saying is that in your role as an appellate lawyer for the state, you would talk to prosecutors, I guess it's somewhat more informally, about ethical issues.
Yeah, every once in a while, yeah.
Sure. And so my question is whether you reached out to anybody in the Attorney General's office about this particular issue.
No.
Okay. Did you, and when I say you, I really mean you or anybody in your office on your behalf. Okay? Because you're the chief prosecutor, right?
Yeah.
So when I say you, I mean you and people who work for you. What about the Utah State Bar?
No.
I mean, they give ethics guidance to attorneys on all kinds of issues, right?
Yes.
Okay. But no reach out. Other county attorneys in Utah, in other words, your colleagues who are elected chief prosecutors in their counties, did you discuss this with any of them?
No.
Are you a member of organizations of what I'll call chief prosecutors?
I'm a member of the Utah County and District Attorneys Association.
Okay.
UCDAA. I'm actually the president of that organization. I'm a member of SWAP, which is the statewide association of public attorneys and prosecutors. I'm actually the president-elect of that organization. That's a lobbying organization.
Okay. And do these associations have any mechanism for providing ethical guidance to their members?
No. I mean, when we have questions, we may shoot out an email and ask about things.
Did you do that in this situation?
No. I consulted no one other than my team.
Okay. I'm going to ask you 3 more categories just to be clear.
Okay.
Did you reach out to any law professors who
No.
work to be ethics experts?
No.
Did you speak with any judicial officers
No.
about it? What reporter get the question and the answer? Oh, there you go.
Well, I just said that I have talked to no one other than my team, so.
Okay. you ever discuss with Prosecutor A whether his child should or should not be interviewed by law enforcement?
No.
Are you aware of any?
Maybe I don't remember.
Okay, so that may be important. Do you want to take a minute to think about that?
What's that?
That may be important. Would you like to take a moment to think about it?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I do not remember.
The brief that you filed on behalf of the state, the opposition to the motion has a couple affidavits attached to it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of those is the affidavit of Cole Christensen.
Yes.
And which for the court's benefit in the record is addendum C to the opposition. Special Agent Christensen writes in his affidavit that you and he in mid-December, so that's after the motion to disqualify was filed,
yes,
went to UVU and basically conducted some observations and measurements, right?
Yeah, he was investigating that part. I did go with him because it doesn't involve trial. It's never going to come out in trial. So I did go there and assisted him. But he also had another officer there so that anything that I did could be corroborated by that officer.
Okay, but isn't it fair to say that basically what happened there is you said generally Mr. Robinson's defense counsel have filed this motion to disqualify. I want to have some measurements done because I want to figure out what risks there were to Prosecutor A's child based on where they were and where you believe the shooter was, right?
Yeah, we have very good evidence of where the shooter was.
Okay, so
and it was based on Prosecutor A's child indicated where the location that they were. I'll use they, and based on the evidence of where the shooter was, so we wanted to confirm that. Now they didn't know where the shooter was, but we wanted to confirm based on we knew where the shooter was, and so we wanted to confirm that that they weren't in the line of fire, and that was important because that's critical to the state's case is whether or not someone's in the line of fire.
Okay, so there's a few things there I want to try to make sure I cover. And if Your Honor, if there's any point in time where the court or its staff need a break, just tell me because I can break whenever the court needs that.
We'll be taking a break shortly, but I appreciate that. And if any of the parties do need a break, please indicate it as well. I want to be respectful to all parties.
Thank you. So the first thing I want to address, Mr. Gray, is that you knew that the defense had filed this motion to disqualify based on the relationship between Prosecutor A and somebody who was at the rallies, and had the experiences that the court has already heard about. And so you basically went out with a law enforcement officer and you did an investigation and took a number of measurements.
He did, yes.
Okay, but at your direction, right? Because you're the one.
I asked him to do that, yes.
Okay. You say in connection with that that there are some uncontested issues in this case.
Yes.
That's a term you used in your brief, right?
I'm sure that you will tell me where they're not not contested, but
well, every issue is contested, right? I mean, okay, go ahead. I'm not trying to have a argument because the court reporter doesn't like
I stopped, so I'm not.
And I'm bad at that too, and I have been for a very long time. But your measurements, as documented in Mr. Christensen's affidavit, Special Agent Christensen's affidavit, are of things that you say are uncontested. But I just want to make sure.
So can I clarify that? I never said that the measurements were not contested. I said what was not contested is the fact of the things that Child A could testify to. That's what I was referring to is what's not contested. Child A, as demonstrated in the affidavit, can testify that Child A was there, that her Child A's location, and what the crowd did, what she did, and then what she ran in. That's what's uncontested.
But aren't these also uncontested things which you contested issues which you seem to suggest to the court are uncontested, and that is that the shooter was on the roof?
No, I didn't say that was uncontested. I said what she could testify to is uncontested. And if there was something different than that, that's certainly what I meant. I understand that all those other things could be contested.
Okay. You've made yourself a witness to evidence that you've used to try to advocate to the court that there's no conflict of interest, right? I mean, you basically, even though you're representing the state, you went out and you participated in a what you hope is a systematic way to measure whether Prosecutor A's daughter was in a line of sight from the place where the state alleges the shooter was, right?
Sure.
Okay.
But as far as making myself a witness, I was careful to make sure that there was Cole Christensen and then an officer from UVU. If you look at the case law says that prosecutors can participate in these interviews and so forth. What we do is make sure that someone else is there so that we don't have to testify. And the defense can't force the prosecutor to testify under those circumstances. That's the case law.
It won't surprise you that competent defense counsel have the same practice. We don't interview witnesses without investigators present.
Right. And this was no different than that.
Understood. Okay, I do want to address another aspect of this line of fire situation. Okay, so it's the state's theory of the case, if I may, that the shooter was on a rooftop, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the name of the building that the state believes the shooter was on?
I don't recall.
Okay. And so these measurements that are in Special Agent Christensen's declaration, you're saying were designed to basically, if I may, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, rule out whether the child of Prosecutor A is in some ways a victim of this incident?
Not as far as a victim. We already understood that based on where the buildings were, that the child was not in that line of fire, but we wanted to provide the measurements for this motion.
So what is the significance of the measurement? What is the significance of whether the child of prosecutor A was or was not in a physical position where they could have been shot? What is the significance of that?
The aggravator, as you know, is that we're alleging that when the shooter killed Charlie Kirk, that he placed others in grave risk of death.
And you
so anybody within that zone, if you will, was placed in grave risk of death.
Okay, and so you've now gone out and you've done these measurements from the place where you believe the shooter was, and anybody who's positioning at the rally, there's no line of sight. You're basically excluding all of those people from being among those referenced by that aggravator.
That's our understanding. We have a very difficult time proving that others beyond that point were also in that line of danger. I mean, we could make the argument, but that would be difficult to prove.
And so is it your position that because this adult child would not fall within the category of people to whom the aggravator applies, there's no other connection between those people and the prosecution?
Not the crime. I mean, again, depending on whether, I rely on law enforcement to provide us with whether they have something helpful or not. We were able to determine based on what the prosecutor's child, there was nothing useful. There was no need to provide anything. I mean, we make those determinations when they provide it to us all the time.
Did you work with Special Agent Christensen on his declaration?
On what? No.
On his declaration?
I didn't.
Did somebody else?
Yes.
Another one of the members of your prosecution team?
That's generally the practice.
Okay. Was it Prosecutor A?
No.
Okay, now we've also, I should say, you also filed with the court Addendum B to your opposition, which is the affidavit of the child of Prosecutor A, right? And this person is a young adult who is a student at the university, right, at UVU?
Yes. Okay. That's what I'm told.
Okay. Did you speak with this adult child in connection with the preparation of their affidavit?
I did not.
Do you know who did?
I do.
Who was that?
It was Mr. McBride.
Okay. And do you know whether Mr. McBride consulted at all with Prosecutor A about that?
I couldn't answer that. I don't know.
Okay. Did you read the affidavit?
Of course. I wrote the opposition. I better read the affidavit.
Did you play any role in the shaping of the affidavit in any way?
No.
It was just given to you, here's the affidavit.
Well, I mean, we were aware of what the student, I'm going to call a student now.
It's fine.
We were aware with what the student had said as far as what the student was aware of. And so we obviously, as I started writing based on what my understanding of that was, and I'm sure that Mr. McBride covered those areas to make sure that we were accurate.
Are you saying that the affidavit followed from your briefing and your briefing was based on your...
No, that's not it. My briefing was based on what the information that the student provided. And so to that extent, I'm sure when Mr. McBride talked to the student, that he would cover those things.
Okay, so what I'm missing is, where did you get the information about what the student experienced if
That
you
was
have
from-
not seen the affidavit?
That was from the prosecutor that is the parent of that.
Okay, so Prosecutor A told you this is what happened with my kid.
Right, I mean, I think that's pretty established.
All right, Mr. Novak, this
Yes,
might be a good time to take a brief break.
Whatever works for
and, and just not meaning to pressure you, I'm just trying to anticipate how much more time for questions you have for Mr. Gray, just for housekeeping purposes.
It's 4:06 according to this monitor. Oh, that's not right. It's 5 o'clock. The monitor says it's 4:06. That must be some time zone that somebody else lives in. At least another 20 minutes.
All right. So we'll take a 10 to 15 minute break, and perhaps council can confer in regards to housekeeping how we wish to address the remainder of the witnesses, whether in a setting today or a different setting. I'm not saying which way, but if you wouldn't mind consulting, and we can discuss that briefly when the recess is over.
That's fine. Do you want to give us some guidance on what works for the court and its staff? Because, I didn't know it was 5 o'clock, but it is.
Right. Go ahead and discuss that, and I'll talk with staff as well. It gives me time to speak with them, and then we can confer on with that. All right.
Thank you.
Court will be in a brief recess for 10 to 15 minutes.
All right.
music makes you lose control. The power of art. Dionysian artifice. The Dionysian artifice.
Is this your opinion? I mean, are you doing a thought exploration here? Are these your opinions? It just seems like you're searching your thoughts, and I just thought, you were just citing your opinions. You don't understand consistency?
sounds like you're describing politics.
That's why I think it's associated with it. That's why I describe it as a religiosity of ideology, but like this one is a particular one that doesn't. I don't understand.
Are you gay? Are you bisexual or transsexual? Like, are you LGBTQ?
No.
So how could you understand an LGBTQ issue if you're not LGBTQ? Link is in the chat. No, it's not a troll. Link is in the chat. Look at the YouTube video. That is a radical Democrat LGBTQ black man saying that you should vote for him because he's a gay black man. And that will make history. Therefore, it's credible to vote for him. It's not a troll. I don't think you understand anything. It's just my opinion, bro.
Because you're intellectual.
Just my opinion. Weird.
This up like this is something they don't. This is a hill they don't need to die on. It's literally an issue that is like contributing to costing elections, and they're not.
Absolutely. I feel to it. Text me.
Here's how often you should take oil of oregano. And if you don't believe me, I'm a pancreatic cancer researcher, so biology is my thing.
Worth moving, but not. Enforcement officer, and you did an investigation and took a number of measurements, He did, yes.
Okay, but at your direction, right? Because you're the one.
I asked him to do that, yes.
You are here on delivery of Alistair. Many technical livers of Valamar liberals, subfigured all on fear. Trace liberals, subfigured all fear. Sidebar, Metadata, Alistair Crowley, Libers, Liberos, Figura, Fiat, Concordance, Alistair Crowley, Libers, Liberos, Figura, Fiat, Alistair Crowley, Libers, Liberos, Figura, Liberos, Figura, the Lord the strong. This is our Lord, the joy of the world, to behold of the Lord. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say now. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. So man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as ye will. When, and with whom ye will. When, where, and with whom ye will. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. Slaves shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. All I think he said. You are here on the livery of Alistair Crowley, technical livers of Valamar liberals, subfigural Trace liberals, subfigural Sidebar, Metanata, Alistair Crowley, Livers, Liberals, Subfigural, Concordance, Alistair Crowley, Livers, Liberals, Subfigural, Alistair Crowley, Livers, Liberals, Subfigural, Liberals, Subfigural, Liberals, along the strong. The law of the strong. This is our Lord, and the joy of the world. whisper of flame, a soft restraint by the scars we create. I called your name. I sealed our fate. Though I fall, though I faint, though I choke, by the fire of desire I invoke, your shadow lingers, your breath still warm, a tempest rising, a breaking storm. By the light, by the night, by the vow we swore, I reach, I beseech for you once more. Though I fall, though I faint, though I choke, by the hour of a power I invoke, the echoes scream, the silence weeps, the bond we wove, eternal keeps. I summon the past, I summon the flame, I summon the moment, I call your name. Though I fall, though I faint, though I choke, by the fire of desire I You are here. Hum the Librion, the Leicester Crowley, technical livers of the Lemma-Liberosa, figura l'alviai. Liberosa, figura l'alviai. Sidebar, Metadata, Aleister Crowley, livers. Liberosa, figura l'alviai. Concordance, Aleister Crowley, livers. Liberosa, figura l'alviai. Aleister Crowley, livers. Liberosa, figura l'alviai. Liberosa, figura l'alviai. Liberosa, figura l'alviai. The law of the strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I, 40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do thy that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. I think there is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills, to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Two man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as you will, when, where, and with whom you will. All I 51. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law, love under will, I-57. You are here on the Libri of Alistair Crowley, technical libers of Velma Liber, Osa Figura Lumpi, Trace a Liber, Osa Figura Lumpi, Sidebar, Metadata, Alistair Crowley Libers, Liber Osa Figura Lumpi, Concordance, Alistair Crowley Libers, Liber Osa Figura Lumpi, Alistair Crowley Libers, Liber Osa Figura Lumpi, Liber Osa Figura Lumpi, Liber Osa Figura Lumpi. The law of the strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I 40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. I 3. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills, to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Two man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as you will, when, where, and with whom you will. I 51. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law, love under will, I-57. You lost a coin, it rolled away, but the moon trades before the day. What's gone will find a home anew, in drops of rain or morning dew. From hand to hand it slips so free. God's joy, a quiet mystery. Now it's a flower, now it's a flame, now it's a bird that has no name. It hides in shadows, it fills the air, cracks you open when you're unaware. The Milky Way now flows as wine, the bitter turns to something fine. A cliff where its vines like emerald lace, and sorrow smiles with a different face. From stone to petal, cell to stream, God's joy, the heart of every dream. Now it's a river, now it's a spark, now it's a horse that breaks the dark. It hides and whispers, it fills the air, Strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Every man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw paper and small build as he will, to dress as he will, take your fill, will of love as he will, when where, with whom he will, all I feast he will. Those who uphold these rights a slave shall on the Library of Alistair Crowley, technical livers of the lame liber, subfigure left FBI, trace libers, subfigure You are here on the library of Alistair Crowley, technical labors of Liberos, subfigura Lepsky eye, race Liberos, subfigura Lepsky eye, Alistair Crowley, Libers, Liberos, subfigura Lepsky Alistair Crowley, Libers, Liberos, subfigura Lepsky Liberos, subfigura Lepsky. The strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to 10 lights shimmer, 10 lights glow, secrets hidden in their flow. From the crown to kingdom's gate, mysteries spin, illuminate fate, kept the whispers, the will to start. Dogma answers with wisdom's heart. The 10 lights, all the 10 lights, guiding through these endless nights. Beauty and mercy, strength so true, splendorous path to a journey through. By You are here, the liberty of Alistair Crowley, technical liberties of Thelma Labro, sub figurale fiat, oh sub figurale. Sidebar, medical Alistair Crowley, labor. Concordance, Alistair Crowley. Liberal sub-figurality. Alistair Crowley, liberal. Liberal sub-figurality. Liberal sub-figurality. Liberal. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. All I 40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Two man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For a man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. Law 51. 5 man has a right to kill those who would thwart these rights. A slave shall serve. Oh, is it a right? Love is the law. Love on the will. All our fence to fetter. You are here. The Libri of Alistair Crowley. Technical libers of Thelma Labro, sub-figurality. Trace library. Oh, sub-figurality. Sidebar, medical Alistair Crowley. Libers, liberal sub-figurality. Concordance, Alistair Crowley. Liberal sub-figurality. Alistair Crowley, liberal. Liberal sub-figurality. Liberal sub-figurality. Liberal sub-figurality. Liberal sub-figurality. Liberal sub-figurality. The law of the strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the man. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. To die when and how he will. To man has a right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. 3 men has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. 4 man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will love as you will, when, where, and with whom you will. All are 51. 5 man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. A slave shall serve. Help is the way. Love is the law. Love on the way. Out of 57. You are here. Subfiguralus tres subfiguralus Cyber Metatatalista Crowley Libero Subfiguralus Concordance Alistair Crowley Libero Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say no. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to walk as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Two man has the right to eat what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. Others the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. Love is the law, love under will. Concordance is the crowning. Liberos figuraris. Concordance is the crowning. Liberos figuraris. Liberos figuraris. Liberos figuraris. Liberos figuraris. Liberos figuraris. Liberos figuraris. Concordance Alistair Crowley. Liberos figuraris. Liberos figuraris. Liberos figuraris. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say no. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to walk as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Two man has the right to eat what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. Love is the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. Love is the law, love under will. Concordance is the crowning. Liberos figuraris. Concordance the vine tree and the fig,
where mortal cares may not intrude.
on melon and on sucking pig.
Although their brains are
Bright and big,
banquet, the great white brotherhood. Among the fountains and the trees,
that fringed his garden's glowing border,
at sunset walked and in the breeze,
with his disciples took his ease,
an adept of the holy order.
My children, said the holy man,
Once more I'm willing to unmask me.
this is my birthday and my plan
Is to bestow on you
I can,
whatever favor you may ask me. Nor curiosity nor greed,
brought these disciples to disaster.
for being very wise indeed.
The adolescents all agreed
To ask his secret of
the master, with the aplomb and savoir-faire.
peculiar to Eastern races,
He took the secret then and there,
what is not lawful to
and
declare.
thrust it rudely in their faces.
A filthy insult screamed the first, the second smiled ingenuous blind, the youngest neither blessed nor cursed, contented to believe the worst, that he had spoken all his mind. The second earned the name of prig,
The first, the epithet of crude,
the third as merry as a grig, on melon and on sucking pig,
feasts
with the great white brotherhood, beneath the vine tree and the fig,
where mortal cares may not intrude.
on melon and on sucking pig,
Although their brains are bright and big,
banquet the great white brotherhood. Among the fountains and the trees that fringed his garden's glowing border,
at sunset walked and in the breeze,
with his disciples took his ease, an adept of the holy order.
My children, said the holy man,
Once more I'm willing to unmask
this
thee.
is my birthday and my plan
Is to bestow on you
I can,
whatever favor you may ask me, nor curiosity nor
brought
greed,
these disciples to disaster.
for being very wise indeed.
The adolescents all agreed
To ask
his secret of the master, with the aplomb and savoir-faire.
According to Eastern races,
He took the secret then and there,
what is not lawful to
and thrust it
declare.
rudely in their faces. A filthy insult screamed the first, the second smiled ingenuous blind, the youngest neither blessed nor cursed, contented to believe the worst, that he had spoken all his mind.
Is mine, is mine.
Is mine, believe the worst. You are here on the levee of aristocracy. Technical livers of the label IQ. Oh, so figurally fine.
Sided by the minute Alistair Crowley. Liberosa figured on the FI.
Concordance.
Alistair Crowley Eber. Alistair Crowley Libers.
Liberosa figurine.
Liberosa figured
The Lord of the strong, this is our Lord, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the Lord. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that. And no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law. To live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Two men has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three men has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Four men has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. I-51. Five men has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Our love is the law. Love under will. I-57. Not the feather maid leads me softly by the hand, whispers me to understand. Now and through the world of weeping, light at last sourly creeping, steals upon my big new sight. Light, oh light that is not light. On my mouth the lips are like a stone on my sepulchre. Seal my speech with ecstasy till a babe is born of me that is silent more than I. For its inarticulate cry hushes as its mouth is pressed to the pearl her honey breath, while its breath divinely ripples the rose petals of her nipples, and the jetted milky laps from the soft delicious pot. Sweeter than the bee-sweet shower in the chalice of the flowers, more intoxicating than all the purple grapes of Pan. My proper lips are stilled, only all the world is filled with the echo that drips over like the honey from the clover. Passion, penitence, and pain seek their mother's womb again, and are born the triple treasure, peace and purity and pleasure. Hush, my child, and come along, where the stars are velvet soft. unspoken, unbroken, the dust to the dawn. A secret communion, unmeasured, unsung. The listless resistless, tumultuous tongue. Through shadows that shimmer, through whispers that hum, an echo eternal, heartbeat a drum, a secret communion, unmeasured, unsung. The listless resistless, tumultuous tongue. Beneath moonlight's mirror, where stars softly weep, the vow that was uttered, still buried so deep. A secret communion, unmeasured, unsung. The listless resistance, tumultuous tongue.
You are here, on the library of Alistair Crowley, technical libers of Thelema, oaths of figure Liffey, trace alive, medal at Alistair Crowley, libers, liberals, of figure Liffey, concordance, medal at Alistair Crowley. Libers, liberals, so figure on it free. Alistair Crowley, liberals, so figure on it free. Liberals, so figure
The law is strong. This is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
I-14. Thou hast no right, but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay.
Every man and every woman is a star.
There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he wills, to play as he wills, to rest as he wills, to die when and how he will.
has the right to love as he will.
Take your fill and will of love as you will.
When, where, and with whom you will.
I-51.
5-Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights.
The slave shall serve.
Love is the law. Love under will.
I-57. You are here. On the library of Aleister Crowley. Technical libers of the Lima Liber. Oaths of Figure Liffey. Trace the Liber. Metadata Aleister Crowley. Libers, liberals, the Figure Liffey. Concordance. Metadata Aleister Crowley. Libers, liberals, the Figure Liffey. Aleister Crowley,
The law is strong. This is our law and the joy of the world.
Carnage won't build as he will. Has the right to love as you will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will.
5-Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights.
The slave shall serve.
Love is the law. Love under will.
I-57.
Technical libers of the Lima Liber. Rose of Figure Liffey. Tres liberos of Figure Liffey. Sidebar. Metadata Aleister Crowley, libers, liberos, figura lifi. Concordance Aleister Crowley, libers, liberos, figura lifi. Aleister Crowley, libers, liberos, figura lifi. Liberos, figura lifi. Liberos, figura lifi. Libero of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do no right but to do thy will do that, and no other shall say nay. All I 43, every man and every woman is a star. All I 43, there is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Two men has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three men has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Four men has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom ye will. All I 51. 5 man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. All I 57. You are here. On the livery of Alistair Crowley, technical livers of the Lamaliber, Rose, figurally features like Rose, figurally features sidebar. Metadata, Alistair Crowley, livers, liberos, figurally features. Concordance, Alistair Crowley, libers, liberos, figurally features. Alistair Crowley, libers, liberos, figurally features. Liberos, figurally features. Liberos, figurally features. Libero, of the strong. This is our Lord and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. All I 40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will do that, and no other shall say nay. All I 40. To die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. All I 51. 5 man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. All I 57. Through the shroud, through the cloud, through the storm, through the snow, to the mountain of passion volcanic that woke. I rise, I choke by the rage of the mage I invoke, the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke, a spell that ignites and consumes as it closes. I invoke, through the ice where the shadows entwine, I have carved out a path to the edge of the line. Every heartbeat a drum, every breath an incline. I climb divine. By the rays of the mage I invoke, the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke, a spell that ignites and consumes as it glows. I invoke, whispers of winds that unravel the night, through echoes of stars that can burst into light. I summon the tempest, I summon the fight. The mage will alight. By the rage of the mage I invoke, the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke, a spell that ignites and consumes as it glows. I invoke, you are here. I'm the library of Alistair Crowley. Topical labors, a venom alive. Oh, so figure I love you. Trace saliva. Oh, so figure I love you. Cyber, metadata. Alistair Crowley, libers, liberal. So figure I love you. Congo dance, Alistair Crowley, libers, liberal. So figure it Alistair Crowley, libers, liberal. So figure I love you. Liberals a figure eight.
The law, the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I 40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One has the right to live by his own law. and with whom ye will. I 51. 5 men has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will.
I 57, you are here. I'm the library of Aleister Crowley. Technical libers of Vellum Liber. Oh, subfigure a levy, trace a liber. Oh, subfigure a levy, sidebar, metadata. Aleister Crowley, livers, liber. Oh, subfigure a levy, concordance. Aleister Crowley, livers, liber. Oh, subfigure a levy. Aleister Crowley, liberosa figurali. Liberosa figurali. Liberosa figurali.
The law, the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I 40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star.
There is no God but man. When I have the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, to mold, build as he will, to dress as he will.
So, what are you doing tomorrow? Just the gym and then just work at home. Just go out for the night with you, worry about the state there. Okay, cool. Still work your part or Westwood. All right, we'll have a customers and we'll text you soon.
livers of the liberos, sa figura levi, trace liberos, sa figura lavia, saiba, metadata alista crowded livers, liberos, sa figura levia, concordance, alista crowded livers, liberos, sa figura levia, alista crowded livers, liberos, sa figura levia, liberos, sa figura levia, liberos, sa figura levia, liberos, sa figura levia, liberos. The law of the strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. All I 42:3. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has a right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. All at 51. 5 man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. A slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. Law at 57. You are here. I'm the Libri of Alistair Crowley, technical libers of the Lima Liberosa, figura livia, trace liberosa, figura livia, saiba, metadata Alistair Crowley libers, liberosa, figura livia, concordance, Alistair Crowley libers, liberosa, figura livia, Alistair Crowley libers, liberos, figura levia, liberos, figura levia, liberos, figura levia, liberos, figura levia, liberos. The law of the strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. All I 42:3. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. All I 51. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. Our life is to seven. You are here, and the liberty of us to crowd. Technical libers of element liberals of figure. Trace alive a roses of figure. Salivar, billion dollars, the crowley, liberals of figure. Concordance, the crowley, liberals of figure. Alice the crowley, liberals of figure. Liberals of figure. Liberals. The Lord, the strong. This is our Lord, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law. To live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. To man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Oh, man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom ye will. R51, my man has the right to kill those who would want these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. All at 57. You are here. I'm the liberal of Alistair Crowley. Technical libers of all of my liberals. A sub-figure la vie. Trace a liberals, a sub-figure la vie. Salivar, man, Alistair Crowley. Liberals, a sub-figure la vie. Concordance, Alistair Crowley. Liberals, a sub-figure la vie. Alistair Crowley, liberals as a figure, liberals as a figure, liberals. The Lord is strong. This is our Lord, the joy. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law. To live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. To man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he will. When, where, and with whom July 57. You are here from the library of Alistair Crowley. Technical livers of the Lemo Liberos of Figura Lavi. Trace Liberos of Figura Lavi. Cyber, Meta, Alistair Crowley. Liberos of Figura Lavi. Concordance. Alistair Crowley, Liberos of Figura Lavi. Alistair Crowley, Liberos of Figura Lavi. Liberosa Figura Lavi. Libero, the law is strong.
This is our love and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
All I 40.
Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay.
Every man, every woman is a star.
All I 3.
There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has a right to eat what he will,
To drink what he will, to dwell where he will.
to move as he will on the face of the earth,
Every man has a right to think what he will.
to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has a right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he will, and where and with whom he will. Our life 51.
Five man has a right to kill those who thwart these
The
rights.
slave shall serve.
Five man has a right to kill those who thwart these rights.
The slave shall
Five man has
serve.
a right to kill those who thwart these rights.
Love is the law, love under will.
All I 51.
You are here on the library of Alistair Crowley. Technical labors of the Lemo Liberos of Figura Lavi. Trace Liberos of Figura Lavi. Cyber, Metallata Alistair Crowley. Liberos of Figura Lavi. Concordance. Alistair Crowley. Liberos of Figura Lavi.
Or don't really understand, just like in the natural realm, as above, so below.
But see, the thing is, right? There's certain things that just I feel shouldn't be touched, right? By all means, I feel like I'm an indigo child. Indigo child is someone that believes that they have powers beyond blase, right? But there are some things that just should not be touched. That's just what I believe. All that futuristic speaking and stuff like that. Y'all ever seen this on Raven, right? Y'all know what happens every time that Raven saw a vision?
Into something that you already have a bone to pick with, and you're trying to do the religion thing. I understand what you're trying to do, but I don't mind it too much because it is kind of relevant. But like, to what you just said is another way of saying what I just said. I just named it as criteria of correctness. You tried to describe it a little bit loosely as like it involves warrants and it involves, I don't know, some kind of like mechanism whereby people, I don't know, check that that.
They accept the warrants or they reject them.
Yeah, okay, cool. But usually,
I like to use the term to cash the check.
They recognize. It's because they recognize some criteria, though. Right? There's no way to do this without having some kind of criteria in mind, right? So, like, you have to have a criteria of correctness in order to like assail or deny the identity claim.
I think the criteria are pretty difficult to get your hands on. Seems to me that
not really, because otherwise, otherwise we wouldn't be able to tell the difference between like, I don't know, a baker and a non-baker, because the criteria would be fuzzy. Like, but that's, we don't have a problem with that, like, at all. Right? Like,
whenever we're accepting somebody's identity based on just they say it, name it, and claim it, right? I mean, that's the weakest kind of identity. But then there's the kind of perform it. Like you say, the baker, they perform their identity. The violinist performs their identity.
Well, only insofar as the performance of the relevant action is a part of the criteria of correctness. Like, it's hard to imagine a baker who never bakes anything.
But is there really, what is there, a body with an elected leader who decides what the criteria of correctness is? Seems to me that
usually for legal purposes, yeah, for like official things like being like a doctor, yeah, we have a bunch of like legally sanctioned apparatus that it becomes a part of the criteria of correctness. So, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be able to call myself like an official teacher in California unless I had certain credentials that enable me to say that. And like, that has to be recognized by the state. If it's not recognized by the state, I am effectively not a teacher. And not only that, I can't get hired anywhere unless it's under very unusual circumstances.
Yeah, but if you were a religious person, you could have a school still funded by the state under a voucher program, and you could be a teacher there, for example. All you'd have to do is show some
but then the criteria,
absolutely asinine bullshit cosmology, and suddenly you're a teacher again. So I don't know.
That's not quite how it works, but yeah, I get you. Again, you're doing the thing. You're leaning hard into I hate religion. Like, I get it, but like, usually the criteria of correctness would be different, because then the criteria would be defined by the relevant religious institutions, and they have their own official apparatus as well. Right. So like, you if you didn't meet their criteria, you still couldn't be a teacher. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't just allow. The Catholic Church doesn't allow anybody out the street to just walk in and be public, right? What I'm saying is, they're using a lot of the same mechanisms, right? Which are, I don't want to name drop terms that people aren't ready to hear, but we do have terms in philosophy for these, and one of them that you could use is called status functions. Like, even religious entities use status functions, and this is actually very common, no matter whether you have a religious or theocratic state or a secular state. Like, all of those mechanisms are the same, right? So
fancy hats, I think, is what you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about status functions.
Fancy hats.
No, status functions.
That's just a fancy word for fancy hats.
No, it doesn't mean fancy hats. It means something completely different. But if you want to, like, I don't know, like, oversimplify it, you can do that. But like, there's just these mechanisms. If you don't understand the nuances, you're not going to understand the distinctions I'm trying to make between them.
We should keep it really simple, because people get really confused very easy.
I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but it's more like, it's not that difficult.
I was being serious, actually, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. I can't tell sometimes. But like, yeah, I'd rather not have this devolve into this thing you do where you're like, religion sucks for all these reasons. Like, I get that you think that it's not really that relevant.
So we can get off religions for a minute. Can I just leave you with a thought on this topic from Hans Mueller? I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he wrote a book in which he talks about propheticity, authenticity, and sincerity. And it deals with identity as dispensational, meaning there was a time when our identities were authentic, there was then a time when our identities were sincere. In other words, if we really believed ourselves to be that thing, to we're that thing.
Benjamin, I appreciate that you posted that in the chat. I had already saved it to listen to it later.
Yeah, he's kind of fun, and I like his framing. And now we've transitioned out of that into a playground world where identities are just like hats. I mean, you have a whole closet full of them. You wear one to school, you wear one to work. You've got one for the internet, one for your kid friends, one for your girlfriends, whatever you need. You got a new profile, just like we got a new dress. And everybody has tons of profiles, and we're moving through them in a fluid way. So nobody is anything in particular except contextually in that moment. Like here, you're a philosopher, and I don't know, I'm the guy who always upsets your room. But at work, you are a teacher of different things, and I'm an engineer. We just have a different role in this ways, right? So we just wear lots of hats, in other words. But not everybody is moving through the dispensation at the same rate. Some people.
That's just a metaphor for we have different statuses, different contexts. Right? So that's what status functions is about.
Yeah, but when you have an authentic identity, you eat, sleep, and live, your status as the elder tribes member of your clan, there's no time when you take that off or put something else on. It is just your authentic identity, right? There was a time when we had very persistent identities. And we don't have.
But that doesn't seem to make sense because we still have examples of identities that we don't shed in anywhere away. Like, I'm a human being no matter what I do.
I agree.
If you want to count that. Okay, so to say that there's no such thing as persistent identities, it seems false. What do you mean?
Well, I'm trying to understand this well. The elder tribesman was someone's son, and they may be someone's father. They're going to fulfill those roles regardless of whether or not they're the elder tribesman. I'm not quite following.
Yeah, I agree with that. Check out Hans-Georg Mueller. It's his argument. It's kind of interesting. I recommend it.
I mean, it just seems like you want to parlay the discussion into that. Which is what I anticipated you would try.
No, I think it's a helpful framework for negotiating this general area of identity. I think it's a useful conversation. I did 7 hours every day in another room.
But this is not a room on generic concept of identity. It implicates identity in a very specific context and a very specific issue.
Yeah.
And it's gender identity specifically, and the criteria of correctness. What the dispute involving what the criteria of correctness for correct attributions of the gender category to people might even be. That's what the topic of the moment is mostly. And
wouldn't you agree though that people are only suffering
forth with Dr. Nisha Murda? Go ahead.
Wouldn't you agree that people are only struggling on this issue because they are generally struggling with the management of identity in a world of identity politics?
No, I don't think that's the core of the issue. I actually think the dispute over the criteria of correctness is the core of the issue.
One last thought. I think the Democrats do make a strategic mistake when they center these identities in this kind of unmanageable way, and they say they're trying to protect people, when the way in which they politicize these issues has exactly the opposite effect every single time after time. And I think if they really cared about people, they wouldn't use them as political pawns.
Well, I think that the impacts are actually more complicated. A lot of times, the Democrats have a desired impact, and that desired impact actually happens the way they want it to. And that desired impact is they want to signal to certain people who interpret what they're doing a certain way, that they basically have the back of a vulnerable population of people. And that among a subset of the electorate actually does land exactly that way for them. The problem is if the majority of the electorate doesn't feel that way, then they might get outvoted, like what happened, I think, in the 2024 election, and what might happen in some elections in the future if the Democrats don't change their strategy. So I think you're partially right. I just think you kind of didn't explain very well why you're right. I don't know. Identity politics is fascinating to me because there is a way to do it where it's valid, and the left is silly about it for reasons that I fully grasp. And they're not always silly about it, to be fair, but they're silly about it often enough where they're eroding public trust in their vision of how identity politics is supposed to be done.
I'll at least give Gavin the credit that he again we talked about before a lot of people on stage, but at least Gavin seems to be taking a somewhat pragmatic approach to the entire thing. So, and again, I hate giving Gavin Newsom credit, but he is trying really, really hard to distance himself from this particular issue. He knows this is not a winning issue.
I'm a little confused. Can men get pregnant?
Beliefs, or it's because
no, of course not.
I'm not sure.
But that's where the political winds are blowing. So at least he's aware of that. You know what I mean? Like there's a huge subset of the Democratic Party.
But does Gavin think that men can get pregnant? Point of order. Does Gavin think that men can get pregnant?
No trolling tonight.
Yeah, no trolling. I'm gonna log off here in a second. Anyways, I want to go to bed. But it's I don't think it has anything to do with what he actually believes. I don't know what he actually believes, to be honest. I think that I don't know. I don't know whether or not Gavin Newsom is old enough where he the belief that this was not the position of the Democratic Party up until the last 10 years.
I agree with that.
Right. So I don't know what,
but it's been the view of progressives for a while.
Sure. But
so, the progressives have kind of infiltrated the party, and so.
Right, but if you're asking what does Gavin Newsom actually believe, I don't know.
I don't know what he actually believes on anything. To be honest with you, I think he's kind of a chameleon. That's one of the reasons I don't like him. But he's got like a kind of snake oil salesman vibe. Like he's kind of got charisma that he can leverage in a way that people who aren't hip to his games will fall for inevitably. So we'll see what happens. I don't know if he'll win the presidency, but he's clearly ambitious in trying to win that shit. And he's positioning himself as the left's version of Donald Trump, which is interesting to me. In many ways, be better than Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is not a gifted orator or rhetorical person, and he says dumb shit regularly.
It's not the same thing. Getting caught in the crossfire is like getting hit by accident. You didn't choose no side or nothing like that. Or you might have been a good person, you just got caught in the crossfire. No, we're just in the direction of his target that he's committed to destroying sin. If we hold on to it, we just go right with it, which brings up that point, conditions.
I think that
I think God holds the most, pardon the pun, God-awful grudge there is. It's known as hell. God created hell. Now, true, if you're Christian, you can repent all your sins, you will go to heaven, no problem. If you're Catholic, maybe not. But God will hold an eternal revenge and eternal consequences. And sorry, God holds the greatest judge of anybody.
Well, for those who think that God does not have a hate on those who, I'm going to say, intentionally sin, and I have to be very precise on that. When I say intentionally, I'm not talking about those who came into the knowledge of knowing that.
Aries.
Oh my God, I'm too slow.
and filters blood in the human body?
Liver.
I think it's kidney, no?
Kidneys.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What is the name of the closest star to the Earth besides the Sun?
Alpha Centauri.
This is saying Proxima Centauri.
Yeah, close enough.
Proximus?
Is that odd?
Proximus?
Yeah.
Yeah, you better hog your lunch now.
Pause.
What is the chemical symbol for silver?
AG.
Yeah.
I'm so bad at periodic tables and chemical symbols shit.
I'm study up on that. It's so
Oh
important.
my God, there's a chemistry major. That's why
Apparently there is multiple countries, but what is the main country that is both in Europe and in Asia?
Russia.
Apparently Turkey. But I don't know how do you say the main one. I don't know if Russia would be, but I don't know. What gas do humans exhale?
CO2. Carbon dioxide.
Oh. What is the main ingredient in hummus?
Chickpeas. Chickpeas. Garbanzo beans.
What animal
Sweet dreams.
sleeps the most?
Sloth. No, it's probably something different.
Up to 22 hours a day.
Pandas seem really fucking lazy.
Is the koala.
Very scouting once again.
Those motherfuckers all have herpes.
my daughter's telling me that the eucalyptus, that the leaves they eat is what makes them sleepy.
Yep. Which famous physicist wrote A Brief History of Time?
Hawking.
What is the capital of Egypt?
Cairo.
What country has the most lakes in the world?
America? No. Canada.
Soon to be America.
That's only because you guys are claiming half our lakes.
No,
those are our lakes.
Those lakes you could take from us. We still have way more lakes. Those are a lot of the water, but not a lot of the lakes in numbers.
They just have a lot of ice up there. They call them lakes up.
Dude, it doesn't count if it's frozen day.
What is the capital of Argentina?
Buenos Aires.
What year did the iPad first launch?
2010?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
What is the largest species of shark?
Great white. Whale shark. Let's figure it out. Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Whale shark. I think of that thing as more of a whale than a shark, though.
What is the name of the first artificial Earth satellite?
Artificial Earth satellite.
I don't know why it needs the artificial.
Sputnik?
Yeah, it's Sputnik.
Yeah.
Which country has a red dragon on its flag?
The Chinese is.
It's not China.
Sorry, Grace, what did you say?
The Welsh flag?
Wales, yeah.
Yeah.
What is the only letter missing from the names of all U.S. states?
Q. Oh, we did this one already. Q.
Yeah. What animal has the longest lifespan?
Tortoise. Coral.
Turtle.
It is the Greenland shark.
Yeah, they live like 300 years.
What about the doctor?
There are Greenland sharks alive that were alive during the American Revolution.
Yeah.
Is that not fucking crazy?
That is crazy.
Don't them octopuses be living long for real?
No.
What is the most abundant gas in the sun? Helium.
It is hydrogen.
Hydrogen.
What element on the periodic table has the highest point?
Cadmium.
That's
on the second place.
What's that? The heavy one that you bought? The square tube that you bought?
Tungsten.
Tungsten. It is tungsten.
Yeah, that one.
It must be hard to make those cubes.
What is the only English word that ends with the letters MT?
MT. MT.
Wait, that's that question good.
What is the only English word that lends?
Oh.
No.
MT.
MT.
No clue.
It is dreamt.
Dreamt. Dreamt. Yeah.
What is the only mammal capable of true sustained flight?
I know that it's a bat.
Yeah.
Bats are mammals. They don't seem like they are, but they are.
What is the chemical formula for laughing gas?
It's nitrous oxide.
N2O, nitrous oxide. Who is the only U.S. president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms?
Trump.
Before Trump.
Grover Cleveland.
Yeah. What deepest point in the ocean?
Marianas Trench. The Challenger Deep.
Challenger Deep, yeah.
It's in Marianas Trench.
Which country has 3 capital cities? 1 administrative, 1 legislative, and 1 judicial.
South Africa.
It is South Africa.
I bet it's Cape Town, yeah.
It's Pretoria, Cape Town, and Bloemfontein. What is the only number spelled in English with its letters in alphabetical order? The only number spelled with its letters in alphabetical order.
4. It's 4.
It is 4T.
4T.
What mammal has no vocal cords?
No vocal cords?
Yes.
Mollusk.
I don't know if this is true.
There's a lot of animals that have no vocal. You said mammal.
Mammal. Yeah.
What mammal has no vocal cords?
Hi, I'm Charlie. Today we'll be making
It is a giraffe.
First, we want to bring our
They don't ever make any noise. They just go like
They
this.
do make like a.
They go like this with their tongue. They go. That's not like. I guess you don't need vocal cords to do that.
In Greek mythology, who is condemned to roll a boulder
Sisyphus.
uphill for eternity? Yep. What is the only English word that is pronounced the same way when it is spelled forwards, backwards, and turned upside down?
Gotta be something with an M or a W.
Mo. It is swims. Swims.
Swims.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that does work.
What is the only country that starts and ends with the same letter and contains no other repeated letters?
It starts and ends with the same letter, and it contains
contains no other repeated letters. No clue.
That's a hard one. Angola.
Angola. That's some shit you only know if you're from fucking Angola.
What is the only bird that can fly backwards?
A hummingbird.
Hummingbird.
Makes sense.
Which U.S. state is closest to Africa?
Florida?
Maryland? Or Maine?
It is Maine. Quaddy Head is the closest point.
Wait, Maine is closer to Africa than Florida? The Mercator projection really fucks me up sometimes.
Yeah. What is the
I gotta look this up. I don't even believe it.
What is the longest English word that can be typed using only the left hand on a standard QWERTY keyboard?
Fuck your mama. That was three words, but
Stewardesses.
I just did anti-disestablishmentarianism, so with only my left hand, so it's lying.
Which element has the lowest boiling point?
No.
It is helium.
Helium. Interesting.
In what year did the Gregorian first replace the Julian calendar in most of Catholic Europe?
1100.
1582.
Yeah. It was definitely in one of them years. I knew it was 15 something.
What is the capital of Tasmania?
No clue.
Tasmania. Hobart.
Oh.
In what year did the Soviet Union officially dissolve?
1989.
The wall came down. It didn't
Wall came down in 89.
Yeah, until December 26, 1991.
Took a while.
Yeah. What is the only only English word that contains all 5 vowels exactly once in order?
Cabinet officers and captains of Eggs Benedict and Raymond's Gin Fizz breakfast.
No clue.
Facetious.
A campground statue reminds Bohemians to keep their mouths shut about the Grove. I've had a lot of good music there. I've met a lot of interesting people.
I think, is that how you spell facetious, or is that a different word? Facetious. Facetious.
Yeah, it's facetious. Facetious.
The entire time of their dinner. I mean, they stagger into breakfast and stagger out from dinner. But at the same time, they're talking business.
And sometimes those business talks send ripples far beyond the Grove. Sociology professor William Baumhoff.
Reagan and Nixon.
Which gas was used as the first anesthetic in surgery in 1846?
While decision makers are cementing friendships, protesters outside
Yes. Is it just in nitrous oxide?
It is ether.
Yeah, ether.
They want the Bohemians to go home.
What is the only country named after a woman?
Dennis Murphy, NBC News, Monterey.
Alexandria. No, I have no idea.
St. Lucia.
St. Lucia.
Doesn't matter.
What element was formerly known as brimstone? Iron? Sulfur. Sulfur. What country has the most official languages? Around 11.
It's going to be some Middle Eastern country.
It is Zimbabwe. Which Roman emperor was killed by a wrestler named Narcissus? Commodus. What is the only number whose letters are in reverse alphabetical order? The only number? Mm-hmm.
The square root of infinity.
It is 1. Tricky. What year was the first successful ascent of K2? $1954. What element has the atomic number 79? It is gold.
You gotta dumb these down for me, Dave. I can't do this.
Which African lake is the longest freshwater lake in the world?
Courtney, this is your chance. Go.
Hey, fuck you, Richard.
You're familiar with the territory.
I don't know the answer.
You go there all the time. You visit that place.
It's a continent, Richard.
I don't even leave America. Like you travel to.
It is Lake Tanganyika.
Never heard of it.
Jesus Christ. Okay, well, no, yeah, no, it's a continent, but Jesus.
Oh, here's a good one for everyone. What is the capital of Greenland?
America.
Trump.
It is Nuuk.
What's their population, Dave?
I don't know. I thought it was like, I don't know. I thought it was like 100,000 or less. It's a pretty small country. Which U.S. president appears on the $2 bill?
Thomas Jefferson.
Oh. What is the only English word that uses all 6 vowels exactly once, including Y? Uncopyrightable. In what year was the first email sent?
1971. Oh, Richard nailed it. Which country has a unicorn on its official coat of arms? United Kingdom.
Yeah, United Kingdom. Yeah.
In what year did the Concorde make its first commercial flight?
76.
Bam, Sam.
It's it's a good name. Queen of the Sky.
No, the Queen of the Sky is the 747. Isn't it?
I think the Concorde was named the Queen of the Sky also.
I don't know. You're going to have to double check yourself on that one.
There's a movie called Concorde, Queen of the Sky.
Which gas was the first noble gas discovered? It is argon.
Because what we're seeing in Minnesota today.
Well, that's it for trivia, folks.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that.
Dave, one for you. What was the ethnicity of the first K2 crew to summit successfully? Good guess, but it was Italian.
Oh, damn it.
My dad's got the book.
What is the highest mountain in North America?
Denali, or Mount McKinley, formerly.
I was going to get you on a technicality. I think it's back to McKinley, no?
That's actually a great question.
I thought I heard recently they
On this vote,
switched
the
it
nays
back.
are 50. The nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided. The Vice President votes.
Yeah, they did switch it back. That's so funny. And Trump in January did that. One of his executive orders, I think.
Affirmative. Yeah, the point of order is sustained. Gonna make sure.
The truck dropped $5,000 in price instantly.
That would be a tricky trivia question since the mountains changed names so many times.
Mohan, we got a trivia question for you.
Okay, what's up?
What's the tallest mountain in North America? You get one guess.
Ooh. I know the coldest mountain in the world is in New Hampshire, but I don't know where the tallest mountain is.
Well, it's in Alaska.
Well, then I have no idea.
It is McKinley.
Oh, I've heard of that, yeah.
And it was named Denali, and now it's back to McKinley.
Is there an Air Force base there?
I don't.
McKinley sounds like an Air Force base to me.
Well, wasn't he a president?
I think you're right, Mohan. McKinley sounds like an Air Force base to me.
Wasn't he a president or something?
I don't know, was he? I don't know if I can know.
The Air Force Base next to McKinley is called Elmendorf Richardson.
Okay. What is, this one's for Mohan because he wasn't here. What is the only English word that...
Oh, this is why I know this. Kinley is an Air Force base in Florida.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
What is the only English word that ends in MT?
I don't know.
Dreamt.
It's got to be more words, but okay.
No, apparently it's the only one.
Kempt. Unkempt. Your hair is unkempt.
Fucking my girlfriend.
Black people for a while. If their hair is unkempt.
I don't fuck. My girlfriend is not black.
Right, you have actually proven the opposite of that several times over.
Already, you're not saying anything.
So I need, in order to continue, right, in order to let you speak next, here's what I need. I need you to press the microphone so that way I know that you're not going to make any more sound. And then I'll continue. And then I'll stop. And then when I stop, guess what? I'll press the microphone, right? And then you'll see that there's a little microphone with a thing through it on my avatar face picture. And then you'll know that's the time to add whatever sounds you have.
Are we clear? You think you're doing anything right now? That's fascinating.
Do you get it? It doesn't seem as though you get it, my friend. Do you get it?
That I get it, but I don't understand. You get it. Oh, well, you get it, my friend.
Weirdest.
I agree. Black News, you are allowing this to go on. You're allowing this to go on.
I want to talk about it in another room because this is y'all broke out in song. Y'all were like arguing like regular Clubhouse people, and then you guys went all fucking pitch perfect. That shit was weird, bro. I've never seen that shit before.
Listen, I don't take people seriously enough to be affected by what they have to say. So if they're going to be foolish, I'm happy to entertain that. So, Caleb, please, by all means, continue being an imbecile.
Imbecile.
Please, continue.
Why are you pronouncing it like that?
I'm pronouncing it. I'll tell you why, Black News. I have the curse of speaking 6 languages, and I learned that term in a different language than English, and that's how I pronounce it. So I'm sorry about that.
Okay. It just sounds hilarious when you say it like that because ironically, it's imbecilic to say it that way.
Okay, and you pronounced it the American way. Congratulations. Again, I speak 6 languages and have a Harvard degree, so I can't help it. I'm sorry.
You have a Harvard degree? You don't know how to say the word imbecile?
I can say it in 6 different languages. I choose to say it in the way that I'm
I speak another language too, but I still know how to pronounce words. Like
I know how to pronounce it in 6 different languages. I just choose not to say it
except
in
English.
Way.
Is English one of those languages that you know how to pronounce?
It is one of those languages, actually.
You got it, bro.
I wouldn't have graduated from Harvard if I didn't master that language. But thank you. I mean, if you guys want to continue to be stupid, I'm happy to entertain this. This is entertaining for me.
You harmonize.
You literally not saying anything.
You entered the conversation, and then the moment you entered the conversation,
it's also not my fault, Caleb, that I also sing in addition to having
attempted to remove you from the center of the conversation, like I'm attempting to do right now. It doesn't really work because you're incapable of
so that's what this is
your
about.
microphone to be
I'm
able to
happy to
receive
do this
input
back
into your brain, such
and
as
the
you
replays
process it.
are on,
Actually
and it's just fascinating to me that you're continuing to just
we're
not
now just doing this.
You're just not talking.
Super helpful. This is like literally the best, most productive thing we could possibly be doing as Americans.
And you're choosing
right
to
here,
have
right
this
now.
go on. You're the one who's creating this.
No, my friend.
You are.
You are.
Don't call me
I literally said, here's what I need in order to get what I need done. It's you with a muted mic. That's what I need. All right. So until you give me that, I can't do what I need. So that way I won't be done. And then as long as I'm not done, you won't be able to do what you're trying to do, which I presume is probably be done whatever it is you're trying to say.
Speak at any point, and you're choosing not to. That's not
Jesus
my problem.
fucking Christ, you're asinine. God
And
damn.
stop insulting the prophet, please. Thank you.
I will insult whatever fucking prophet I want. Jesus fucking Christ, fucking your brother backwards, all right? Jesus fucking Gandhi. Fucking, what's his name? What's the different God's names? All the different traditions. All of them. An enormous clusterfuck of just like constant orgies. They're fucking each other's ears, man. They're doing it ways that you make sense.
Someone who has nothing to say, and that's why you're wasting everybody's time. So, because you've literally spent the last 20 minutes saying absolutely nothing, and you've been given plenty of chances.
I mean, but
Maybe
it
you're
was
just too stupid to say
entertaining,
anything.
and he does have a good point.
Everybody
We
can't be
were
a
all
Harvard
laughing.
grad.
We were all laughing.
So, all right.
So, Mama, do yourself a favor. Like, join in with the laughter, or you're gonna the jokes on you.
Dude, I have laughed a lot. I've also sang. I've also broken into different languages. Like, trust me, I'm enjoying myself. It's not my fault that my IQ is too high for this conversation.
Oh,
Hey,
my
I
God
graduated.
damn, son. God damn, son.
Okay, this shit.
Christ, who the fuck do you think you are?
He said your IQs ain't good. God damn.
Who the fuck do you think you are?
I don't need to answer that question. I've modeled who I am in this
You're
conversation.
somebody. You think you're some hot shit. Who the fuck do you think you are?
Somebody. He went to the same school that Mark Zuckerberg dropped out of. That's lit.
That's so funny. Oh, but there's a lot of famous people who are billionaires now who dropped out of that school too.
I know. Like
But a lot of presidents of countries that also graduated from there, as other billionaires, like Bill Ackman. So I don't know what point you're trying to make, but it's not a very good one. Possibly.
My opinion is how to go to painting, but I applied to Harvard. I didn't get in.
I don't know about that, but sure.
No, I literally applied to Harvard. I didn't get in.
Oh, you didn't get in?
No. I don't think my IQ was high enough.
Maybe.
Maybe I should have pronounced the word imbecile differently.
Possibly. I mean, speaking 6 languages doesn't hurt either.
That's true. That's true. 2.5.
Hey, back to the transgender issue. I think it's important that the number of young people identifying as trans is going. It's higher. It's about 3% right now. I think the natural level that people talk about is like less than 1%. So it's indicative of a social contagion, and it's affecting our kids. If you have kids, they're going to public schools. They're going to be introduced to the possibility that they might be the opposite sex at an early age. They're going to be introduced to that possibility. And that fuels the social contagion. And, you know, as to kids, do you think that minors can consent to, like, surgery that would be life-altering and permanent and could destroy their fertility?
No, that's usually why their parents do the consenting.
Right. Do you think parents have a right to consent to something like that?
They literally do according to the law. But do you mean something else?
Yeah, well, it's about to be made illegal. You know that HHS had a press conference in the last month, and they're accepting comments for a period of time, but they are going to make it illegal.
Okay.
And if you know, it's not just a women's issue. It's a parent's issue. It's a parents not wanting their kids exposed to that kind of confusing ideology, and promoting. And also, those kids, the young people who do transition, if they were left alone, they'd probably become gay or something like that, or maybe. But a lot of them have other conditions like autism. A very high percentage of them have autism.
So it's
because they're vaccinated.
no. You're gonna laugh at that. These poor autistic kids are being influenced by a corrupt ideology, and this is going to be seen as medical malpractice and a real shame on the whole medical establishment that's allowed this.
Yeah, you've regurgitated a lot of arguments.
Well, I've listened to them, and I'm trying to express them. I'm trying to express them in as few words as possible.
No, you're just regurgitating what you.
Well, why do you say I'm regurgitating as if I haven't studied this?
You haven't. You don't know
what
social contagion means.
Yes, something like kids when they started cutting themselves, or girls when they started starving themselves.
Yeah, but actually, what social contagion means.
What?
That's actually what social contagion means.
Just the way it sounds. It's descriptive. It's a descriptive phrase. Do I have to talk like a sociologist now? It's in English. It's English.
You just demonstrating you don't know what it means. And that's my point. Like, you just regurgitating.
Well, just like wokeness is a social contagion.
Wow, okay. So transgenderism is like wokeness.
It's based on an ideology that is contagious. Communism is a social contagion.
Oh my God.
Well, I'm thinking out loud. I am not a professor, okay? I'm thinking out loud.
I could tell.
Oh, you could tell. Oh, you're so superior. Hey, by the way, I graduated
I just
from.
know what words mean.
By the way, Muhammad, I graduated from Berkeley when it was rated higher than Harvard.
First of all, it's Muhammad do, and second of all, good for you.
Hey, she just shit on your Harvard education off category and shit.
Yeah, because that what she just said contradicts it. All right, if y'all want to think that, that's cool.
I have a BS. I didn't study sociology.
Like that.
Yeah, you have BS. Congratulations.
I have a Bachelor of Science.
Yeah, you're full of BS. That's cute too. Thank you. Like wokeness and being the same thing.
That's
wow,
a real
good job.
Repartee.
Oh my gosh, she tried to say a French word.
Look, what is this room? Just making fun of people? How about addressing the issues?
Oh, so you can't take it. When I'm being made fun of, it's fine. But when you get made fun of,
I was actually trying to
address the issue. That's very conservative of you.
I was trying to address the issue of you not knowing what you're talking about, but regurgitating talking points you heard on like fucking, I don't know, PragerU or some shit.
Oh, I listened to Jen Speck, which is the opposite of WPATH. WPATH are the guys who promoted all these gender protocols for gender affirming care, and they're being pushed back against by scientists. Okay, it's a phony ideology.
What does WPATH stand for?
Oh, I can't remember. What is it?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I know.
And what is GenSpec? I don't know what it stands for. I know what the groups stand for.
You also don't know what social contagion means.
What do you think it means?
That's what I know it means.
What does it mean, Professor?
This would be the part where you Googled it, right?
No.
Oh, you don't want to Google it?
No.
Okay.
You tell me what you think it means.
Well, where's the fun in that?
What do you mean? You told me I don't have the right definition. What is the right definition?
You didn't even give a definition. You literally said it was like communism.
Well, I'm exaggerating. I'm exaggerating. It isn't a way like that. It's an ideology.
That's not what social contagion means. Social contagion does not mean ideology.
What does it mean?
Again, this will be the part where you Google.
Hey, you don't want to have a conversation. You just want to put down the other person. Tell me what you think it means.
No, I want to demonstrate that you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, that's all you want to do. You don't want to go back and tell me why I don't want to know what tell me what I got wrong.
I also want to demonstrate what you're supposed to do when you don't know what you're talking about, which is look it up.
No, I'm not going to sit here and look up everything on Google. No, let's have a conversation. What do you think it means?
I'll have a conversation with you when you look it up.
You know what? Clubhouse is becoming an AI debate. People, let's use what we know. Let's just use what's in our minds.
Well, in order to use what you know, you have to know it first, right?
I know the English language. And that is a very descriptive term, social contagion. That's a descriptive term. Especially, I think it especially applies to young people. That's where it mainly, where it happens the most.
It is descriptive, but you don't know what it means.
Well, so what? What's the difference between meaning and being descriptive and having some dictionary meaning?
Sometimes the descriptive terms mislead you. Like yellow cake uranium sounds like something I have at a birthday party, but that's not something you want to bring to a birthday party. Right?
Well, if uranium is in the description, no, you wouldn't want to bring any kind of uranium to a birthday party.
Okay. What is yellow cake uranium?
It's what it looks like, part of the process, what happens. I don't know.
Lightning. You don't know yellow cake uranium.
Hey, look, you're just picking at me. Get real.
I'm demonstrating something very specific.
Yeah, you're trying to show how stupid I am.
No, I don't think you're stupid. I just think you don't know what these words mean.
Do you know what I'm referring to? The thing that goes around with young people, how they get influenced by each other like a fad. Things become a fad.
Mm-hmm. I know what you're talking. I know what you're.
It's a fad.
You don't even know what you're talking about, but I know what you're talking about.
I think the whole gender thing is a big fad, and I've witnessed it among young people, personally.
That's not even what is claimed by the people that you're tacitly referring to or citing right now.
I'm not citing anybody. I'm speaking English.
Well, the people who actually advance the social contagion thesis that you're regurgitating right now, they
I'm not regurgitating it.
You literally are, though.
No, because what I'm saying, other people say you're going to identify me with those other people.
Right. That's like a child's understanding of the research, but like you don't even understand the body of research, the methodologies behind it, who wrote about it, who published it. You don't know any of that.
No, I don't. I'm not a sociologist.
Okay. So I was asking you to do the simple thing, which is to look it up, because then you can start to learn those things you don't know.
No, I don't know. I want to learn from you what you think. This is a discussion.
Well, this is the way I teach. I assign readings. My students read, and then we discuss based
well,
on
guess
the
what
reading.
we're doing here? We're in one of your classes.
I mean, I'm literally licensed to teach K through 12.
Online here. Is this part of your license to teach us here on Clubhouse?
I can teach anywhere in the state of California. I'm licensed.
Okay.
You don't want to talk to me anymore?
No, I don't. I thought that I thought we were having a conversation here. You want to be the teacher.
Have you ever heard of
Have you
Abigail
ever
Schreier?
heard of a contrarian?
Have you ever heard of Abigail Schreier?
Yes.
You're a contrarian.
Who's Abigail Schreier?
I forget, but I know her name. If you remind me, I'll remember.
He's gonna say,
I'm old. I don't remember everybody. I'm okay.
What's wrong with what she said? She said that she's heard of her, but remind her she's heard of her before. What's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with what she said. I'm just laughing because she has no idea of the connection between the questions I asked her at all.
Okay, Abigail Schreier. She's a feminist who is against trans stuff. Is that right? Am I remembering? Pardon?
Kinda.
Yeah, I think I remember her.
Mm-hmm.
There's several feminists who are balking at this ideology.
What does she have to do with what you were talking about?
I don't remember. I'm not quoting her. I've read a lot
But
of
you
different
are.
things,
You
and
don't
that
know
phrase
that you
seems
are,
to be
but you are.
descriptive.
You literally are. You just don't know you are.
Oh, and what are you quoting? When do I
quoting Abigail
that
Schreier
comes out
right
of your
now.
mouth is coming from somebody else that you're just regurgitating? I think you regurgitate a lot of things.
I do, but I actually read the things I regurgitate. You don't.
I've read things. I haven't read the dictionary definition of social contagion or the
I wasn't asking you to read a
sociological
dictionary.
definition.
I was
Is
talking about
Abigail
the body
Schreier
of
the one
research.
who invented this term? Did she invent this term?
I don't know if she invented it, but she definitely used it.
Okay, a lot of other people use it too.
That's true. I'm talking about she applied it specifically to the theory that you just evoked.
She applied it to this issue?
To the theory you just evoked about the social contagion theory. You don't even know where it comes from. That's all. I'm helping you. You just don't know I'm helping you because you're too lazy
End
to
of
read.
discussion. If you don't want to really discuss the issue, which is
I do. I just want you to like look it up.
I am not going to be forced. You're not going to force me to, teacher.
I can't force you.
Give me an F.
But I'm not going to engage you until you do minimal work.
Okay, move on then.
Okay. By the way, anybody else could look this up. It'd be super easy. I just think it's interesting how you're comfortable being completely ignorant about something that you have such strong opinions on. That's crazy to me.
Completely ignorant.
Yeah, you don't know shit about what you just evoked. Wow.
Okay, leave out the phrase social contagion. Okay.
Okay.
How about
Fad. You said fad.
consenting?
You said fad.
How about minors consenting to surgery that can destroy their reproductive functions?
I looked it up, by the way.
What does it say?
A social contagion means an idea of behavior, emotion, or trend that spreads from person to person the same way a virus does, but socially instead of biologically. If one person in a group starts laughing, others often start laughing too. That's emotional contagion. Trends like certain dances, slang, or viral challenges spreading on social media are forms of social contagion. Panic buying, like everyone rushing to buy toilet paper, can also spread as a social contagion.
That seems to go along with how I was using the term.
It does.
Great. You've proved I was right in using it. I just didn't know.
I didn't say you were wrong.
Some experts.
I didn't say you were wrong in using it, did I?
You wanted me to read that definition, which confirmed how I was using it.
Well, no, I didn't really want you to read that definition. I wanted you to know the body of knowledge or research you were revoking.
So you wanted more than a definition. You wanted me to bring up different authors.
No, the reason why I asked you that definition was to demonstrate you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, you think you've demonstrated that. I think you haven't.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you win.
Do you think parents should be, the big thing also with the trans thing that Jen Speck talks about, and they debunked what WPATH is saying. You know, the kids say they're going to kill themselves. Okay, that's what bullies parents into consenting to these procedures, okay? And research, Jen Speck has research showing that that's, I think, from Northern Europe, one of those Northern European countries, that's not true. Actually, the kids who identify as trans have the same level of suicidality as the general. I think as other kids, maybe other kids who have similar psychological issues, if not the general public. But after transitioning, trans people have a higher rate of suicide than the general public. It's not something that solves their underlying problems, why they decide to become trans.
Trans people always have a higher rate of suicidality than the general public.
Say again? What?
Trans people always have a higher rate of suicidality than the general public. Or suicidal ideation than the general public. Yes, that's a fact.
Maybe it's not the general public. Maybe it's compared to other kids with other problems.
And what's the reason behind it?
What?
No, I was asking you.
The only thing that you said that I know is true is there have been some studies that purported to show that the rate of suicidality was higher after transition.
Yeah.
But
very good.
You don't even know the nuances of that either, and why those studies are questioned at all.
The thing is, I don't think they've done the long-term research so they can say that they can scare parents into that. And also, you know, that in my state, they're not, the psychologists are not allowed to do anything.
That too. That's from balance.
What? Wait a second. In my state, psychologists, therapists are not allowed to do anything but gender-affirming care for kids with this this problem. Okay?
My issue with you, Michaela, is that you're just intellectually lazy.
Yeah, well,
like, if you actually wanted to seriously engage with these ideas, you totally could.
Well, I don't have
and you wouldn't be
good
botching
enough
these arguments.
No, I'm not. I really admire
It's bad memory. It's intellectual laziness. You're not even looking up things. You don't even have to remember it when you look it up. You just look it up.
Well, you want me to quote? Just read it off the internet right now.
It's a lot better than regurgitating it from your fuzzy memory and botching it and getting it partially right, partially wrong.
Well,
you can do
I
whatever
can't
you
go
want
back and forth with you very quickly if I have to be spending minutes, finding the best.
Take your time. These rooms are never short. I got plenty of time.
Should I have all this bookmarked so I can just pull it up?
It would make it a little bit more reliable information.
Okay.
The things you said.
Okay. Well, you've called me names and that I'm stupid and all this stuff. I'm not stupid, but you've called me some names without
I called you with
verifying it with data off the internet.
I literally called you intellectually lazy. That was about
intellectually lazy. Okay, I never have been one that could quote a lot of things. I've never had a good memory, and it's getting worse, okay? I have general impressions. I put things together in my head.
Michaela, those are excuses.
Okay. I admire young people who can quote every movie and plot of every movie they've seen, all the songs they've heard, etc. I can't do that. I never could do it. And men seem to be better at this. They talk about baseball statistics and all this stuff. Yes.
Wild.
Yeah. They are.
Okay.
They are. Look how men sit around and quote football statistics and remember all the different football games and stuff. Women never do that. They never do that.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. What the same is that men do have,
That's not true at all.
Men have better foresight.
Just like men.
Let's hear it. What do you say?
Yeah, I think that it is true that men have better foresight than women do.
What do you mean better foresight? What does it have to do with?
I'm talking about hindsight.
What does foresight have to do with memory?
What? Because she was talking about how you guys have a talent of being able to predict things.
No, she was talking about prediction. She was talking about memorizing. She was talking about memory. She was talking about. What do you mean?
Okay, so she also brought up football. She was making it reference.
Yeah, she's talking about memorizing stats and stuff in sports.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Then I misheard. Regardless, I still stand by what I said. It's true too.
I actually think it's wrong. I think studies have shown that women typically have better memories than men.
Not memories. I was talking about foresight.
No, I'm talking about Michaela. Michaela was trying to argue that
I think women remember different things than men.
I think that's true.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Like why? I think I remember reading. Let me look this up. Let me do this thing that Michaela will never do. But I think I remember reading this. This is a fascinating question. Scientific consensus, by the way, this is Google Gemini, because this is like an AI thing. Scientific consensus indicates that neither sex has an overall superior memory. Instead, strengths are task dependent. Oh, okay, but Michaela was directionally right. Women generally excel in verbal and episodic memory, remembering what, where, and when of life events, while men tend to perform better on complex visual spatial memory tasks. Compelling meta-analysis and studies. Karolinska Institutet meta-analysis in 2019 analyzed 617 studies with 1.2 million participants. It found a consistent female advantage of episodic memory, particularly for verbal information, words, sentences, facts, and faces, which is precisely the domain that Michaela was talking about. So, you were accidentally wrong again.
Yeah, about Abigail Schreier. I've seen a lot of videos of her. I've listened to her talk. Now that you've jogged my memory. Yeah, she was out ahead of her time. When I just pulled up, I can't put her. I just as she spoke, I thought, I agree with that. I'm not sure what specific points she was making. Was she talking about social contagion? She published a book that was this one article I just pulled up. The Free Press is saying she's vindicated. She's been vindicated.
What was the name of the book?
They didn't say. That's just the headline that came up. I'm trying to remember. What was the book? Bad Science? Was that it? Bad Therapy. Bad Therapy.
She might have wrote that book, but there's another one that's more germane to what you were talking about before.
Yeah, but I like that Bad Therapy. I really like that.
Oh, okay. I'm sure several things, but.
You know, I agree with you. I think you said this. The trans thing has pushed, this woke stuff to the limit, and probably what Newsom recognizes, that it is discrediting the Democratic Party. It is making the party look foolish, just crazy. So I think that him backing off of that, for whatever reason, is good for the party. Maybe insert a little sanity in there.
Man. Michaela, if you actually looked up stuff when you spoke in these rooms, I feel like you'd be a little bit more.
I hear people talk and I start looking up stuff as they're talking when they're referring to things. But when I'm talking, I'm not going to slow down and stop and start looking up things. And also, there's usually, with research, you got to look at many different references. You got to find the best one, and when you just,
it tends to make you more epistemically humble and careful with your words.
Well, it just takes a lot more time. It's not conducive to conversation to stop and say, okay,
So
I'll be back in 5 minutes when I'm done.
Shutting up and a lot less blabbing first.
But what you want had me to look up, it was proven she looked it up, and I was using the term correctly.
I never said you were using the term incorrectly.
You just wanted to give me a test to see if I could, define the term more precisely.
No, that was not what I was testing you. That wasn't what I was testing. Like, you were going to continue just asserting things without actually understanding what you're saying.
But I understood what I was saying.
But you didn't.
I just don't know how to respond to that. If the definition that you would have had me looked up confirmed how I was using it, then I understood what I was saying.
Okay. You say so.
Does anyone else care? Does anyone else want to talk?
Yeah, Caleb.
Yeah, I actually feel quite terrible for really losing my shit earlier. I'm like, man, that happened. So, sorry about that, everybody. I hope it was funny. I hope somebody got at least a smile.
That was hilarious. It was funny.
Okay,
Wait till
cool.
funny as hell. But does anybody else understand what Michaela doesn't get?
Yeah, jump on me. I'd like to hear.
She's got to rely on you to relay information. She's too lazy to look up for herself. It's crazy.
Well, so when we were talking about social contagion, I was like, what does that even mean? And then I looked up more into it, and I was like, so how do memes fit into this? And the answer, from what I've gathered, is that memes are like carriers of the social contagion. It's like a method to pass it's not sickness, but like the social sickness or whatever. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I guess
memetic was in some sense supposed to be like an analog to genes and genetic passing of genes. That was kind of how it was originally devised by. Was it Richard Dawkins that came up with that? I think it was Richard Dawkins.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah, you don't.
Yes, I do.
But yeah, I'm just a little perturbed by displays of unapologetic ignorance in clubhouse rooms. No, genuinely. I'm not even trying to talk shit, like, genuinely. Like, that literally perturbs me. Because particularly when it's a person who has really, really strong opinions. But they don't like have enough, like, I don't know, like the wherewithal to like actually like check the facts and like learn the details before they just evoke technical shit in rooms. Like, I'm like, wow, like, can we just stop doing that? Can we like try to learn some shit about it? Like, I'm not asking you to be a PhD sociologist or shit. I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna evoke social behavior and the theory, then that's what's going on when it comes to the explosion. You identifying as trans, is the theory you evoke, but you don't know who authored it, the people who are famous for advancing it and arguing it, what their methodologies are. You don't know any of that. You just said it because you heard it somewhere. And it's like, bro, your argument would be stronger if you knew these details, or at least you could make it stronger if you wanted to.
Do you ever talk about things that you have picked up just from general
Yep, all the time.
Life and research, and that you can't quote exactly who also supports your opinion?
Yep, all the time.
Okay, that's what I was doing. I mean, I've looked into this a lot.
Yeah.
Why do you say that? Because I can't regurgitate. Look, this is why I don't go and speak in front of the school board because I can't do what you're asking. I can't throw at them all these statistics and stuff. I could only speak in general terms. Yes, I would have to have a prepared speech that I would read off. That's right. That's right. And I've been too lazy to do that. We have a big fight now.
See, now we're growing.
Yeah, we have a big fight going on in our town over this kind of stuff, and we do have people going to the school board, and they haven't allowed us to.
You care. You clearly care.
What?
You care. You care about the issue. You just don't care enough to actually do research. You just you care.
I've done the research. I haven't put it together in a 5-minute speech, that I can be quoting everybody on. I've been convinced by the research I've done that I've been convinced, and that of what I just said to you, that it's a social contagion. I've been convinced of that.
But you don't even know how to evaluate the veracity of a claim like that. It just coincides with your bias.
Hey,
so you're like, yeah,
look at the American, all of the main medical associations go along with this stuff. Okay, they all go along with it. So they without any basis in research or long-term research. Okay. So I can quote the long-term research hasn't been done. Okay, so.
Well, that's just, but you okay.
So.
You got it, bro.
So, if I'm going to be quoting some research, none of it's going to be. It has to be more. I don't know. Does Abigail Schreier quote? Does she back everything up with research?
Mm-hmm. That's probably why I suggested you read her shit.
Okay, I will. I'll look up and I'll rely on her for the research. So when I go make
her, she's just one person. She's one example. Like I wasn't saying only her.
Okay.
She's like she's not the only person who wrote this stuff, by the way. Or who like advanced that theory. She was one off the top of my head. I could look up more for you. I don't want to do your work for you.
Yeah, no, I know there are more. I've read them, and again, I can't.
No, you haven't read them. Stop saying
that. I haven't read the whole book. I've heard them talk on the internet.
Okay, that's not the same as reading them. Just like
I've done some of the research.
Okay, I'll give you one book. Okay, it's called Irreversible Damage.
Yeah.
Transgender craze seducing our daughters.
Yeah, that's a new one, isn't it?
No, it's not that. I mean,
no.
Relatively new. Maybe 2022.
Yeah, it's newer. Yeah. That's it. Who's that by? That's a good one. I think I've seen that referred to.
By Abigail Schreier.
Oh, it's her. Okay, right. Okay, God help us. Okay.
All right.
Have you read it?
Part of it.
Part of it, like the introduction or something, or?
No, I got several chapters in. But and also the one I had is a digital one. I pulled it up on my iPhone just now just to see where I left off.
So you think she makes a really good case for it being a social contagion? Do you think so?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't finished the book yet, but I mean, yeah, it's interesting. It seems compelling so far, but I have to account for the fact that I'm not an expert in the field. There's still stuff even I don't know. So I care very much about like what would be the objectively proper way to evaluate the claim. I've read some like counter arguments, and they seem compelling too. So.
What's compelling about the counter arguments?
There was some methodological stuff they pointed out. I don't remember the details, so I don't want to even try because I don't want to say things that are wrong. But what I do remember is that there was some kind of methodological thing that they basically were arguing were flaws in her search study. There was a lot of like technical stuff they were saying, but again, I don't want to like botch it. I'll leave it at that. Because I would have to go find those things. This is stuff I read like months ago. It was actually in preparation for a club I read. I was going to actually bring it into a room and talk about it. So I started reading and preparing for that month. What am I doing? I just did something really silly because I got distracted by you guys. So I seasoned my salmon I was gonna cook. I turned my oven on. I'm staring at my oven. And the salmon is sitting on my counter. I'm just staring at the oven. I forgot to put the damn salmon in the oven. It's so fucking stupid. I can't believe I just did that shit. I just wasted like 10 minutes.
What, you overcooked it or undercooked it?
No. It was just, I didn't cook it at all. I didn't even put it in the oven. I turned the oven on, but I was distracted by conversing with you.
You didn't put it in. Okay.
Yeah, it was sitting in my counter. I'm staring at the oven like I normally do when I put food in there. I forgot to put the damn salmon in the oven. And I'm like, man, I can't smell it yet. I hope it's not gonna take forever. And I'm like, it's probably because I didn't put it in the oven. I was so stupid. Wow.
Well, it doesn't take very long. You don't want to cook it.
I'm about to broil this, so it's gonna be really quick. Once I got a pot of veggies on. I also ate a shit ton of grapes, so I'm actually like a little less hungry now. Oh shit, leftists are turning on Gavin Newsom because of that Ben Shapiro interview. Oh shit, I might be doing on that tomorrow. Oh shit, Minnesota's gonna lose a congressional seat over deportations. What?
What? You mean being for them or against them?
What?
Oh, because deportations, their population's going down. The Somali population, is that it?
I think that's the argument, yeah. No, not the Somali population.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't be Somali. Yeah, it wouldn't be Somali.
No, there are Somali. First of all, there's a significant amount of Somali in Minnesota, but it's the deportation in general. It's not just Somali.
Right, because they're legal. Somalis are legal.
Well, some of them, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, the majority of them that live there are apparently natural-born citizens, American-born citizens. Like 80-something% or something like that. So I read.
I can't believe they've deported that. Well, people are self-deporting because ICE is not getting that many people that would affect a congressional seat. They have to battle just to get one or two out, and they're just going I think they're just going after the criminals, the ones with criminal backgrounds.
I don't know if that's true.
I better go. I gotta get up really early tomorrow. So, okay. Good talking to you.
Night. Just you and me, and or not, maybe it's just me. What?
Oh my gosh, this app is like, I could not come off of mute. What did you say to me?
This is just me and you on the stage now. Somebody else left.
Why?
Why? I don't know. People left.
They were done talking about it?
That's usually why people leave.
You taught enough today?
Apparently not if you still don't understand that biological males can breastfeed.
Shut up. No, and that honest, that is like a topic that I am really passionate about that really, really, really bothers me for so many reasons. You know, not just because I'm a woman, but because I have a kid. All the things, so like it hits really home, and it's like it's a line that if it's crossed, like I'm the person that will call it out. I just can't. It's a boundary, a healthy one, right?
I guess. I'm not sure what you mean, but
well, it's always reject that, but like obviously this didn't just happen like under like you want to say you know Joe Biden's fault and his administration, but like obviously this was like happening throughout like many years. We just like missed the slippery slope. Would you agree?
I don't know what you mean by slippery slope, but yes, I would agree that it happened over a longer period of time than just Joe Biden's time here in office.
It's kind of sad. And like, and even for that woman that is an OBGYN, for her to even feel, whether it been fear, but like that actually is like even sad. You know what I'm saying? Like she shouldn't have to like feel like in fear of like, oh, people are gonna be hurt or people are gonna be mad, and people like she shouldn't even have had to feel that way. You know, about telling like her.
Well, we don't know that she felt that way.
Right, no, I'm just saying, like, she felt uncomfortable. Uncomfortable would be a good word. That was, like, undeniable. It was very uncomfortable for her.
I mean, it seemed that way, but I don't even know we could say that for sure. It seemed like she was uncomfortable.
I mean, I guess that's the most appropriate word without, like, I mean, I don't know what she was feeling not inside of her body, but it
seemed uncomfortable. I feel comfortable saying that. It seemed uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Hostile to the question of someone who seemed suspicious of the behind a bunch of community.
Right.
Mostly that I'm saying because she kind of more like explicitly said those things. Prior to, we got cut off a lot. Get it all over there you go.
Yeah. Well, because you just wanted to answer the direct question, yes or no. Because it is really like a yes or no question. That's why.
Well, I mean, that's kind of part of the dispute, but I mean, people who have a certain position will definitely perceive it that way. People who don't have, people who have her position will perceive it as a gotcha. You know, they'll be like, it's more nuanced. Because she actually tried to say, like, I forgot the exact words. I don't know what I just for it, but she basically said something to the effect of, like, you're making it seem as if you're conflating, I think it was the term she used, you're conflating. Female with, I think she was gonna say, because it got cut off. You're conflating male and female with man and woman. And probably like, I'm not conflating anything. I'm just asking a basic question, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
It was like really, it was cringe.
Yeah, definitely. The whole exchange was very awkward.
Yeah, it was like uncomfortable to watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, look who decided to show back up. Marshall's back.
You know, I did the schizophrenic thing where I change channels all the time. I love the rooms, but I also love my ADD more.
You love your what?
ADD more.
Do you really have ADD?
I'm finding my inability to like sit still on ADD rather than what it really is, which is I don't want to sit still.
ADD construct.
I'm also kind of stoned, so well, I'm not kind of stoned, I'm really stoned.
You are?
Oh, dude, super stoned.
Super stoned.
Stoned or high?
Those are synonyms. What are you talking about?
No, they're not the same.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
They literally are.
I'm person right now. I'm high. I'm also stoned.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that obviously if you smoke sativa, then obviously sativa would make you high, not stoned.
What's the difference?
There's a significant. Yeah. Marshall knows.
No, I don't know.
Marshall agrees with me, so how does he know? You can explain it unless you. I mean, I can look it up, but I don't think there is a difference.
Yeah, let's look it up. Look it up. But sativa is more of like a so like when I say stone, it's like someone that's like chill and like I just want to eat. Or sativa almost like gives you that energy where you're like laughing and like giggling. And there's different, and I don't know what the other kind is.
Oh no, you're talking about the moods. I don't separate, dude. I'm either high or I'm not.
No, I know there's a difference in between the two different kinds of weed. I know sativa's the one. I don't know what the other one's called.
Indica.
Yes, indica.
Yeah. No. I get all that, but like when people say we're getting stoned or I am stoned.
Oh, you're saying that the way that you say it is like it means the same to you.
Exactly.
I get it.
Right. They as Jason said, they're synonyms. I use them as synonyms. In college, we used to call it getting safe.
Really?
Yes. They were all they were water skiers, and I was like partially a water skier, partially like a half-tried polo player, which was like, God, talk about a sport that's hard. Polo is a difficult sport. Yeah, we held this safety meeting.
Polo, like water polo?
No, like on horses.
Oh, like this.
Yeah, you get
the clothing brand. Like there's a little horse on there.
No, you wear grubby ass shirt.
No, I know, but like the polo shirts have the little horse insignia.
Oh yeah, with the mallet. Yeah, stuff is like surprisingly harder than it looks. It looks like they make it look majestically easy. It's hard as shit. You gotta get the horse going at like a near gallop. And then you gotta like stand up in the saddle while you grip the horse, while you do all this, keeping your eye downfield while the horse while you're holding the horse's reins in your left hand, or if you're good enough horseman, just using your knees. And then you gotta take that damn mallet, swing it over your head, and drop it to the ground. And like the number of times I missed was more than the number of times I managed to hit the chucker in the first place. It was a difficult sport. Didn't make me hate myself as much as golf though.
I don't fuck like that.
Well,
rich people love that shit. That's a rich people sport.
Well, I think golf is the only sport you can play where you hate yourself more at the end of the game than you did at the beginning.
There you go.
The only sport. Oh, talk about a rich man sport. Like my roommates were water skiers. You gotta have some money if you watch.
I wanted to try it because it looks like it could be fun.
Oh, dude, it's
someone where they drag you behind a boat.
Yeah, dude, it's a bitchin' good time.
I went on a jet ski
all the way
before
up
the Bahamas.
smooth sailing.
Oh yeah.
I went on a jet ski before the Bahamas.
But you gotta be like river's taker and go outside of the way. Not ride the way. Oh, you sound really good. No, that guy that was singing earlier, he actually had a good voice. When he was just like being funny, you can tell that he can carry a tune. That's his character in that moment was perfect.
Just as a teacher, how do you feel about the way they teach history today? At like a grade school, high school level. I got mine for a former student, but like, what's your impression as a teacher? Like, how? I'll give you an example. My history was woefully inadequate in the Indian Wars and Reconstruction. Like, woefully inadequate.
I mean, it depends. Like, I don't think history is taught the exact same way everywhere in the countries.
No, I'm just curious, like, in your place, like, how's it being taught now?
Well, I mean,
like,
social studies in general is being de-emphasized because it's not being tested. I would gripe about that. Even teachers like me who really want to teach you, we have
have to make really tough calls in terms of like our school day. Like I teach elementary. Right now, I only have social studies being taught once a week for an hour, which is annoying. Because I have to dedicate all this time for math because that's what gets tested. And then other parts of the day are for other subjects. I teach science also once a week for an hour, which is annoying. I think both of those subjects should be taught longer. And then we have specials, which are like roughly the equivalent of electives, but at the elementary school level. So they'll have like PE one day. They'll go to the library for one. They'll have dance. They'll have music, and all of those things happen once a week. So all of the things that are roughly not English, basically, not ELA, not math, they get truncated to like once a week type things.
You know, at my daughter's school, it goes up to sixth grade, and so that's how it was up until sixth grade, and then in sixth grade, so in fifth grade they change classes. They have like one main teacher, and then they like will go to another teacher for like science, and which doesn't make sense. They'll have like one teacher doing science and reading, and then like another teacher doing math, and then like it's so 3 different teachers throughout the day for fifth and sixth grade. And in sixth grade, they get to pick like their elective. So between like music, art, gym, and there's a fourth one. I forget the fourth one. What's the fourth one? Muse.
What, elective?
Yeah.
Music.
Like music, gym, art, and one more.
Dance.
No.
Computer science. We have computer science.
I forget. Well, so they get to pick, and they get to pick what they want, and then they have to rank it like what they want the most, and so it's like a junior high. It's kind of cool. So then, like, essentially, my daughter is not. She thinks that the art there, but she's really good at art, and art at the elementary, the teacher is just not that good. So like, she doesn't have art like all year. She just has music and gym. It's kind of cool. But I agree, they don't test in social studies. And let me just say that the reading, the books that this teacher has chosen, like they are reading novels, and the books. I don't know if you ever heard of K or Ella's Enchanted, but those 2 books is what the novels they've read thus far, and yeah, let me know if you.
Enchanted is like a classic, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's like a new modern version of it.
Oh.
So they're almost done reading the new modern version, but then they get to watch the movie, and the movie that they're gonna watch is like the old classic, like from back in the day.
Okay.
But this one is like, it's kind of cringe. And you never heard of the K?
The K, no.
Yeah, the K. That one was like, it's really dark. It's all about like, it is race related, and it's like, it's pretty horrific actually. Just who picks these books?
Usually the people who make the curriculum.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had an opportunity to like literally create a curriculum from scratch and then pick my own texts. A lot of reading. I was proud of the text that I picked. I picked some really good texts.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Well, you didn't hear how I picked my text.
What?
Well, I picked only Black and brown authors. And I had like 6 units, and every unit was a different like genre of writing.
Okay.
I wasn't allowed to do literature because they had a different class that did that, so I had to do mostly nonfiction.
Okay.
So I picked 6 genres of nonfiction.
Okay.
So we did memoirs, I did biographies, I did one that focused on like debates. So we did like debate topics. So we did like issues, like debating abortion or something.
Yeah.
As an example. And then I did another one that was about what was the other one about? It was like current events. It was like news articles. I picked a lot of topical stuff that was happening like in real life. Like at the time. At the time, that was like the big Stoneman Douglas shooting.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See, like that. See, I think that's cool.
And then we culminated the year with a research project.
That's actually, I like that. See, and I think that, I like that it's nonfiction. Because, yeah, my daughter's novels are obviously fiction, and they're like their stories like based on history, but there's like telling like a more horrific version of it. It's like I'm like, what? Why would your teacher teach this book? There's nothing that you guys are learning from it. I don't understand. Like, I don't know. I don't trust the curriculum there.
We started the year with memoir, and we read Rita Moreno. She was in the West Side Story.
Okay.
We read about her being in Hollywood and stuff. We talked about like, I don't know, we analyzed like how women were treated in Hollywood based on her memoir.
That's really cool.
I then read I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings.
I don't know if I know that one.
By Maya Angelou.
Oh, okay, yes. Okay.
And then,
what a great one, huh?
Yeah. And then another year, we read another one called The Distance Between Us by Reina Grande. That one detailed the heartbreaking heartache of living in Mexico, but like living separate from your family members because they had people who crossed the border illegally. And she even goes into detail about how they never used to see their dad because their dad was working in America and sending money back to them to make ends meet. And so they hated being away from their dad. And then one day their dad came and literally crossed the border with them. And she details what it was like to do that. That she felt scared, and she saw a dead body in the middle of the desert. It's wild. So it was like from the perspective of a lot of that actually helped shape a lot of my perspective on what it's like to cross the border. There was a lot of details that I actually was used to reading about. So you could say, oh, that's like ideology. But it's like, no, it's actually like the lived experience of actual people.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I like that. Like that seems more credible. It's something about history. It's history that may not even have been like in America, but it is part of, history. It's not just something that's made up just to like push something, insidiously.
And history can be most useful when looking at my impression, looking at reoccurring emotions. The facts don't repeat themselves necessarily. That's why they say history rhymes. It's not because it rhymes, because it's emotional. At least I think so, anyway. emotion connects humans in a very visceral way.
Yeah, that book, that memoir, The Distance Between Us, I recommend. Man, I wish so many more people read that book because then I think they would be less inclined to demonize immigrants. I mean, they get demonized. Maybe that's just me.
I would agree with you. I haven't read it, but I've heard the stories like it.
Bought the English version of the book and the Spanish version. Because at one point I had a bunch of students who didn't speak English, but they can read the Spanish. So I would print copies in English for everyone else, and for like the 5 or 6 students that only spoke Spanish, I would print the Spanish copy. But I would give them Spanish versions of the same quizzes. And I would ask questions in class. I like a point system. Students would earn like points for answering questions. But if the Spanish-speaking students answer questions, they got double points. If they answered in English, they got triple points. So really, there was a way to incentivize them to practice speaking English.
Yeah, I like that. That's cool.
It also motivated my Spanish-speaking students who also spoke English.
I love that.
For like health and
yeah.
And not just feed them answers, but just like encourage them to speak and like help them translate to English. I spoke Spanish too, so I can understand them regardless. I mean, I still speak Spanish, but I mean, because I did it then, I can basically understand them.
You seem like the kind of the teacher, like when I coached cheerleading, like I was so passionate about it, and like that girls that I had coached, 10 years later, they would be inviting me to their wedding or whatever, and I just can imagine that you have students that come back and thank you for being such a positive influence in their life. I could see that.
Actually, tomorrow, one of my former students, I'm gonna meet up with them online, doing YZAT, the little tutoring thing, because they want help writing their personal statement for law school. So it's actually funny you brought that up because I'm about to.
That's so cool. And isn't it awesome to see like how much they've grown from where like you had them as students? Like it makes you proud, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
Her LSAT score is gonna come soon. I'm like nervous for her. Hope she gets a really good score.
That's a really good deal. Yeah. Cause you know how like we all have that like one teacher that just like out of all that just stand out more than the rest, you know? Did you have that news? Like I can remember like my 9th grade algebra teacher. Yeah, my 9th grade algebra teacher by far was like such an influence. And but how
all my English teachers, I had like 3 English teachers. One, I know their name, I remember their names. One was Miss H, but her full name was Holbertel. Everybody called her Miss H though. Another one was Miss Linda Mulder. I have Miss H in 10th grade, and then Miss Linda Mulder in 11th grade. And then as a senior, I had Miss Snuckle. Those are and so Miss H was my honors English, 12th grade honors English. Miss Lindsay Miller was AP. It was AP English in 11th grade. I was terrified of that class.
English too.
Yeah, and Miss Simple was AP. Was AP English. So I had AP Lang in 11th grade, AP Lit, I believe, in 12th grade.
Yep, AP Lit in 12th grade. Honors English in 10th and 11th grade. Right? Yeah, and then AP Lit in 12th grade.
And 9th grade honors, 10th grade honors, and then AP.
Was the 9th grade in the high school for you?
Yeah.
Okay, so 9th grade is not in the high school for us.
It's weird. I never heard of 9th grade not being in high school.
Yeah, no, so like ours, so K through 6 for elementary, 7th through 9th for middle school, and then 10th through 12th high school.
It was called junior high, not middle school.
Yep, junior high.
Yeah, I had junior high too, but I've never heard of 9th grade being in middle school. It's just the first time.
Well, yeah, now you heard it. You heard it first.
Yeah, we had 4 years of high school. Oh, since Alan's here. Alan, I think I'm gonna go do Toastmasters.
Really?
Yeah, deadass.
Well, good for you.
Alan, can a man get pregnant?
No. You know, Black, you will have an advantage as a teacher because you're already used to speaking in front
That's exactly
of
right. That is
people.
exactly right. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. But they will be adults.
Yeah, but it's a transferable skill that I'm.
Oh yeah.
And also, I'm on Clubhouse so much. I actually think that's going to help me too. I talk to adults, even though it's not in person. I still talk and converse a lot.
Well,
so I do think
but here's the thing: if you're not even on Clubhouse, you know that you have to always. You will get interrupted if you pause too long, or someone will jump off the mic. When in Toastmasters and generally in real life, you know, like if you've got 7 minutes to speak, you can pause for dramatic effect, etc., etc.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I do my monologues at the beginning of almost all my rooms, so I do have some practice. But anyway,
it's good because it will frame things in a way you may not have thought about, and you know it's been around, I don't know, 100 years, so they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So congrats, enjoy.
Well, it's not official yet, but I'm pretty much decided. I just have to I have a handful of options. I'm trying to decide which ones I want to stick with. Yeah,
I mean, you want to you don't want to pick a club that's like Toastmasters for engineers. You know, you want to find one that's more, you know, in the realm that of, you know, more related to your profession or your interests, etc., etc. So there might be a literary Toastmasters or something like that.
I'm actually gonna try to use it to. I want to get into the professional development game, where I do PDs and I can charge anywhere $1,500 to $5,000 to each PD.
What do you mean professional development?
In education, they have professional development events that they do where they teach teachers how to teach better.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, and certainly Toastmasters will be good training for that. You know.
So that's one of the things I want to use it for.
There are people who go through Toastmasters it's kind of rigorous, but there's like a professional speaker or professional, something like that, designation where once you get that certificate or degree or something, it's similar to what you're talking about. You can charge an arm and a leg to speak at an event, but they expect you to be really polished. Not like Tony Robbins, crazy level, but you should know what you're doing. But enjoy.
That's literally what I want to do. Is I want to basically increase my earning potential by doing this. And I can charge a lot of money to do a lot of things. Eventually, I do want to do like honorarium and like a speaker, motivational speaking actually at some point too. I think that would be fun.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, it's it's a good way to start. So yeah. And I still pisses me off to this day. I entered. They have speech contests, and so everyone decided I should join. So I joined, and I came in second. And the guy who came in first, when he was giving his speech, I kept thinking, son of a bitch, I've heard this before. And it didn't click until like 6 months later. Have you ever heard the Bill Cosby routine where it was like, until the age of 5, I thought my name was Dammit. Because every time my father called me, he'd say, get over here, damn it.
I have heard it only in the context of Bill Cosby.
Yeah. Well, this guy was doing Bill Cosby's routine, and he won.
Oh, that's whack.
Yeah, I know. And it was like, I was so, and sometimes I think about...
If you would have known and called him out on it, would you have won?
Say that again?
If you would have known or recognized it at that time, and you would have called him out on it.
Oh, yeah. They're feeling, they don't allow plagiarism either, you're supposed to, the speeches you give, are supposed to be written by you and no one else. So.
I took a speaking class in junior college. I loved it. I was actually pretty good at it.
Yeah, well, the thing that's great is because everyone there everyone's been in the beginner position. So it's a very, what's the word? Not comforting. Jesus. I'm tired. Where everybody supports each other.
Jovial?
Say that again?
Jovial?
Not jovial. So it's a supportive environment. That's what I want to say.
Cathartic?
No, I'm not cathartic. Supportive is the word I want to say. It's not like, oh man, you suck. Which certainly, coming from where I came from, having never spoken in public at all, it was very helpful.
Nice.
Yeah. At this point, I've probably given, I don't know, let me think about this, 20, probably about 60 speeches. So it's helpful. Anyways, what have we decided about our topic of the evening? Or has it all been discussed out? I don't want to rile anything up.
It's been kind of Litigated, I guess.
Kind of what?
Litigated.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well. Well.
You're like bummer. I wanted to talk.
No. I mean, I don't know where you stand or other people stand, but it's. I don't think I have the energy to be confrontational at this point.
What? You?
Not that I ever am. I am nothing but a pinnacle, an example for us all of understanding and empathy. Yeah. But I assume you're on winter break of some sort, which is why you've been on the app more.
No, I'm no longer on winter break. I was on winter break till like the 6th of January, maybe.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, there you go.
Oh, man.
Have you gone in the politically correct room?
No.
Well, Goat, aka MAGA, aka Dan is now his name, is doing his usual shtick.
I figured it would be people like him in there. I didn't know that he changed his name or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's some significance to it, but you know.
But yeah, they typically have like titles that seem to be chastising MAGA or whatever. So.
Oh yeah.
It kind of was obvious what that room was, but I didn't know he was in it.
Yeah, I think about 4 or 5 months ago he started going and quickly became a favorite. So, yeah. Have you ever taken the Myers-Briggs personality test?
I took a personality test. I don't remember which one it was. They have a whole bunch of different.
Like INF.
Yeah, they have like letters that identify the unique ones. So maybe I did do that one.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was. If there's like, I don't know, there's not like 16 different ones.
Yeah, there's 16.
Yeah. If you read them all, I could probably figure out which one I was because it would sound the most familiar, but I forget which one. But I think I did do it for work one time.
Well, were you introverted or extroverted?
I don't.
I mean, if you don't want to talk about this, that's okay.
No, I genuinely don't remember, but if I had to guess, I think I was. Isn't there like a middle ground?
Well, there is, because
middle ground between the two.
It's not an either or, but generally speaking, the what is said is, and introverts, it's not that they're antisocial, but they can only be in social situations so long, and then they need to be alone to recharge. Whereas extroverts, they recharge by being around people. So if you're the type like you go to a party and then it's, okay, that's enough of that, and you gotta leave. Like, that's me. I'm like, I like going out and going to social events, but then at a certain point, I'm done. Get me out of here. So, but it's introverted, extroverted, either I or E, and then I forget. Feeling versus sensing. Sensing. Oh, geez, I forgot. But it's ING. I forgot all the designations. But then there's feeling versus sensing, and then judging versus perceiving. So the second category is how you receive information from the world. Whether you're like facts, just the facts, ma'am, or whether you're more intuitive. Then the other one is how you make decisions, and then the last one is whether you like things more free or you like more structure. So, anyways, those are, but I was just curious because there's certain types have certain different approaches to things like discussions like that happen on Clubhouse. Mm-hmm. So, anyways.
Which one are you?
Me? Well, I am INFJ, which is the rarest personality type there is. It's it's anywhere between 1 or 2% of the population. And the reason why I got into this was because my dearly departed mother sent me a book called Love Types by Alexander Avila, who, long story short, researched all of this and researched which types are most compatible with which, using statistics and other forms of investigation, and then wrote the book. But it not only tells you what you take a test, so you figure out what type you are, but then it tells you what your best match is, and then it tells you where to go, where the most likely place you will meet your best match, which is important because as a musician going to clubs, etc., that whole scene, that was the exact worst place where I could be going. And so it told me, well, you need to be going to art galleries and museums. So the first time I went, a woman walked in. 9 months later, we were married. And that was it.
I see. That makes sense.
Yeah. So it and then I told a female friend about it. She went, and for her it said, oh, well, you should go to political events. She went to a couple. She met her husband there. A year or so later, they got married. So it's not foolproof, but it certainly has its merits. So that's how I got into it. So, which is why you should always listen to your mother.
Yeah, I remember yesterday, Alan and Marshall, where I was in the same room with you guys. And you guys experienced what I experienced about a week ago, talking to being up here on stage. And do you remember what they were talking about? I just remember it was a lot of mayhem.
It was the discussion of right-wing versus left-wing
political violence. Yes. And I just remember first it was Marshall, and Marshall was having to deal with going back and forth with like 5 different people, right? And having to have 5 different conversations. And then
I missed that.
You came up
and you were having dialogue, but you bowed out, like, not quick. You said what you said, right? And you made sense, and you said your point, but it was obvious people were being very disingenuous. And you were just like, yeah, you know what, I'm out. You were just like, I'm going to go on mute now.
Well, yeah, I mean, I stated my position. What was funny about that is that the room, they were saying, the mods were saying, well, there's much more right-wing political violence than left-wing political violence. So I posted an article that essentially confirmed that, and they didn't know what to do with themselves. They were like, oh, they were expecting I was going to post something to try and contradict that. And when I didn't, they still couldn't believe it.
That's exactly what happened. You posted that Axios article, right?
Yeah.
And I think the first thing one of them said was, oh, Axios? No, we already know. Yeah. You know, and somebody's like, did you even read it? And then as you guys were reading it, yeah, it confirmed what they were saying. And then all of a sudden, they were saying, oh, Alan's not serious. Alan's not serious. He's
and I kept saying, yes, it confirms it. Yes, I know. I agree with you. They were still mad at me.
It was the funniest thing. I was just like, yeah, it was interesting yesterday, just listening to all of that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I just, you know. And Marshall was like, well, you can't make this political. You know, you shouldn't make it political. All violence is bad. And he does that a lot with me. Because he's like, his whole point is, as long as we're divided, this fighting is going to continue to go on, et cetera, et cetera. And I've had, you know, and I said to him, yeah, you're right. All violence is, you know, the political violence, no matter who does it, it's bad.
Yeah, it is. I was coming from the standpoint of, I think we'd have to cast a broader net on political violence because, yeah, you have actual political violence that are like straight up, right? Like political. Like Charlie Kirk, right? Not getting into if that was bad or good. I'm just saying, okay, that's straight political. But then it's like, to me, and I could be wrong or misinterpreting or misunderstanding, but what about acts of violence committed by people who do identify strongly with a certain ideology, but it may not come out, right? As far as, what am I trying to say? Possibly like gang violence, right? We know gang violence is, you know, it has to do with gangs, but what about like their ideologies? And would we want to cast those acts of violence under, you know, political violence per se? If that makes sense.
Well, if you're asking me, that's where things get messy. Because, you know, I always say, half joking, humans like killing each other. And they will use any excuse in order to do it. So politics certainly is one of those reasons. You know, I don't know, I think when it comes to political violence that you see people get frustrated and they feel, when people get frustrated and they feel they have no recourse, then that becomes the justification for violence. Now, that's probably very obvious. But the thing is, neither the left or the right is immune from that.
I agree. When people feel there is no recourse, right, then yeah, violence does become justified. I also think, I mean, it's obvious as well that violence becomes more of an offense, right? Instead of going on defense, like, hey, we're just going to be violent because we feel that this is a way to accomplish our goals. Yeah, and I think that's kind of where we're at. I don't want to kind of get off topic. I don't even know where this is going, but I think that's where the political climate is at. I'm not saying it's happening right now, but I definitely see it trending strongly in that direction on both sides. So it's just interesting.
Well, you know, after the conversation last night, I looked up, I did a search, and I found this research article that just looked at incidences of political violence by right-wing, left-wing, and Middle Eastern terrorists, and who committed the most violence, what motivated, the number of incidences, the percentages, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And what I found interesting was that yes, if you only go back so far, yes, right-wing violence is more prevalent than left-wing violence. However, if you go back to the 60s and 70s, it was the left that was committing the majority of political violence. And then if you go, and I forget, it only goes back to like I forget how far back this study went. But one can conclude these things go in cycles. So I'm being paged. 1 second. Or I'm back. Well, I have a question, which maybe you could opine on, Black, or what are you going by? Muse, excuse me, or Sean. My argument would be that when it comes to right-wing extremists, like neo-Nazis, like the Klan, and I don't know, pick any of the other extremist views. Don't include, I would not include the anti-abortion movement in this. That generally the majority of the right rejects those groups. Now with the anti-abortion groups, I would not argue that they reject their actions. Because, you know, in general, the support of anti-abortionists on the right is pretty well known. So it would be hard to argue that they reject, you know, the attacks that they've made on abortion clinics. But generally speaking, that the right rejects those extremists, and I would argue that the extreme views of the left are actually part of the mainstream left. So the trans ideology, immigration policy, those kinds of things, those are mainstream in the left, and the violence committed. I mean, look what's happening with the whole ICE protests. Mainstream and the violence surrounding that, the mainstream left supports those actions and supports those ideologies, and that's the difference between the left and the right.
Are you saying so? Well, oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if Black was going to speak or going to ask a question. I just was going to add a bit of clarification.
Sure.
So, are you saying that on the right, like the mainstream right views are not as extreme as the mainstream left views?
No. That the extreme right-wing groups like the Klan or neo-Nazis or other hate groups that are considered right, extreme right, that generally speaking, the Republicans and conservatives reject them and don't endorse their actions. So if someone from the Klan commits racial violence, the majority of the right is going to condemn their actions. Whereas on the left, you see this violence that's being committed, against ICE agents, and that, or what's happening with the whole transgender issue, and that violence that's committed related to those beliefs and ideologies, that's a majority belief on the left, and so the support between the right and the left about those acts of violence is different.
Yeah, I think yes, for one. I do believe that the extreme views on the left are very mainstream for that side. And they, it's obvious they are supporting. I'm not, saying this is a good or a bad thing. I'm just saying it's very obvious they are supporting violence and a lot of the extreme views. As far as the right, like, your typical Republicans, right? I think that they do support the extreme right views. I think that, like, maybe your typical kind of like what would they call them? Your neocon Republicans, right? Like maybe your George Bush Republicans or whatnot. I think that because of the time maybe they came up in, meaning like, when they were getting into office and, the political climate, it maybe was more advantageous for them to, maybe be a little bit extreme, but not super far extreme. Even if they agree with it, it might not have been a good idea to kind of be public with it. And I think that's where they're at. I think they agree. They do side with the extreme right. They're just not as vocal about it, right? They're just like, hey, yeah, we see what they're doing. We're not going to be in favor of it, but we're not in favor of it. That's kind of what I see, and I could be wrong, but that's my view of it.
And I think there's some truth to that as well.
but definitely, it's I don't know if you guys saw. I'm not trying to get into the whole Minnesota thing, but Mayor Frey, right? Jacob Frey, that's his name.
Him and Walls have been brought up on chargeability.
What happened?
They got brought up on impeding an officer charged by the DOJ.
Oh, he did?
I thought that's what you were going to say, but yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, no, I didn't know that. Oh, man. The mayor, he got brought up on impeding an officer. Oh, that's crazy. I got to check that out. No, I was saying,
I don't know if it's correctly, but there was somebody at a press conference who got in trouble for, like, the point of the press conference was to say they got in trouble for impeding an officer.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I got to check that out. It's, yeah, I'm gonna check that one out. I think, what I was going to say is, you saw where he was, I saw this clip where he was giving his speech, right? Or this was yesterday or maybe early, I think it was yesterday. And he was saying that his constituents, right, or the people, the citizens of Minneapolis or wherever, they were asking him to send out local law enforcement to go fight ICE, right? He said this. Did you guys see that?
I saw that thing where the police officer, he didn't say go out and fight. He said we're not going to go out and fight.
Oh yeah, he said he did say that we're not going to go out and fight, but he did say that he had citizens requesting.
Yeah, before I asked to go out and fight, the cop like racism. I was like, yeah, this is not happening kind of thing.
Right. But the fact that he mentioned that, I could be looking too deep into this, but to me, that was a call of like, hey, this is where we're at. And I saw there was something there where he was saying, hey, if law enforcement were to do that, you have the citizens would have your back on this, right? Because he said, hey, the citizens are calling for local law enforcement to fight ICE. That's not going to happen because and then he was just saying stuff like, oh, we think we do have legal grounds to arrest federal officers, but it's just so many more of them than it is us. Like he was saying this stuff, and I'm like, what is it?
They're allowed to say most of that stuff until they're allowed to say a lot of that stuff unless it leads into action, and unless people then take action on their words. That's when it becomes a problem. They're allowed to be as incendiary as they like.
But don't you, to me, well, am I looking at this incorrectly? I think that's what he's calling for. I think there's something there where he's saying, hey, police officers, local police, if you were to take this stance against the federal officers, the citizens would have your back if you wanted to. Like, to me, that's what I was reading. That's what I was reading.
I think that reads a little too far into it, but that's just me.
I mean, well, then when he says, we think we do have legal ground to arrest federal officers, it's just so much more of them than it is us.
State troopers do not have the right to arrest federal officers.
They do not. 100% supremacy clause reigns supreme, right? But this is what he said, and I'm just looking at it, and I didn't watch the whole speech, so I could just kind of be having a knee-jerk reaction to this. I'm very aware of that.
Before we discuss the rest of the speech, you take a look at it. Not because I'm trying to poke you, more because your first impression is important, but your considered thought once you've seen the thing is even more important. So how about you look that up real quick, if you don't mind. I feel like I'm putting you on the spot, but I'm doing it for a good reason.
Oh, no, you're saying to go watch everything he said?
Yeah, if you only watch part of it, fast forward through some of it, right? I'm not asking everything. All I'm saying is, go give the thing a perusal real quick, aside from the curse free glance you gave it.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
That way you know if it more supports the thing you're saying.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not trying to poke at you, but doing that, I'm simply saying it's a good place to start to see the whole thing, before you render an opinion on the whole thing.
Right, and 100%. That's why I said I'm very well aware that this could be a knee-jerk reaction, especially since I haven't been following, what's been going on with speaking of the context of the Minneapolis stuff. So 100%, yeah, you're absolutely right. I should go kind of watch the whole thing and see what he was talking about outside of the clips that I saw. So yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Buck, you still around? What did you say? I was talking to Jason. I was asking if he was still around.
Okay, yeah, this thing's about 15 minutes. So, yeah, bro.
I just think the Democrats are going to be yelling and screaming and kicking for the next 4 years. That's my gut feeling.
Yeah, they're going to escalate. They're going to escalate for sure.
Muse, are you with us?
Yeah. What's up?
Well, the longer there's silence, the more tempting it is to just create evil. I'm trying very hard not to do that.
It seems like that's all you want to do.
Well, that's true. There were times where I do. No, I'm innocent. I'm always innocent. I can't admit that because then it'll be used against me at a further date. I am innocent. Everything I say is genuine. I'm only interested in creating meaningful dialogue for the betterment of all mankind.
There you go.
Yeah. Besides, the only thing I can come up with is Democrats are heathens. And I just think that statement in and of itself is beneath my usual level of trolling. So, do you miss Hawaii?
Yeah, sometimes. I was actually thinking about that like not so long ago.
I went once. It was nice. The highways reminded me, they're exactly the same as California highways, the way they were paved.
The way they were paved?
Yeah, not so much anymore, but California, which it was considered at the time an engineering marvel, it's like cement, but then, you know how there were like grooves about 4 or 5 inches apart, cut into the pavement? Do you remember that?
Kind of.
Well, anyways, they I guess they did the same thing. They used the same kind of techniques in Hawaii as they did in California. And you can still find freeways in California that have that. The idea was that it rains and then the rain goes into those grooves, so it's less slippery. You sounded really low.
No, I wasn't saying anything.
Oh, all right.
I have something playing in the background. Maybe
Oh.
hear that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I watched it on double speed. Sorry, Was I interrupting something?
No, go.
You're good, man.
Oh yeah. So I watched it on double speed. You still had like a few minutes left, but I saw. Yeah, I definitely have a different view on what I was what I from my initial statement. The police officer and Mayor Frey both acknowledged that there was an unlawful protest. They were talking about the second shooting, I guess, that just happened. And so they were both acknowledging that there was an unlawful protest happening, and they were talking about the initial reports of the officer-involved shooting. And Mayor Frey was saying that to the people who are protesting lawfully, he's like, I commend you. He's to everybody else who's not protesting lawfully and taking the bait, you're not helping, and you're not making the situation any safer for our undocumented immigrants here in this in our city. And then that's when he says, I have people calling me, asking me to use law enforcement to fight ICE. And he goes, that's just not going to happen. So it's like, yeah, he's acknowledging, like, okay, we definitely have a problem here. And that this situation, specifically with the shooting, why it happened, and, ways to go about it lawfully. So, yeah, I definitely am looking at what he said a lot differently.
That's true. At the end of the day, I think what you're saying is actually correct. And look, Marshall has read a lot of books. In fact, Marshall has earned the nickname on Clubhouse as Bookman. Bookman. Marshall Bookman.
God, please don't center me. I don't want to be part of that. Don't center me. I don't want to be part of that.
Nobody wants to be part of anything, dude. I don't even fucking know you that much, but dude, Marshall is on Clubhouse as Bookman because, he reads no real world knowledge,
no practical knowledge, nothing how to apply intelligence. Zero. Absolutely zero, Marshall. You don't even know how to do anything. You can't even hammer a nail on a board, right? And that's okay. He's a good guy. Marshall's a good guy. He's a good human being. We respect him. El Normo, God bless you. Shalom. Shabbat shalom.
The Hare
Hey, Marshall. Hey, Marshall. Marshall.
Oh, I would love to.
Marshall, calm down. Calm down. Everybody calm down. Yeah, so Marshall, he loves his books. He like, this and that book. I'm not even going to get started on the other half, Marshall. I'm just going to focus on your good side. Because we live in a world that a glass is half full or a glass is half empty. And so I'm going to focus on Marshall. Marshall's glass is half full. All right? I'm doing that as a favor to you. Buddy, I'm doing that as a favor to Marshall. That Marshall's glass is half full. Marshall read like 1 or 2 chapters of some books. He fucking got drunk at the Republican convention. No answer. You fucking got drunk at the Republican convention. And you made a fool of yourself and got kicked out. You dishamed your family at the Republican convention. What a shame. Fucking drinking at the Republican convention. What a shame. What a fucking shame.
I think he left.
Oh, my bad, Alan. My bad. Thank you for pointing that out. Hey, my nigga is in the crowd. David Bobadilla.
Yeah, I can't with that. That's annoying.
I don't know why Marshall left.
That dude has like a hard on for Marshall. I don't know what his problem with Marshall is, but he did this in my room not too long ago. Very weird. I think Marshall's kind of over it, so that's probably why he dipped.
But Sean, I think you should go with your first impression of that video and stick to it no matter what. No matter what anybody says. Even though viewing the whole thing changed your perspective.
Well,
definitely stay with your first impression.
Well, yeah, to be honest, I definitely view Mayor Frey as certain. Mayor Frey. I definitely view him a certain way because of just all the 2020 stuff. So yeah, then nothing would kind of change that. But just seeing the video, I'm like, okay, I like that he did acknowledge, that there were unlawful protests, and that's what led to the officer-involved shooting. I like that he acknowledged that, there are issues there. He's definitely drawn a line in the sand, when he said, hey, you guys aren't making it safer for our undocumented immigrants here. So he's definitely drawn a line in the sand there. But yeah, just in that context, it did change what I thought he was saying. But it doesn't change how I view him at all. Like, I still think he's on the wrong side of this.
Yeah, I haven't been watching a lot of the news from Minnesota.
Yeah, I haven't watched a lot of it either. I'll just never forget how Minneapolis burned, in 2020. I think that was kind of like the epicenter of it all, right? Obviously, we're not going to go down that George Floyd path, but I understand it, whatever, but it was just, I just remember him from back then, and I was just like, God, dude, like, this guy is just terrible. So, but I haven't watched any of the Minnesota stuff either, so I'm kind of out of touch with it.
Are you from that area or near it, or?
No, I'm in California, Southern California. So, we definitely, down here, ICE is a big issue, but with the Mexican and Latino communities. Very much so. So it's you know, it's both sides of the same coin. It's same thing, Doc. Are you anywhere close to Minnesota?
No. No, I'm in California too. So, there hasn't been a lot about it in the news, but I think they're saying, I hear different reports that the fraud is now totaling like $9 billion is the estimates I've heard. Well, the same kind of fraud has been going on in California, and it's up to like 32 billion.
I think that's
talking about that.
I think that's a quarter of the fraud that's happening out here in California.
Yeah, I know.
It's so, God, right? California, though, it's so much, and as you know, it's so much bureaucracy out here. It's so corrupt. I don't think they'll ever figure it out. I think I just read something about they signed something into legislation to investigate what's happened to, the over $100 billion of missing money, and Newsom vetoed it. So,
of course he did, because that's how. I mean, the whole thing that they uncovered is that, like in Minnesota, is that they create the Leering centers, which I think is great. I mean, sexual deviants need to learn how to leer sexually at women correctly, and you can only get that at a Leering center. Anyways, that joke aside, and then the family, like, you will have families who are like a family will be going to one child care center, and they'll say, well, you're only, and they get kickbacks, but then they'll negotiate. They'll say, well, you're giving us $500 a month kickback, but the other place will give us $1,000. We're going to take our kids out of your place and go to this other's unless you match it. But then those centers are donating to the Democrats, which in turn supports, their political campaigns. And I think Newsom, he vetoed it because if they find out, and this is just my guess, if they find out where the money is going, it's all the people that support and the various companies that support the Democratic machine in California. So, yeah, of course he vetoed it.
Right. It's like, you're absolutely right. It's kind of like two things, right? Especially out here. Remember when all the PPP money was flying everywhere during COVID and unemployment money? And remember how a lot of that money was going to people in jail? Remember, there were prisoners getting, this is a fact, prisoners in California were getting unemployment checks. And so because of that, right, because that happened, I don't know if you're aware, but California had to take another $30 billion loan from the federal government to cover that fraudulent stuff going on with the PPP money. And we're the only state that has not paid that back. How are we paying it back? We're effectively eroding the unemployment tax credit that employers get. So California somehow was sending money to people in jail ask the government for money to kind of cover it. Can't pay it back, but we're making the small businesses pay it back. This is, and then we won't even talk about the train to nowhere, right? The 2 blocks of track that was laid, and that's cost $30 billion, I think. What is it? That created 16,000 jobs. It's terrible.
Over 100 billion. Let me check.
It's terrible. Have you seen it? It's like literally like I don't. It's not even a block long. It's terrible. And supposed
to 128 billion.
And this thing created. They said 16,000 jobs it created. I'm like, to lay less than half a mile of track, and you spend over $100 billion, and this created 16,000 jobs. Where? Like how? And Newsom doesn't want to. He doesn't want to investigate.
No, well, but they've set up a committee to discuss how they're going to implement the study that will examine the causes that led to the fraud.
Right? Right. That is spot on. We're going to set up a committee to examine why. A committee to start a committee, right?
Yeah. I think I got 3 committees in there, but I'm not sure.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's absolutely Minnesota or Minneapolis. It's bad. California is it's no comparison. It's bad out here, dude. And they'll never figure it out because it's just so much bureaucracy. Like the money's just gone.
Yeah. It's a crime syndicate.
You know, and really quick, at the same time that was going on in California, I mean, there was a private company in Florida which has already done that, has already built the tracks, has already had the trains, and they're already running service between Orlando and Miami. And they already have another private company that's already having the planning stages. Again, private company from Los Angeles to Vegas, and those things are running. Again, privatized. Meanwhile, you have all this public money going for this one operation, for this imaginary rail between San Francisco and LA, which, like you said, has shown barely any progress at all, and they want more money. It's crazy.
What about the in California, the 25 billion for homelessness? That's gone. And California is literally saying we don't know what happened to it. That, like, it's a joke. You can't, even if you want to like be mad, you can't be mad because it's just so in your face, just bullshit. You can only just laugh about it at this point. Like, yeah, you're absolutely right. There is a train going from like Los Angeles to Vegas, right? Vegas is setting up a new sports team out there. So they're, privatized. They're getting that thing going. And, with the public funds, nothing, just gone. Dissipated.
Yeah, like I never lived in California, so I really can't speak to it. But, like, I can imagine, like, so the people that live there who see what's been going on over and over again, I don't know why they keep voting for people who keep perpetrating this idea. I just don't understand that. It just makes no sense to me.
Because we're all high on drugs.
I guess so.
No, you know what it is? Because LA County has 10 million people. I could be wrong. But LA County, LA and the surrounding areas, is 10 million people out of a state of 40 million, 44 million, I forget the number. And so, the large cities tend to be Democrat. So when it comes time, and then you've got San Francisco, which is really the mothership of the Democratic Party. So you've got those two hubs that really they just, in terms of overall, the most votes are coming from those two cities. So you look at the middle of the state, it's Republican. Well, it won't be now that they've redrawn the district maps to favor the Democrats. Which I just got, the Republicans filed a lawsuit that lost the judge panel upheld it. I think legally they can try to go for the what is it, en banc or whatever it's, I forget the term, where you ask for the entire state Supreme Court, all of the judges to review it, not just the 3-judge panel. And that, I doubt that would have an effect because all but one of them is Arnold Schwarzenegger appointee, but the rest are all Democrat appointees. At least anywhere from 2 to 4 are Gavin Newsom's appointees. So, and it was his law, and it was his, he was the one that led the charge to redistrict California. So I doubt it's going to go anywhere, and I think the Supreme Court has been really hesitant to deal with these kinds of issues. They're dealing with the one in, is it Louisiana or I forget which southern state. There's actually 3 cases dealing with. No, not 3 cases, but there is that case they've heard the oral arguments about, and they're going to make a decision soon. But yeah, I think when it comes to redistricting, the way I interpret what's been done is that unless it's a constitutional issue, their feeling is redistricting is a political issue, and we're not going to rule on issues of politics. So, unless the Republicans can show that it's a racial issue and that the redistricting by the Democrats has some sort of racial component, it's not going to fly. And so that's why California is so Democratic.
Yeah, it was. I think that's what they're trying to do when you mentioned the racial issue. Last I checked, they were trying to say it was some type of civil rights issue. You kind of, you reminded me about that. They're trying to say it's a civil rights issue at this point. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I still don't think it's going to pass because I still think they're going to uphold the new districts because it's California. Do you remember when the recall went through, right? When it got signed and we had the recall? You said what?
Wilson?
No, not the Newsom, right?
For Newsom.
Yeah.
That's when Larry Elder called. He was the black face of white supremacy.
Right. That term was flying around too, right? Multicultural white supremacy and all that crap, whatever, right? And remember how bold Gavin Newsom was when he said he wasn't going to be recalled. He basically said, I don't care how many signatures, I don't care if it gets put on, the ballot, it's going to cost taxpayers around $300 million, and I'm not getting recalled. This is like what he said. He said, I don't care what you guys do. This is just going to be more expensive for the taxpayers because I'm not going anywhere. Even though, everybody signed it and everybody was like, yeah, we want you out of here. He's like, yeah, no, it's going to cost you guys $300 million. I'm not going anywhere. This is how blatant it is. And then they redraw the maps, right? And nobody says anything. It's just terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I remember back in end of 2019, 2020, I learned that every year, and if you dive deep into this, which I did at that time, you realize the unions just in California donate $100 million to Democratic candidates. $100 million is a hell of a lot of money. So, I'm putting on YouTube or something, and I'll select a video, and I'm getting all of these ads from Democrat representatives or senators or campaign ads, all essentially bashing Trump. And it's 6, 7, 8, 10 times a day. If I play a video, I'll see an ad like that. It's extremely well funded in this state.
Speaking of that, with when you mentioned unions, I'm looking at, well, not looking at, but I remember in one of my college classes, we had to kind of do this makeshift report about the liabilities that are owed, through pensions and stuff like that. And one of the things that came up was California. And generally, what I remember was California is not going to be able to fund these liabilities. They're not going to be able to cover them at all. At some point, it's just going to blow up. Are you familiar with any of that? Or, do you have any...
No. That? What do you mean the liabilities? Who they have to give pensions money to?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this guy retired. We owe him $2,000 a month.
Right.
Kind of thing.
Right. Firefighters, police, teachers, all of the stuff, right? And just going forward, all of these, basically what's owed to people through pensions and stuff like that. It was just basically the consensus was California is not going to be able to fund after some point in time. It's just going to blow up. And I haven't really looked a lot into that, but I see things, online here and there that hint to that as well. So I wanted to ask about that. If you had any ideas?
Yeah, I hadn't heard about that. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. And what's sad is the fact that all the money that they are wasting on things like, the high-speed rail, solving homelessness, all of that, the housing crisis, could have gone to funding those programs. And the thing is, I mean, it's always, look, helping homeless people is a moral cause. It's a just cause. That's not the issue. The issue is you want to do it in a way that actually helps people. And when you see that California has spent billions of dollars on trying to solve homelessness, and homelessness goes up. And you see that they spend billions of dollars to solve the housing crisis, and the crisis doesn't get any better. You know, it's not it's not an unjust question to say, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
But the response you get is, well, you don't care about the homeless people. If you oppose us, you don't care about the homeless people.
And I'm not sure where in California you're at, but if you're familiar with Skid Row, and you said what?
I forget. I've heard the name. I forget where and why.
Skid Row is effectively.
Skid Row. I thought
Skid
you
Row.
said Steve Row.
Oh no,
Skid
Row.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, anybody who, you know, if you've ever hung out down there or around there or just been in that area, you would know that it's more than just throwing money at the homeless issue that's needed, right? It's beyond money. But they keep saying they need more money for homelessness, and you just go like, money is not going to fix this. Like there are way too many underlying issues that contribute to homelessness, especially in California. It's a lot of people don't even understand that other states send their homeless to California. Places like Chicago, when it gets really cold, and I'm not saying this is an absolute, but I definitely know this is a fact. You know, places like Chicago, New York, when it gets cold, right? Their cities, they have programs to where, hey, you know, a homeless person can say, I got family in California. And throughout these programs, they'll get bus tickets or whatever to come out to California. And they'll hang out here by the beach and all of that. Those things contribute to, you know, the increasing issue of homelessness out here. But then, you know, the mental health issues, it's crazy. But money isn't going to fix it. But we keep throwing more money at it. And if you say, hey, we need to look at this from a different view, you're racist, you don't care about the homeless, you're bigot, yada, yada. So I don't know.
Well, you know, it never rains in Southern California. That's I think it was Beach Boys. But yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's the thing. I mean, it is much simpler, you know, trying to heat and house your entire homeless population in Chicago, whereas, you know, I think the worst it gets here is 55, 50.
Right, in the winter time, exactly.
In the winter, yeah. And it rains, there's like 10 inches of rain a year. So, yeah, it's much more conducive. And you're going to get, but see, the thing is, it doesn't excuse all of it. And the thing is, you know, I've been in California long enough. You get tired of the excuses. You know, and you would think, okay, that they would have, you know, they would have figured something out by now. But no. Anyways, you know, first of all, Muse, if you're there, you've let me speak for a long time. So clearly, you're inebriated or you're asleep. Or you've suffered a mental break that is where you've let me speak this long. Also, it's very late. But I have to go. It's been good talking to you, Sean.
Good talking to you, Alan.
And Muse, if you're there, thank you. And no, men can't get pregnant. Just in case you were wondering about my position on the thing, and it is absolutely reprehensible that whatever the doctor's name, I saw. Now I'm talking again. I saw a good take on it. The reason why the doctor would not admit it is because they want to define language. And if they admitted that if she agreed men can't get pregnant, then she isn't able to redefine the language of what a man and a woman is the way they want. They want to be able to say, well, men can get pregnant because you have this and you have these kinds of women and there's other types and this is a subset of women. And so, yeah, technically women can get pregnant. But the moment you try and pin her down, that Josh, whatever his name, tried to pin her down to say, can a man get pregnant? Can men get pregnant? That would go against what they're trying to say. Anyways, I'll leave with that. Somebody's calling. Good talking to you. Have a good night.
Appreciate you. Have a good one. Everybody sleep or what?
I mean, no, I'm just trying to. I'm kind of chilling, but
No.
yeah, I'm just kind of letting people converse the way they wanted to.
Look at you.
No, right after Adam he has to fuck his husband, and then you have to suck it right after he sticks it in his butt.
I'd rather hang myself with piano wire. But I don't know why he gets so emotional. I'm like, Adam, I talked to Adam before he was gay. He had a different voice.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they become gay and they change their voice.
If the jizz lubricates the esophagus, and it changes the impact, the inflection of the voice.
Is that true? I don't understand because Adam used to sound so different. In 2022, it's so different. Now it just sounds like a homo. Do you know what I mean? Like, gay guys, they sound normal. And then the second they become gay, they're like, oh, well, yeah, they just sound.
I asked ChatGPT why gay guys have that list, and it said it's a way to, like, back in the day when they would have to, like, signal to each other if they're gay, but they couldn't be open. And it's like a sense of community. So they have that gay. It didn't make sense, but that's what ChatGPT said.
What, they have to feminize themselves?
Yeah, it's a way to, like, signal you're gay without, like, being open or talking about it.
That's so bad. I don't care. Like, these are the things. I was in the room before Roscoe, and I was like, you know what? Like, well, yeah, that's the way it is. And people are just being terrible, And I don't understand why they don't understand the difference. Nobody wants to be.
I just think, well, I just don't like how you can't criticize Jewish people. That's my only gripe. But I don't like Muslims either.
But what's the point with Jewish people? I just think like
Muslims are way worse because they'll kill you.
Yeah, I get that, but who's that chick in our group? What's her name? The one from Iraq, Kusum. What's her name? Oh, that's right, Steenie.
Oh,
so bad. So I don't know where she's from. I think she's Iraqi. Kurdish Iraqi. I don't know where she's from. But the thing is, you can criticize Jewish people every single day. Every single day people say death to the Jews. Like, what the hell? What's stopping you from saying that? Beaver.
Yeah,
what's stopping you from saying death to the Jews? Like, what's so bad about that?
I don't want to say that. I just, any type of criticism, they call you anti-Semitic Jew hater.
But what's the problem? Like, I'm a proud Islamophobe. I hate Islam, and I want nothing to do with Islam. So, what are they going to do? Be like, oh, well, yeah, a Jack hates Islam. I'm like, yeah, of course I do. That's why they bring bitches like that on the stage. They're like, oh, well, yeah, I'm an ex-Muslim. I don't care. These ex-Muslim people are the worst of the worst. So, what do you want from the Jewish people? What's so important? Beaver, do you talk about all these terrorist people that don't talk about North Sudan, that we have 1 million Muslims we have to feed every single day, scumbags, and we don't even let them die? Terrible. So bad, Beaver. It is terrible. You're correct. So you're telling me, what do you want us to do, Beaver? Not to be Islamophobic, quote unquote,
I want you to hand feed the Muslims.
I'd rather shoot myself in the neck than do that.
wash their feet, then kiss their feet.
I'd rather shoot myself in the neck. That's just scumbag. Islam is a terrible religion.
Inhale
that's what they do.
Breathe them deep into your lungs.
You know another thing they do that's so corrupt? It's called love jihad. And what it is they will try to send the most beautiful woman into prominent men or any man in general. And they're like, well, yeah. What?
Have you ever had any Muslim pussy before?
Of course. That's how I know.
Was it good?
Terrible. It was awful.
Did it smell, or just was it too loose, or what?
It was not tight. It was so nice. And she was being like, well, yeah, you have to fuck me hard. And I was like, yeah, I don't care. She just didn't know what to do. Lazy scum. So bad. I don't even know how to deal with that people.
Did you feel dirty after you fucked a Muslim?
Me? Bro, I just was like, you know what? I was like 22 at the time, and now I'm like 26, and I was like, you know what? I don't give a damn. Fuck them. Because there's gonna be no, fuck no. Because there's gonna be some Muslim guy when she is like, oh yeah, I want to marry them, and
what's up?
Wait.
Bro, I just called you like 5 minutes ago. You didn't pick up.
Wait, love, wait.
No. It's quick. Hold on, chick. You just go on and on sometimes. Beaver, what kind of white is?
I can't finish a sentence.
No,
I think he's just regular white.
He's a horrible person.
But like, what kind? Is he like Irish? Is he like British?
You're really gonna come here.
I don't know.
Yeah, I want to speak. What makes you think?
I don't know. I can find out. What?
Wait, you think he's what?
I would just guess he's like Scots-Irish. What do you think, AJ?
You gotta be kidding me. So she comes here on the
stage.
stage.
Oh my god, this guy has like such a big fucking. He's a narcissist.
You're such a pussy.
You're such a narcissist. You're so annoying. You're like, Beaver, pay attention to me, Beaver. Oh my god, a woman's speaking to you,
You're
Beaver.
Such a cunt.
Oh my god, somebody else is taking the attention away from you, Beaver. I'm gonna die. You're just gonna come here.
You came in the room.
Beaver, in a public room. You're gonna come here in a public space and talk to other people. Oh my god. The attention is off me. Oh my god. I'm a grown man with the emotions of a teenage girl. Yeah, that's what you remind me of. Anyways.
You're such a cunt.
I'm gonna go and I'm gonna see if it's got Irish or not, and I'm gonna text you online.
Alright.
Who the fuck is that? She's such a cunt. What the fuck? Is that what you're into? You want to talk to her? Go ahead and do your thing. But that's
she called me while we were talking. I didn't answer, so I figured it must be an emergency for her to come in here. But I don't know.
It's terrible. It's like, Riri, the Somali chick.
Oh, gross.
Maybe you know her, maybe you don't know her.
I think I know your
No, I'm sorry. Your accent's more like this. Viva, she's a
Stop
horrible
talking.
person.
You're such a cunt. Nobody
horrible
cares.
person. She's a cunt.
You're such a horrible
She's
kasumkum.
such a cunt.
Stop
She's
talking.
such a horrible kasumkum.
You're horrible and disgusting kasumkum. Why don't you say hello? How are you? How are you? Are you okay? You're just...
Kasumak.
No, it's actually Kasumak. Kasumak. The Lapa Kasumkum. And it's Kasumkum Jalaba. Please say Jalaba Kasumkum.
No. I'm not speaking in an African dialect. I'm speaking in an Arabian.
Just say to Beaver, hello. How are you doing, love?
No. I'm telling you.
You can't say hello to Beaver. You're so rude.
That's not how you say hello in Arabic.
You can't say hello to me.
Arabic hello is very close to actually my language.
Fuck Arabic. I don't care about Arabic. Say hello in English. You can't say hello to me in
like
English.
the same fucking word, which is pretty cool.
I hate Arabic. I
know. You hate Arabs. I know.
I do.
I know. You're traumatized from your childhood. I know.
I am. So bad.
That's right. I think Black White is John Kitover.
I don't want that to ever happen. There's no such thing as black and white. I don't want anything to ever happen in my family.
No, the guy in the audience, and yes, there is things called black and white in the United States of America. I don't know what you're talking about.
Why don't you say hello to people? Or just say hello to me?
Hello?
Pumpkin, you're such a rude,
you know what, John, they were
person.
saying a lot of horrible things about you. They were saying that, like, you got in trouble for, like, congressional fraud or something.
You can't even say hello?
No, I'm not talking to you. Shut the fuck up. Like, dead ass. This is what I'm talking about. Like, oh my god, the attention's not on me. The attention's not on me.
I don't want your attention.
Oh
you
my
came
god.
to this room.
Oh
I
my
can
god.
search up.
Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking seize out because the attention's not on me.
You really think I searched up who fucking was?
Oh my god, you're really gonna come to this room. Oh my god, you Kasumko. Oh my
You're
god.
such a kasum because you came to this room. I did not come to bother you. I don't even know who you were.
I'm not here for you, you clown. Shut up, Edgy. Shut up. Just mute up for a second.
Terrible,
Amazing. Yeah, anyways, I heard that you got, like, is that true, or are they just making up bullshit about you?
It is a kingly thing to be spoken evil of.
That sucks.
Yeah, they went after him for election signature fraud or some bullshit. It's true.
Oh, it is true.
Yeah.
Why are you sitting here lying?
It's not true. My circulators, some of their signatures were out of district, and the Illinois State Board of Election and that evil bastard John Fogerty, the lawyer of fucking Darren LaHood, they're just a bunch of liars, a bunch of fraudsters themselves, calling the kettle black. I didn't commit any fraud. It's ridiculous. I tell you. I didn't fake one signature. I paid those motherfuckers. They ripped me off. Fake signatures. I didn't produce any fake signatures. So anybody who goes around this app talking shit about me, they got shit in their underpants.
Yeah, I'd rather hear it from the horse's mouth. Great.
Oh, you think there's credibility? Do you think there's credibility in people that come on here and gossip instead of doing
I think
things?
people just they're targeting him because he called out some stuff, so he's getting the treatment of the establishment.
You think people at the establishment are on here, or they're just
No, it's just psychology and philosophy. You're damned if you do. You're damned if you don't. You're damned if you do nothing. Like, I'm telling you, you're going to be attacked no matter what in this life. And I'm challenging extreme power. Like Darren LaHood is a very high-ranking and powerful congressperson, and his lawyers here don't fuck around, and the judges here don't fuck around. Nobody fucks around, you fuck around, you find out, but I didn't commit fraud. I didn't fake signatures. I was totally transparent. Everybody that worked for me, I onboarded them on Clubhouse, literally, like I onboarded them here. Everyone heard people that worked for me, come through this app, and the whole thing is recorded. So if they want to charge me with something, that's great. Then it can go to a jury trial, and then I can countersue. Additionally, it just brings me more publicity. So the whole thing is just, a rug pull, and it's a shit on John Kitover. The guy that wrote that article about me, from what the lawyer said to the Illinois State Board of Election, he himself is a fat, disgusting piece of shit. I'm talking fat. And he's got a huge herpes sore on his upper top lip. I can pull it for you if you want to see his picture, but it is so disgusting that the herpes sore itself on the lip looks like a giant white zit. And it's just one of those things where you're like, can you pop it? Or is it too dangerous to pop it?
That's horrible. It's a horrible thing they're doing.
It's horrible, terrible. You know, I just like to quote Achek. There are horrible, awful, terrible people out there. But I am not one of them. I'm actually being accused by an awful, horrible, terrible person. And what's amazing is if you go to Darren LaHood's X account, you see what he posts or what he puts on his Instagram. No likes, no follows, no retweets, no comments even, because he flies so under the radar. Nobody even knows he's their fucking congressperson. And people who vote don't even know what district they live in. So the whole system is huge and confusing and scary when they start throwing terms around like fraud, widespread, alleged fraud. It's just like gossip on Clown House. Do you realize that they filed a complaint against John Kitover? And they said, here's a complaint. We'd like you to put it in your complaint file. We're not going to arrest you with anything. We're not going to charge you with anything. We're just going to publicly dox you, try to slander you on the internet to ruin your chances of ever running for office again or getting a job even. But guess what that turns out to be? Slander, defamation, and libel, and opens them up to lawsuits. So, I mean, the whole thing is just gossip and politics, and that's all it is. And people on this app are super gay, super lame, super low IQ. And John Kitover is just that cool guy that you can attack and beat up on because you have no self-confidence. You've accomplished nothing in your life. And it's all about who is the king of Clubhouse.
Wait a second, you're talking about John Kitover, the son of a bitch, this homosexual faggot, and you come here and be like, oh yeah, John Kitover's such a kid, right? You haven't seen that on X?
Get your whiskey right, Achek. Are you talking about some African warlord or something?
Give me a break. He's not gonna get federal court charges. And Pumpkin comes in and be like, oh well, yeah, Chuck, you're doing something. Pumpkin, you should be ashamed of yourself. Like, you're a woman. You should be beautiful, handsome. It's just terrible what you're doing, you know.
Awful, terrible.
You know, I don't know what you're doing. You have a fantastic accent, but your mind is slow, you know. It's terrible. I don't understand why you don't understand what we're doing.
It's a great observation.
And
you speak very slow.
It's just so bad. You want to know why women are so slow?
Oh my
because
God.
They wait. I'll tell you. Because they wait for the men.
Nobody cares, dude. Listen, I'm talking to my longtime friend. I'm talking to my longtime friend, fucking John. I didn't even get to wish him a happy New Year's, and you're just barking like a dog. All you're doing is barking like a dog. I want to speak to John.
I was quiet for like 20 fucking minutes.
You're a horrible
you didn't even wish him a happy fucking birthday.
Terrible
Don't
person.
come here and be like, oh well,
you're
yeah.
Just coming here and doing horrible things.
Oh well,
That's
yeah.
all
I
you
just
do.
want to wish
You
him a
just
happy
sit
birthday.
here. You talk shit about everybody, and nobody likes you. Nobody likes you. No one likes you at Cheek. You know that, right? And you come here and you talk
my
shit
God,
about
I'm so hurt.
crazy.
I'm so heartbroken. Nobody likes me. I'm gonna cry, but
and you're gonna talk shit about John. Are you kidding me? This is a man who is running for United States Congress.
Because you're
You
doing
better
some horrible
have some
things.
fucking
And you're just like, nobody likes you. Nobody likes you. Just like I give a fuck.
For our Congress member, John Kitover.
You're like, nobody likes you. Nobody likes you.
Shut up. You're not even American. You live in Australia. You live in Australia. You're a refugee.
You're so retarded.
You're just a refugee living in America. Like Pepe said,
you're such a fucking pussy.
And like fucking Africa. Amazing. We're trying to talk about American politics. You're not American. You're not American.
I'm not going to recover this. Nobody likes your check. Nobody likes your check. You're such a retarded son of a bitch scumbag. Your mother. That's why she's like the seventh baby mother of your father, right? Yeah. Your mother's a whore.
Bro.
Mute up. Yeah. Mute up.
You're a retarded scumbag.
Yeah, your mother's a slut.
Yo, okay. I don't know why you're saying the mom. The mom was a slut, but the mom still made life to the person you're calling a slut, right? I don't care. And Pumpkin is like trying to act out. He's like, well, Pumpkin, you're such a retarded person. It's not even funny.
You're such a retarded person.
You're so retarded.
Honestly,
You're so retarded.
how many mothers does your father have?
I don't care.
How many baby mothers? How many? How many siblings do you have? Do you even know all of your siblings?
How many children did your mother?
Do you even know all of your siblings?
How many did they abort for
Do
you?
you know all of your siblings?
Where's his next meal? I do.
Where's your? That's a great question. Where's your next meal coming from?
I know all my siblings. Pumpkin is so retarded. She's so slow. Yeah, she thinks that people can't give a shit about shit talking about. I don't care.
Yeah, your mother's a whore.
Voiceover, stop sipping. Nobody gives a shit. She's a horrible, terrible person. And she actually thinks that people give a fuck about what she's saying. You're a horrible, terrible person.
Your mom failed to protect you as a child, and that's why you hate Muslims.
I hate Muslims because they blow shit up.
Yeah, no, because your mother failed to protect you. And she was too busy chasing around your dad.
I hate Muslims.
Who was running around between 7 other women.
I hate Islam and I hate Muslims and they blow shit up.
Amazing.
What's your solution to blow shit up? It's the way it is.
Have you blown up
I hate Muhammad. Muhammad is a pedophile, a child molester, a sex offender. Nothing to do about it. He's a criminal.
Who is?
Muhammad, the pedophile of Islam. He raped Aisha when she was 9. And Puppy comes here and want to talk shit about me. Can you imagine Jesus Christ Almighty raped a 9-year-old girl? You'll never hear the end of it. But Muslims are like, oh, well, yeah, maybe at that time, like, oh, she might have been 18 years of age or 12 years. Fuck Islam. Fuck Muhammad. Fuck
no, I'm not a Muslim, but you're still the child of what?
I don't care.
What number child are you? Because you have like 20 fucking siblings, right?
I'm number 3.
Right. Okay. Out of 20 of like 7 different mothers, and then your mom failed to protect you as a child so much so that you hate literally like nations of people because your mom failed to protect you.
It's not complicated.
Chasing around your father. She was too busy chasing around your father.
It's so complicated. I went to the military.
No, it's funny that you think I give a shit about what you have to say. Like your family is shit. You come from a shit family. I don't give a fuck what you say. Literally.
Of course, it's a shit family, and I did well to come from a shit family. What's the problem?
Yeah. Okay. You're a refugee. Wonderful.
What's the issue? You don't get it.
You're not doing great. You're really not doing great.
Muslims.
You're not doing great.
In life.
You're not. You're really not.
So what do you want me to do? Be like, oh well, yeah.
You come on this app and then you like trauma dump about like shit in your childhood. You're not doing
I don't care. You ask me a question.
No, you do care. That's why you bring it up to strangers.
No.
Yes, it is. It's fucking inappropriate. You're traumatized.
No.
And
you know what?
Funny
if I really want to throw it down, I could be like, everything you throw it down. Wait,
you're projecting. I don't care. I do not care. I think of you like beneath me, like the scum on my shoe.
You know what's funny? When you were talking about the serious struggle and you were crying. And everyone's like, you'll be okay.
I'm not
and then you come here and you act so tough.
You're not the wrong person. I'm not Syrian. I'm not Syrian. I'm not Syrian. You got the wrong person. That's not me. No.
You think
Beaver, it's funny that he's giving me every ethnicity under the sun.
And you're like, oh my God, the Syrian people are dying in the genocide of
No, I'm not Syrian. I'm literally not Syrian.
You come here and now
I am not even a Syrian.
Yeah, like,
what the fuck are you talking about?
you talk? I'm not Syrian. Are you retarded?
I said Assyrian. You're such a
I'm not
scumbag.
Assyrian either. I'm not fucking Iraqi. I'm not any of these ethnicities that you're naming. You're gonna have to name all of the ethnicities under the sun to figure out what I am. But you're just telling lies, man. Like, I don't even know who the fuck you're talking about. You're talking about somebody else.
I understand. You're such a liar.
Oh,
it's like
amazing.
So funny.
I remember who you are, though.
And
I remember who you are.
I've never,
Wonderful.
I've always had my real name on Clubhouse.
I know.
Yeah?
I know. Yep. Great.
I've never changed my real name.
Amazing.
I have nothing to hide. You can even search my name. My real name has always been a chick. And I've never changed it. I don't come here and be like, oh, well, yeah, I'm North Sudanese or whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's always been a pumpkin. So people like you come here and be like, oh, yeah, it's something to tell me. I have never changed my name. So
notice
come
how
like
you wanted
come here and be like,
so
oh, well, yeah.
You know what? This is what I was talking about when I entered the room. You need attention so badly. I was having a conversation with my good friend, and you decided to insert yourself to just start saying a bunch of hateful fucking nonsense because you're a low IQ bird brain booty scratcher, right? So, just do the room a favor. Because you just started making fun of Assyrians and like Iraqis. I'm not even Assyrian or Iraqi. And then you made fun of their genocide, which, I mean, that is fucked up. But again, I'm not either of those races. You have no idea what you're talking about. So just do yourself a favor. Stop making a fool of yourself.
I don't care. You guys have a good night. I'm going to go to dinner. Take care.
Amazing.
It was beautiful. Okay. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Anyways, I'm sure John just got that. I just, knuckle punched Anchek a couple times and then knocked him out. So that was great. Up my score like 60, I guess.
What's going on right here?
Right.
Is that Riyamya? Is that Riyamya?
Oh my god, this fucking faggot, bro.
This effing F word.
I'm gonna tell you something.
What you gonna tell me, Riyamya?
You are a fucking.
What you gonna tell me?
That you're a dirty ass CIA operative.
Man, you had too much rum.
I'm surprised that your fucking brain hasn't been fried yet.
Are you projecting?
I don't have 80 phones on my fucking living space. I'm telling you that right now.
You got the bus? You got the footage from the bus?
Do you got the footage of you being a fucking idiot?
I'm asking you, do you have the footage from the bus?
Phones like a goddamn Russian bot. Are you gonna be a write-in? What's wrong with you, man?
Yeah, I'm a write-in candidate. I filed with every county clerk according to.
You can file for that.
You do, and you have to have run. You can't just file. You possibly could as a write-in candidate. See, what's interesting is if you're an actual social media, darling, and everybody knows who you are, you can just supersede the election and be a write-in candidate. There's no state board of election. There's no ballots. There's no petitions. It's just your star power, and people go in and write your fucking name into the Smartmatic machine. And if you get more write-ins, then people, punch the ballot hole. You
so
win.
If I wrote in pumpkin without even pumpkin wanting to be written in or filing for it or anything, if I wrote her in and everyone else said she could be elected.
Technically, it's called a write-in candidacy form. It has to be notarized and filed with the clerk of the county, like 31 days before the election or 60 days before the election. So you can't just say, oh, I'm a write-in candidate too. No, there's an actual form you have to fill out, get notarized, and submit to every county that is holding the election. So I had to file with 15 different clerks, and every response was different. Some people were like, oh, great, thanks, John, good luck. Other people were like, I'm rejecting this motherfucker.
How's your Mr. Congressman? How's that going for you?
It's good. I'm a write-in candidate for Congress. Have you ever been a write-in candidate for Congress?
Oh, you're a failure.
Are you projecting?
You didn't get nowhere.
Are you projecting, sir? Because anybody who wears jean jackets in 2025, maybe they're still shopping at the dollar store.
No. What's your what Kitover?
Well, Riyabia here.
Faggot always coming in these rooms running his fucking mouth talking shit all the time.
Mm-hmm. Well, Riyabia here one time, I was in a room.
Since every time he does that shit, I'm gonna talk shit back.
I was in a private room once.
To the ground.
I was in a private room once where Riyabia admitted that he attacked 2 underage girls on a bus. And in order to prevent himself from being arrested, he had to get the bus footage back, from the bus. Go ahead, ask him about it. You can ask him about it because it's a true story. I'm not making it up. This man has attacked underage children and had to try to sue to get the footage from the bus. Ask him about it. He talked about it for a whole day once. Go ahead, Riyabia.
I'm gonna tell you something, John Kitover. You keep saying stupid shit like that. You never know. Somebody might come to your doorstep with a lawsuit.
Somebody gonna sue me for a recording that I made on Clown House about you attacking and maybe possibly molesting 2 underage children, and you're telling me that somebody gonna show up to my door and file a lawsuit against me for repeating a thing I heard on Clown House back to the person who said it? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Hello?
You dumb idiot faggot. You dumb fucking faggot. There was somebody who was being accused of some bullshit, so I told him my story of me being falsely accused of some bullshit.
Oh, you mean to tell me that you were falsely accused of committing a crime? You were accused of committing a crime and somebody was gossiping about it on Clown House. Oh, okay. Allegedly. Let me add that in there as a caveat, everybody, in case he files a lawsuit against me. Allegedly.
Because it never happened. I don't do the shit that you're accusing me of, or people you might be affiliated of actually do.
Allegedly. Thank you very little.
So of course, anytime he does that shit, I'm gonna lambaste his bitch ass. You know what I'm saying? So.
Well, good one, Riyabia. And you too better be careful. Somebody might show up to your house with a lawsuit at your front door, allegedly.
I wish one of these fuckers. What were you gonna ask me? Motherfuckers would. Because where they gonna if they come up to my doorstep with a lawsuit and they have nothing viable, then I can countersue. You understand that?
Judge Judy, what are you gonna ask me?
Oh yeah, the title of the room. My bad. I'm going back and forth this more, but it's a horrible thing you're doing. Are you speaking of I check?
Yeah, I love it when he says it's a horrible thing you're doing. It's terrible. It's horrible.
What is it terrible to blow up mosques?
Yeah. So what do you think about the shooting in Minneapolis? Do you think that lady got what she deserved?
Honestly, I think it's a psyop. Looking at the video, I think that it's nice Hollywood stage. That's just my personal opinion. If he really did air her out, the way she was laid on the fucking car, laying there, it's not the right angle. And to me, I think that some of the people that were filming it was in on it because their reaction didn't seem authentic or organic to me. So now as far as do I endorse ICE? No, I don't endorse ICE at all. But as far as her,
do you endorse ice cream?
No.
Well, I wish they would have a show. You remember the show Cops or Live Patrol? I wish we could do that for ICE. Like just have a camera crew going, showing them hunting down like the illegals and like taking a lasso and wrangling them up, and putting them in the cars. That'd be high ratings.
Well, in today's time, yeah. But the reason why Cops was so successful is because these are, common things that happen all the time on Cops where,
they're chasing somebody down, or they're chasing somebody down either on the foot or through traffic. That shit with ICE, I mean, they're going door to door. I don't know. I mean, in the social media area, yeah. I mean, you know how many people be watching that shit, whichever side of the aisle that they're on.
Yeah, like we should, and then the ones that we capture, like the top ones, we could put them in some type of like reality show where they can fight for their citizenship, like Running Man type stuff, or Survivor or something.
Oh my god, that would be fucking hilarious if we could do Running Man.
And we could fund a lot of the proceeds could go to support ICE, and then also it could give some people a chance at citizenship.
ICE. Look, I support the local police department than support them, because at least I can read their badge number.
If your neighbor was illegal and then you got wind of ICE coming, would you tell your neighbor, hey, ICE is going to be here tomorrow? Get lost?
That's definitely based off if I know the individual. If I don't know him, I'm just going to let the course of river go where it goes,
So what you're telling me is if there were some Jews that needed to hide in the cupboard because the Nazis were coming to kill them, you would, just say, well, I got room in the cupboard this weekend, but I didn't know you to begin with, so go ahead and just die. Is that what you're saying, or is that a false analogy?
Where did the Jews come in?
Well, I would say, guys, come hide in my closet, and I would walk out, and I would just kind of point. I would wave people down, be like, they're in here. I'm just kidding.
I wouldn't do all that.
Okay, look at it this way. If there were some African-American slaves and it was 1847 and they're trying to get away from their master in Georgia and they made it up to New York City, but the slave catchers were there with some extra, cash in hand to give you a reward, would you turn in your fellow slaves?
So you're on the side of the so-called illegals, right?
Well, I would let them mow my lawn, and I would let them clean up and pick up and stuff and build a shed, and then I would turn them in.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, but John Kitover, I mean, it sounds like he's for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, I mean, look, like I said, I mean, just depending on the situation. If I know the individuals, I probably would. But if I don't know the situation, I just, you don't get into situations that don't concern you. That's just how I look at it.
I would tip them off. I wouldn't. If I knew them and they were cool, I'd be like, yo, FYI.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. If I knew them, and they were cool, yeah. But
now, I hate if they were loud and they played their music loud and they were disruptive and all that shit. I'd be like, I'd pitch it. I would put a chair down and watch.
Yeah.
Ajax's been extra feisty lately. He's been really in a bad mood.
Has he? You know who's been in a pretty bad mood is I don't know if you know this the individual Sailor.
No, I don't know who that is.
But yeah, A-Check blowing the moss. I mean, that's all I remember him saying.
That's his favorite pastime.
Blowing the moss.
Like him and Pepe were going at it like about an hour ago, and Pepe was trying to make like a point about something, and then Ajax would just get flustered and go, "Shut up! I don't care. Listen, I hate Muslims." That's the funny response. I hate Muslims. I hate them. I don't care. I hate. And they're not even talking about Muslims.
Well, Pepe's a natural contrarian, so anything that fucking piss somebody the fuck off or have a talking point.
Did y'all see how Pumpkin just handled A-Check? I've never seen anyone handle him like that. She just shut him down. He like quit. He goes,
what was that? Oh yeah, what was that about? Pumpkin, what did he say that pissed you off?
bill, and so I cannot pick a
She must have fell asleep.
but I can strike out one portion of
Oh, I'm here. Sorry. I was like writing, I was filling people in about what I keep trying to raise awareness about what happened with the tribal members that are being held by ICE agents right now. Somebody was talking about it on Facebook and I'm just giving them more information. I'm sorry, what was the question?
Oh yeah, I read about that.
Oh, wow.
Actually, no, yeah, what was it? There was a couple Sioux Indians that are being detained by ICE.
Yes.
Which is crazy, but no.
It's a threat to our sovereignty. That's what all of this shit is. They want to just erase us. That's what this shit is.
Yeah.
So, yeah, A-Check, he just basically, I don't know, he just kept calling me out of my name for no fucking reason. And then, like, I was trying to have a conversation with John, and John was, like, just telling me, he's like, listen, like, don't believe what, because I was like, listen, I heard in a couple other rooms, I just addressed the rumors that I heard to him directly, right? And he's like, don't listen to these people on Clubhouse, and, like, gave a few comments about how he feels about these individuals who are talking shit about him on Clubhouse. A-Check basically took that and was like, yeah, you're a horrible person for doing this to John. Like, but then he, like, attacked John while doing it. He's like, yeah, you are a fucking fraudulent faggot, you liar, and, like, all this I don't know. He was just being really weird. And then he turned around and started calling me out my name. I was not going to have it. Like, you've shared...
Why was he calling you out your name?
I don't know, because he's a fucking psychopath or something, because he hasn't addressed his trauma.
Oh, I got a baby.
Every time
I got a little baby in here.
Dumb enough.
Gotta get to the gym and work on my baby. Look at the size my baby's growing.
In front of me.
My baby's growing.
There's fucking trauma in his face. I don't care. So, yeah. He's gonna learn to not disrespect me. I don't tolerate that shit.
Well, you are just an awful, horrible, terrible people. Where do these people come from?
Where do you come from? Where did you come from?
Did he realize that black is Kitover?
I don't think he realizes a lot. I think he just repeats himself and says awful, horrible, terrible just over and over and over again. That's all he does on this app. It's actually awesome. I really like it.
Low IQ. People that just repeat the same sentences, small sentences over and over again. It's a sign of having a low IQ.
Well, the guy himself is a miracle story. He survived a terrorist attack on his church, went to the West, was rescued by beautiful white people who cured him. And now he's here to give vengeance upon those who would dare try to usurp those rights and also, do the same type of harassment and abuse that he suffered. So he is a Clubhouse hero. And to me, he's a personal hero.
Victoria, do you think the lady Renee got what she deserved?
She's in the ready room. She's with JD Vance. She's busy.
Is this a serious question?
Well, I mean, no, I know she didn't. I'm not saying she deserved it. I was kind of, that was being like hyperbolic, but what are your thoughts on the situation?
That it was incredibly unfortunate that the person that shot probably wasn't well trained, and
he's a super cop from Peoria, my district where I'm running for Congress. Did you know that he's already raised $1 million in GoFundMe? Over $1 million.
I didn't know.
I thought it was like over 800,000. I didn't know it reached $1 million, but she reached 1.5 million for the family.
We can't let this happen, guys. We got to get him above her mark.
No, they're going to seize that money and give it to the cop. They're not going to give it to that dyke wife or hers.
I think it's actually just like absolutely ridiculous. Somebody would be facing this issue.
Why would she interfere though? Like, why?
Why would somebody stand in front of a car like they're in a video game or something?
Yeah, I wouldn't advise that either. I don't think I would have shot either.
And you could see in the slow take she left.
Victoria, do you suffer from some type of like disorder that prevents you from making clear and coherent sentences on the regular?
Sorry, what?
I was asking because in many rooms, sometimes like when they come to you as the speaker, you're very disorganized. I was just wondering if you have like some kind of psychological or mental impairment.
No.
Oh, that's great news. I'm so happy to hear that for you.
Victoria's very, very intelligent. She's just on the wrong side. But there's a lot of people like that are intelligent, but on the wrong side.
I'm a reluctant speaker because I'm not dead.
Oh, you suffer from reluctance. I understand that.
From which room?
She used to work at the White House in the skiff. She was regularly being, giving briefings to the president and the administration from the skiff at the White House.
Okay, you're with Patty and
Oh, they give her a hard time. They call her a robot, and like Ghost always like. She needs a software update.
They just don't know she suffers from reluctance.
I hate anybody that's white though. I try to tell Victoria this. Like they're never going to accept you. You can never gain their favor. Even Moose tries to gain their favor.
Yeah.
Wait, they like that one Ukrainian chick. What's her name?
Katrina. They hate her.
No, they didn't. They don't.
They hate. Then why does she keep going up in there?
Because she's like a stupid lost puppy, dumb dog. It's just the only one that they're not like Marshall is because they probably think there's something wrong with Marshall, like he's retarded, so they accept him.
Yeah,
Marshall's intelligent though.
To be
he's like Butters from South Park.
No, he isn't. I think he has like an issue.
It's called alcoholism.
Yeah.
I mean Marshall's cool.
Cool. The guy's like a federal mafia. He's like the technocrat who runs the world from Washington D.C. with his little brother or something.
No, he's quite literally a guy in Texas that works on a farm and probably gets drunk every single day. At a time where he's then.
I wish I could get drunk every day. Shit.
How do you get drunk every day when the medication specifically tells you this cannot be mixed with? Oh, I get it. That explains everything.
He literally does that for critical thinking for him. And I just unfollowed him because I was kind of like, okay, can't continue this.
I'm gonna say this. Lisa's cool. So was what's her name?
First Lady.
Patty, Lisa, and First Lady.
First Lady, Lisa. Especially First Lady, I'm cool with. But
almost got her fired.
Patty, huh?
Kitover almost got Patty fired.
Yeah, I almost got Patty taken out by the lieutenant colonel she works for because she kept calling Donald Trump a motherfucking war criminal. That motherfucking war criminal.
I want to virtually choke Black for doing that because I think that's absolutely insane if you did that.
No, I didn't actually do that. I was just putting out fake rumors here on the app to create mind viruses on the app for people so they shake in their little boots.
Are you trying to get people fired for it?
Yeah, I didn't actually call her manager. I just put out on the app that I got her fired just for shits and giggles to see how fast it would spread through the F word, N word decision tree matrix of Clown House.
I just want you to literally go to sleep tonight knowing that another person hates you.
Oh, that's excellent. I'll sleep very deeply because of that. Thank you, Victoria.
He's probably having it out now. I have no problem with Patty at all. I just do remember that time she moved me down. I was getting quadruple teamed on that stage, and she said that I look like a 50-something, that I'm a 50-year-old or something like that. That kind of.
You do present as a little bit older. I'm going to be honest.
I'm 35. I ain't no old motherfucker.
I apologize, but you do present as older.
I don't look like no fucking 50-year-old.
Yeah, I wouldn't think you're.
Do actually?
I would have thought you were late 20s, early.
I thought you were like 58 or something, Riabi. I thought you were like over the hill, bro.
Well, all that radiation in your fucking brain, you know. I'm not surprised, but
I mean, you weren't celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination with politically correct, were you? Because there were a lot of F-word, N-words in that room who were just salivating at the mouth that a structurally white racist individual was assassinated. It was a glorious liberation day for them. They were so happy.
I don't have no energy for it because I think the motherfucker's sitting somewhere smoking a blunt and laughing at all this shit, honestly.
You think Charlie Kirk is laughing, smoking a blunt somewhere?
Relates to the weight.
You're a little bit larger.
And so I want to think with that. So if you were to like lose weight, maybe you would look a little bit younger, but
damn, Victoria, stepping on toes, Victoria.
Oh, wait, Victoria. So you're talking shit now. I'm not fat. Was that what you?
I'm just saying how you appear.
Hey, Victoria, you're crossing the line here.
Wow, you ain't talking.
Just look at it as constructive feedback, Riabia.
Man, listen, I have an 8. Well, no, I don't have an 8-pack. I have a 4-pack.
You got a 4-pack of beer in the fridge? I got a 4-pack of beer in the fridge.
You know, I have a 6-pack. Like, what are?
Well, I mean, I barely have a 6-pack, but 4-pack for sure. I'm muscular. I mean, this photo composition is not like. I mean, if
what is this from? Like a high school edited art project or something from 10 years ago? Are you catfishing us, Riabia?
You're a faggot.
Did you just call me an F word? Did you just call me an F word? I'm not even going to say N word. I'm just going to say, did you call me an F word?
You're a faggot.
This person that is speaking back to you, but what I'm stating to you is that if she mentioned that you looked a little older, I think your profile demonstrates that you look a little bit larger. And
that was like a giggle of a guy with like a 3-pack, barely 4-pack.
He looks like Arian Foster, the former running back for the Texans.
Oh my God, you're right.
It would be an easy mistake to make.
I was going to say he kind of looks like the Clubhouse Drake.
No, you're like the 5th person that told me that. I look like Arian Foster.
Riabia, when was the last time you were in love with a woman?
How about pretty recent?
Recently you were in love?
Oh, not in love. I don't fall in love with women.
You fall in lust?
Falling in love with anything outside of the Bible is not healthy.
Hey, man, brother. Wow, you're so based.
Wait, what? Adams?
Yeah, A-Check and Adams were talking about anal sex and all kinds of shit. It was disgusting.
Whoa. Damn, so like I ain't got nothing against Adam, but he really yeah.
Somebody said he's getting his marriage annulled already.
Well, he seemed like they were back together.
Bringing it up, it was weird. It was like A-Check wanted to have a conversation with Adams about anal sex. So weird.
Yeah. Thanks before he came back into the room.
Whoa. Yeah, he gay, man.
A-Check was like, I work hard and I get to come home and, my wife's cooking dinner. it smells great, and she takes her tits out, and you just come home and you see a boner. Like he was kind of like all over the place.
His wife takes her tits out.
Yeah, he goes, I go home, my wife's tits are out, and I get to see her tits.
What country is he from again? He's from Kenya, or where the hell is he from? Oh, yeah. Oh, man. He's a character. I think he's, see, in the Dinner for Schmucks, Riabi, have you seen the movie Dinner for Schmucks with Zach Galifianakis?
What the fuck that is?
Basically, it's a clubhouse room just like this. It's like a room full of retards who are so retarded nobody knows they're in a room specifically designated for retards. And so it becomes a comedy show of retards, or the comedy of, tragedy, or whatever you want to, Shakespearean.
Recorded for your own amusement.
It's Shakespeare's unreleased writings.
Tragedy of the Commons.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, this is like the tragedy of the retards. That's what this app is. It's like a collection of schmucks. It's the Dinner for Schmucks. That's really what this app is. It's all comedy, all entertainment, all the time, and the characters are what make it a playable video game. Like without Oddcheck, without Dr. Adams, without Matt down there, without all these identities and characters cast on the stage, like where would we be? Where would we be?
Beaver, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I'm about done with that chillism room because
that's like the worst. That's the pit of hell. That's a portal to hell. Chillism.
I don't know what it is because there is no room that brings out a very violent and murderous spirit in that fucking room because I don't know. It seemed like your motherfucking manhood gets fucking attacked in that room and you have to fucking do something or say something horrific to the leader of that fucking room.
Yeah, chillism is like it's like the lunch table in high school where all the rejects sit and they're all angry at the world. They're in their. Yeah, I can't really explain it. Like Nathan's a psychopath, and he's their leader, and he loves to see people argue, yell, and fight, and gnashing of teeth. He's a nut job.
Yeah, I'm going wild. I don't know. There's not one outside of people in my own community, right, that frequent this app. All right, in my religious community, I'm not, adding them in. Just random rooms. That's one guy I would like to just choke the life out of. I don't know why. I don't know, like nobody else. Like I could disagree vehemently with someone else, and they don't even give me that fucking.
Yeah, I would chip in. I hate that guy. I would chip in. I would pay you to choke him.
I don't think people are condone violence, and maybe let's keep this off.
No, you're right. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just talk about a fucking retarded ass room. Like, I'll never go up in there if that shit again.
They're degenerates, and then politically correct is where it's just they're crazy. Those people have TDS, out of control.
I mean, I've been accused of that, but to be quite honest, I don't have any landing lane in any of the spaces, whether it's Democrat or Republican spaces.
You always have a place here, Victoria.
Nope, I don't.
See, Riavia.
I literally, as soon as I start to actually speak, people disagree, and
Riavia, you got to look at it from a content perspective, not a participatory perspective. The mind virus known as chillism is perpetual in in nature. So from somebody who records, what's great is I can wake up at 8 a.m, hit the record button, come back at 8 p.m, and they're still going. So that's gold, Jerry, gold.
Well, yeah, Goat is pretty mean to you, Victoria.
No, I mean, I literally like changed my PTR to say I'm not a robot because that is the running joke, which is like ridiculous. But why do I go back? And I thought about that. Like, I think that is like a sort of mental hang-up that I have, and I want
he
to
hates white people that are smarter than him.
I think he's actually very intelligent, and so that's why I think I.
Do you think he's an elite? Do you think he's an elitist homosexual?
No, I think he's just an intelligent guy that spends way too much time on this app, like some of us.
I'm just saying, like, who are the most sociopathic, psychologically psychotic people? Is it homosexual, gay, black men?
No, I think he's probably. I think he's a heterosexual.
You think he's straight?
Individual, and I don't know that he's black or not, or.
You can't tell that shit? You can't make some inferences about a man on the way he speaks? I mean, he says he's an openly gay, black, closeted homosexual professor. He is a professor teaching children, and he's on Clown House 80 hours a week talking his shit with Patty, doing his little vocal inflections.
I don't think he's ever indicated he's a
homosexual. Yeah, he's a professor at a university.
Sorry, maybe I don't have as much background.
John, what are your thoughts on Midwit Muse, Jason Mewes?
Jason Mewes? Oh my God, bro. I went in there today because he has a room about can men give birth. And so I asked him, I said, are you a transsexual or a homosexual? Are you LGBTQ? And he's like, I don't understand. What's the point of the question? And so I put in the chat a video of a guy here in Chicago who said, you should vote for me because I am the first LGBTQ black man running for Congress. And if elected, we will make history for African-American LGBTQ. And I was like, is that really the type of confidence or the credibility I need to vote for a congressperson because of your racial identity and sexual orgasm preference? Is that really, the reason why I should vote for you? And Jason Mewes got angry and kicked me down and said, we ain't got time for no trolls, motherfucker. And then he said, fuck you, bitch. My dick is bigger than you, and that's why you don't like me, bitch. And I was like, wow.
He has like a word bank he always refers to, like platitudes, germane, plethora. Like he tries to use these words. It's just, they're so forced.
It's very germane of you. But you're stupid. And that's what he loves to do, is tell people they're stupid. And that's what really makes me angry, is that he will sit on his little green bean perch and insult stupid people when he himself is projecting his own stupidity and bad takes on everything. He is, that's why I say you can't take this app seriously. All you can do is record it and let it pass through you like the plague, because that's all it is. It's just a bunch of plague survivors trying to spread. What was that skin disease they could never cure? Leprosy. It's just a bunch of lepers. This is a holding cell for people that have leprosy, and they can't get out because it's too dangerous to let them back out.
Victoria, who's the smartest person that you've encountered on Clubhouse?
It's got to be like Gagosian, the homosexual professor from Patty's room who is so flamboyant. It's obvious he's a fucking homosexual.
Wait, so you feel that politically correct is a degenerate room? I mean, don't get it twisted. These motherfuckers.
political rooms are definitely degenerate. It's about time founder, the Science Society had a really intelligent leader. So did tech news around the world at the starting point. There were a lot of really clear spaces where individuals were sharing information and not trying to put a tone on it, just sharing it as it came out, especially because a lot of people joined during COVID, and that, I think.
What about Ann Hero? Do you think she's a thought leader of the conservative?
Oh my God. I don't like any of those people, including a couple of people in your audience. They're not my.
You don't like Chloe? What's wrong with Chloe?
I don't know that person, but I like Matt.
What's wrong with
Matt? Not my taste.
Why?
Not my taste. That's it.
Victoria, when was the last time you were in love with a man?
Victoria, I'm kind of curious. I'm on the left, right? But I am definitely curious why you don't like Matt.
I think we've gotten into some arguments about data in different chats in the past.
Data integrity? What's the beef? Victoria, when was the last time you were in love with a man?
I'm dating someone now, so.
Oh, so you're in love right now. Well, that's great news. Happy for you. Matt Cool down there, what's cool about Matt Cool is he doesn't even have to say anything. He can go into politically correct. They might let him chill, and they'll say, oh, we got the MAGA down in the audience. Bring the MAGA up. What I don't understand is about people that have Trump derangement syndrome is they keep saying these MAGAts, these MAGA people. It's almost like they've never heard of the Republican Party or the Democrat Party. They're just like these repeating robots with no originality anymore. They're just completely infected with a TDS mind virus.
I encounter hate from also the liberal side of things, because I also say things like, wow, you're taking this to an extreme. Elon Musk did not say that he was happy to endorse child pornography. He ran an application that ran amok, and there were problems. But I didn't think that meant he endorsed it. And I ended up getting so much hatred that there's even, you can listen to it if you want to, but I don't think it's very interesting. But there is an audio recording of me talking to this person who literally just kept going at me for this.
Who was it?
It doesn't matter who the individual was.
Miki?
No, but it doesn't matter who the individual was. It just happened. So I'm just stating, my effort has always been, search for the truth, and the truth will set you free, and thinking that would be the good way of sort of good faith engagement, and it has failed me entirely on this place. So I am not. I don't think I'm helping engagement. I don't think anything I've done has been effective. I don't think it's done a damn thing. So I feel like I've just wasted time. I need to go back to Chinese idioms and reading rooms.
Who do you hate the most on this?
he's in your team right now.
Matt?
Kitover, because he's recording the rooms.
Oh, Kitover.
He's doing so illicitly. He's like violating the terms and conditions. It's easily something that could be demonstrated in a court of law.
How do you feel about Monica?
She's not my worst enemy, honestly. I don't like her, but
So wait, you hate me the most, and you think that like what I'm doing could be put into a court of law to make me found guilty of some type of crime, to put me away, to prevent me from recording?
You're literally in Chicago and you're violating the terms and conditions of the.
Wait, the fact that I live in Chicago confirms the violation, or what if I lived in some other area? Are there other cities that I can live in that wouldn't make me culpable to this violation of the law?
There are other states that you could live in that would be
more favorable to my position? Okay, cool. Do you think you have autism or like some type of spectrum disorder? Are you on the spectrum, Victoria?
No.
You're just hesitant, as you put it in your communication.
Sorry?
Because I was people like the joke that you're a robot or some kind of AI synthesized, software program. Anyways, I'm just saying, I thank you for your vote of lack of confidence. And Victoria, I don't have any beef against you. I just think you're another human being like other human beings on here. I'm really agnostic as to who I record and what I record. I just want to record what I think is like the most interesting content. And I'm sorry you feel that way about me, but if we ever get to trial, recording you, I'm not specifically targeting you or trying to record you. Victoria, I don't know your last name. I don't know anything about you other than you were in the White House working in the SCIF and briefing presidents on national security. And all I can say is, you're a wonderful, beautiful person. I hope you have the greatest year of your life in 2026 with your new love. Congratulations on your new boyfriend.
Stephen Miller really called you?
Yeah, that was really weird.
What'd you say to him?
No, I didn't say anything. I just decided to delete my account completely, so I no longer have an X account. I was like, that is the last straw.
Why don't you like Stephen Miller?
I think he's horrible as a human. I don't think he relates to people. I don't think he understands what is going on in our country, and he's advising the president, and we're receiving policies that are terrible, horrible. The fact that we are deporting people to foreign prisons was something that he created.
But they're illegal.
I just being here under if you're going to an ICE hearing and then you're getting picked up and being sent to a foreign prison, that is not what we want.
Well, they were given a warning to get out, and they ignored the warning. So now they go where they go.
Well, I think that you and I disagree then, fundamentally.
So you think if they suffer a little bit, that it's the worst thing?
I don't think that they deserve to be abused physically or sexually in a foreign prison.
Oh, yeah, definitely
You're
not.
able to make Maduro look like a hero for negotiating the release of more than 250 Venezuelans from an El Salvador prison.
All right, let me paint the picture for you and tell me how that makes you feel. So you're walking down the street and you see ICE, and you see like a 3-year-old boy who's trying to hold on to the frame of the porch, and the ICE people are prying off his fingers as he's crying to take him away. How would that make you feel?
I don't understand the nexus of your question, so why don't you get to the point?
Well, I was just trying to gauge your emotional reaction to that because, yeah, that is horrible. But we have a question from the audience. Would you be okay if someone from the Trump admin got deported? Say Stephen Miller was actually illegal, or his wife was illegal, and she got deported.
I just really think the entire framing of that is ridiculous because you're trying to pivot to like a political sort of niche or something. But if you want to address the question of illegals, or if we want to look at
Victoria, let me ask you a question. How many illegal aliens are being arrested daily in 2026 on average? Do you know?
Interrupted me when I was speaking, sir.
Oh,
Did
that
you realize that?
people like to say that on Clubhouse when they have nothing else to say, but you do that, Victoria. It's getting late anyways. Congrats.
No, I think the entire idea of how we're addressing the issue right now has gone way too far, and it's very clear. It's very evident. People are getting deported that are actually U.S. citizens.
Yeah, isn't that terrible that we're like, oh, it's just horrible that we're doing it. It's terrible that we're doing that. Can you believe like American citizens are getting arrested and deported? It's just awful, horrible, terrible. It's hard to believe, really, that they would do that to Americans. It's like, I can't believe an American who's just living his best life is all of a sudden like
As one single citizen been deported?
I've ever encountered ever.
There is truth in what she's saying.
worst person you've ever encountered?
One of the reasons why there's reach for her to get impeached right now. That was one of the first reasons, and now they've just piled up because they're completely out of control at this point. I do have a question though, Victoria, just because they brought it up. What about Melania? What if Melania was deported? Because there was a huge
there was already like an issue related with her. In terms of like even just delivering the PDB, like the presidential daily briefing. So
The presidential daily briefing.
Something that had been factored in previously.
The PDB. You used to do the PDB, right, Victoria? Is that why you brought it up?
I actually signed the petition unless he could be deported. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, you just said I was the worst person you've ever met, so I might against someone who accuses me of being the worst person they've ever met. It's quite an all or nothing statement.
Well, why should Melania be deported?
There had been concern because her also like her family being like visiting, etc. That you would expose highly classified information to a foreign government.
What, she just gets the pass because they're afraid of like highly classified information being exposed, or what?
Well, I mean, she is pretty and she's
responding. I was not responding to your question directly, so I apologize. I was answering the idea of like even just submitting the presidential daily briefing. That was a consideration.
Victoria used to work in the White House. She used to give the PDB. But Victoria, what's your favorite cocktail? Is it vodka? Is it tequila? Like, what do you drink? What's your drink of choice, Victoria?
Green tea.
You like a green tea shot?
Mint tea and green tea. Yeah.
Gross.
Could you imagine like being the president and being like super patient with Victoria as she presents the PDB, and like you look over at the vice president Dick Cheney and you're like, could this bitch speed it the fuck up? We got a war we got to get started. It'll take us 2 weeks. This bitch is so slow.
Actually present the PDB to the president.
I like quite literally don't want to have the conversation with a person who is recording the entire conversation. So thank you.
It would be too delicate to national security if she revealed any secrets in her involvement in the deep state. She can barely coherently form a sentence without, juxtaposing and breaking it up every 3 seconds because it's hard to have a complete, thought and make a complete statement. But I'm the worst person she's ever met, and I record everything, so I understand.
Was Bush nice? I heard Bush was super nice. Laura Bush was super nice. Hillary was a cunt. Bill was nice. Bill Clinton was nice. Probably
I
too
only
nice.
met them when they visited because I'm too young to have been in, working with them directly. But he.
Yeah, it's all just a question of willpower.
Nice.
You just say, "Hey, I want to work for the president," and you just walk to the White House, with your backpack. Like, "Hey, everybody, I'm here for work. Can I get the PDB? I got to give it to the president today."
Are you okay? I can't take this person seriously. Could somebody remove him, or does he have to be here?
Yeah, this is like a conference. It's kind of competitive who gets to stay. And some people could say, kick that motherfucker from the room. But I am the worst person you've ever met. I do record everything. I understand. I can be obnoxious, but Victoria, do you think perhaps you have some fascistic tendencies?
I think I really want you to just, be kicked off of the application entirely. And
it would give you that satisfaction psychologically, right? So you could go to sleep the next day and be like, I got that guy John Kitover. I fucking got him. He's banned from the app permanently.
I think it's insane that you have 40 that you try to utilize to create different profiles. So you have some sort of obsessive compulsive disorder.
And just Ritalin. Nobody wants to admit it.
Well, let me ask John Kitover something, man. Look.
Yeah, what?
Wait, so that's John Kitover. Wait, so voiceover guy's John Kitover too?
No, I'm me.
I'm about to say.
No, I'm voiceover guy. I'm voiceover guy.
Voiceover guy, you a voiceover actor?
No, I worked in radio for 10 years.
Oh, okay.
I was the production for Bucket Dick Radio.
Oh, okay. John Kitover, man, why you sitting up here calling Amir a terrorist, man?
What do you mean? I've reported him to Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, former FBI, and they just haven't kicked his door in the way that I was hoping they would, to drag him out by his hair so he could be sure. It was that John Kitover in Clownhouse! It's not true! I'm not a terrorist supporter or promoter! And no, I didn't make those recordings on Clownhouse to promote terrorism! It wasn't me! It wasn't me! It wasn't me! It wasn't me!
Obviously a terrorist, though. What do you say that's terroristic?
I don't know. You got to listen to the recordings. I posted them to Kash Patel. Maybe Kash Patel can tell you. Ask Kash Patel. It's all on X.
There's a lot of people that hate people on here. I mean, there's people that hate black people. People that hate white people. There's people that hate Asian people. All right? There's people that hate Mexicans and, Guatemalans, Native American. I mean, there's a bunch of hatred on here.
Yeah, I'm happy as can be. I don't live my life with hate. I just listen to people spreading hate. I record them and then I notify the authorities. That's it takes all the burden of responsibility off my back. I don't know what to tell you. People complain about me all the time, but I got my own complaints,
So I'm just trying to understand, what is it? What goes on in Amir's room that's worse?
You're allowed to hate whoever you want unless they're Jewish. You can't hate Jewish people. That's the one thing you can't hate or talk shit about. But other than that, yeah, you're good to go.
Oh, you can't hate Jewish people. Oh yeah, this app is owned by Jewish people. I forgot.
No, they have special protections.
Oh yeah, you're right. They do. They got
Not around me, they don't.
Just you know what's ironic, and I always say this: if America got attacked by Israel, guess who America's gonna defend?
Israel.
Gonna defend Israel.
America did get attacked by Israel. It's called the U.S. of Liberty.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
See, isn't it funny that like Victoria is in the chat saying, I want this douchebag to be silenced on social media. He violates terms. Like, I just gotta say, Victoria, that like your take is so stupid, but all your takes are stupid. The fact that you want to censor one annoying person because you don't like how annoying he is and he violates the law, aka a major corporation's terms of service, privacy policy, etc. It's like, Victoria, get a fucking life. And that's what my complaint is against everybody on this fucking app, is if one loser with one cell phone sitting in his underpants in a shitty little office is causing you that much emotional stress, anxiety, anger, rage, maybe it's not a me problem, bitch. Maybe it's a fucking...
You only project what you talking about what he been through, bro.
Beaver kicked me. Beaver kicked me. It's okay. We'll be right. We'll be back. We'll be back. Oh, are we gonna have to get Anon? I don't think so. My oh my. My oh my. Terrible people. Oh no, I can't get it because everything is blocked. Everything has been blocked. My oh my. I've been blocked by every